Power up.
Bringing systems online.
Broadcasting standby.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get everything set up. Turn off the stream notice. We are live! And finally it's time to play Torment Tides of Numenera. This game is actually freaking released last night at like 1 a.m. And I wish they would have told somebody so I could have slept accordingly. But we had chores to do today, so we wasn't going to be able to stream anyway. We're getting into it now. And we got a lot of stuff to cover. There's a good 5 or 6 hours of stuff, depending on how much talking you do, before you even get out of the content that was in the beta. So at least that long before we see something newish. And I'm going to continue going with the character that I had made last time in the beta. I wrote everything down so I'd remember So we're going to make the female. And we're falling in the air.
Your mind wakes in darkness. Aching cold sets into an unfamiliar body. A distant howling surrounds you, louder with each passing second. Insistent and invisible hands slap and tear at the membrane that protects you.
I have a visitor, and she didn't hear a dang thing.
Your first emotion is an involuntary and formless panic. You feel you have forgotten something important, as if it once meant the world to you, but the details slip away as you grasp at them.
It is kind of whispery. I don't know. And it's funny because he's falling through the air. Like, why are you whispering? There should be a lot of screaming. Ah! But no, he's whispering.
You force your eyes open.
You'll force your eyes open. Should we look at the body or should we look around? Let's look around.
A white-pink fleshy cocoon surrounds you. Even as you look, a minor rent in its side tears open, and the howling wind forces its way inside.
You know, so she's surrounded by a white, pink, fleshy cocoon. Yeah, I made the sheet.
The cocoon rips away, gone before you can grab it, spinning you into a dizzying tumble. You are falling, the world many kilometers beneath you. You catch a glimpse of a curved horizon, and also the ground beneath you that is approaching deceptively quickly. Above you, a small moon is slowly collapsing in upon itself. A corona of acid green and black energy playing around its edges.
So can you read that? I can change the text later. I can make it bigger.
The wind buffets you and burns your eyes, but you don't need to see the details of the faraway ground to know you're in serious trouble. You won't survive a fall from this stratospheric height. A part of your frantic mind babbles that technically you probably fell from a thermospheric height. You struggle to stay focused as the ground rushes toward you.
Alright, let's flatten out to catch the wind so we can stay in the air a little longer.
Instinctively, you spread your arms and legs, and they respond sluggishly. You stop tumbling head over heels. Though you are still spinning laterally, that motion has calmed as well, and you have space to assess your situation, and perhaps to understand the predicament and the body in which you find yourself.
The body in which you find yourself.
Below you, you see a large landmass. A massive ocean dominates the rest of the visible globe, dotted here and there with island chains. Small moons, unusual structures, and strange machines rush past you in glittering profusion as you plummet toward the ground.
Try to remember what happened.
It's hazy. You were in a tall passageway, its sides slicked with dew, the air warm and moist, as if you were caught in the breath of a giant organism. You remember fleeing in fear and exhilaration, laughing through the terror. What was it that pursued you?
So you're fleeing in fear, but you're laughing. You're happy. It's going to kill me. Yep. No, this is before we fell. I'm trying to remember what happened. Why am I falling through the sky?
Something ancient and cold, its coiling power the promise of oblivion. Its shadowed tendrils struck at you, and the walls where they landed were torn apart utterly, destroyed beyond any hope of repair. You leapt into a membranous cocoon and fell from the station, the moon, and then you were empty. But who were you? What was that creature? A word surfaces in your thoughts, and you seize it before it vanishes. Sorrow.
Sorrow.
The world fills your sight. You're about to hit.
The sorrow. Try to remember the sorrow.
It hurts your mind to recall, but you push past it, a creature of the forgotten world seeking you out across the centuries. But it's not you it seeks, is it? It sought the man whose memories you shuffle through now. and you realize suddenly that you are not him.
We're not him. It's someone else's memories.
You were... Who? Who were you?
Who were you? Continue to search the memories.
If you somehow manage to sidestep everything you know about anatomy, physics, and death, and you are surprised to realize that you do know something about them, and you survive this fall, you suspect that you might be able to reawaken a dormant strength you sense inside you. But who could possibly survive a fall from this height?
And really, why are we so concerned about our memories? We're about to die.
You remember reaching an escape tube, and you remember being struck by a tendril of force, and then the fall. The fall. You open your eyes in time to see a riot of color around you, your descent barely slowed, and then agony flares throughout your body as a crunching impact destroys you. The last thing you hear is a rapidly cycling whine of energy, and then...
Nothing.
darkness.
Darkness. It was all black. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Alright, let's see. Can we get in here? Options. Interface. Very large.
All right.
Alright.
Of course.
Guess I have to click on it. Yep. Yep. Can you read that? Because that's as big as I can make it. Scooty scoots. Jumbled thoughts cloud your head as you study the empty bowl before you. Drops of liquid fall from the ceiling, spattering on the ground next to the bowl. The light from every drop is reflected in the bowl's rounded hollow, as if it hungers for that light and needs to be filled. Yet the bowl remains dry. Another drop falls from the ceiling and splashes across the pylons, wasted. We can use might to carefully move the bowl beneath the liquid, or examine the bowl, or leave the bowl alone. We're going to examine. You trace your fingers over the slippery, overlapping scales that spiral up from the bottom of the bowl. The sharp-toothed rim plucks at your skin. It's going to be tricky to move this bowl without slicing your fingers on the edge. You might have to put some effort into it. Reflected light streaks across the surface of the bowl as another droplet falls from the ceiling. So let's use some might. You've encountered your first task. You have 3 stat pools, might, speed, and intellect, that you can spend to increase the chances of your success. This is called using effort. To more easily move the bowl in front of you, use left click to spend might for a higher level of effort. Don't worry if you fail this task. In Torment, failure often results in interesting outcomes. So we're going to, so if we mouse over this, you can see the percentage changes. If you click on this, it tells you a little bit more information about it. So we have a total of 5 points. If we get it up to 100% success, we drop down to 3 points. I think 80% is good. Let's try with 80. Success! We saved a whole point. You carefully take hold of the bowl, avoiding the teeth on the serrated rim. With a deep breath, you move it over the glowing pool of fallen light. She used her mind to do it. Drop by drop, the bowl fills, ripples spreading over the blurred outline of your reflection. A pale blue luminescence stretches into the corners of the room. A clear radiance spills across the segmented floor, washing away the nearest shadows and pouring into your mind, melting the ragged edges of your fragmented thoughts. You are not whole, not yet, but you have begun to heal from the damage done in your long fall. A voice calls out from somewhere high above, beyond the reaches of the spreading light. There! Hello, are you still alive down there? We're up here! Build a path up to us, something, 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 because they don't never leave the frickin' shit on the screen long enough for you to read it. Lovely! I just love when they do that. And so she scooted up. We're going to drop that down a little bit. Okay, so metal waves roll over the floor below, sending vibrations through the soles of your boots. And there's a button we're supposed to be able to push to highlight everything. I don't remember what that is. Control. Oh, tab key. Alright, so we hold tab, it shows everything that we can click on. This mirror looks strange, as though what you see in it is real and you're the reflection. The light around the door's frame dims and flares like a roaring fire in a high wind. No sign or symbol tells you what might be behind this enormous door. A dull chill radiates from its bronze segmented surface, and a thick metal wheel seems frozen in place. Countless scratches and wounds mar the surface of this door. Someone made a great deal of effort to get inside. To no avail. So we need to go over here because it made a little path for us to follow.
Yes, now.
As soon as you touch the orb, a memory floods your mind. You stand in front of a rusted door. The air is humid and dank. You've had a moment's respite from this waterlogged hell, a bubble of stale air, your resting point. You've breathed water before, and you've lived decades beneath the waves, but this body's an air breather, and the constant pressure has been crushing you ever so subtly. Worse, your companion's mind seems to be wandering from the task at hand. He's a genius with machines, as you well know, but now he seems distracted. The device in his hands is covered in knobs, wires, and antennas. He believes it can get the two of you through the corroded door, but he's merely staring at it. Perhaps he's lost faith in his invention, and that is hardly your concern. This mission cannot be delayed. It must proceed. Let's see. Deceive him by telling him that you've heard sounds. Threaten him until he returns to the task at hand. And it's taking too long. Cast a spell. An estery to fix the device yourself. We're gonna go with cast a spell. You mumble a few words, drawing power from the air around you until a solution appears in your mind. You snatch the device from his hands, rewire it, and shove it back at him. "Oh," he says, examining your work. "Sorry, I was trying to improve the thing." He waves the device at the door, and the stale air of your bubble freshens as the door swings open. A dark hallway lies beyond, a passage that links the water-bordered cells and the aquatic viewing areas. What you seek lies there. Moments later, you're underwater again, your hands closing around a strange yet familiar artifact. You need it to complete something. It hovers above a pedestal, rotating in the dark water. An electric current runs through your fingers as your hand crosses the vertical plane of the pedestal, and an iridescent field coalesces so fast that the wave of pressure dazes you for a moment. The rising pulse of a sonar alarm ripples through the water. The guards won't be far behind. Run, we can come back later. Disable the pulse. Use the device to stop them. We're going to use a device, one of the ciphers in my belt. You run urgent fingers over the devices fastened to your waist, a fog rising in your mind. A few can be used against the guards, but will also turn your skin to synsteel or surrounding water to boiling wax. Hardly ideal. Finally, you find a small silver sphere. Setting the sphere in place, you kick desperately for the safety of a nearby alcove. The sphere whirls and unfolds into a spiraling vortex. The sphere at its center speaks a few polite words in an ancient language, then begins draining the surrounding water into itself with alarming speed. The approaching guards shout, then scream as they too are sucked into the whirlpool and ripped to pieces. You allow yourself a fleeting smile, but are all too aware that more alarms are going off in the distance. The memory begins to fade, as if you were being drawn backward through a tunnel, and you hear more pylons rising from the pit. Something is wrong. The events within the orb have settled into that gap in your mind, but the edges of it are rough, as though the memory itself is not truly yours. There's something else, a gust of sour air pulling at you, like a predator inhaling the scent of its prey at the far end of a dark, whispering field. And now we have another orb!
Of course.
A do run, 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 a do run, run. You stand beside a woman on a verdant crag. Beneath the two of you is a broad plateau towering above the overgrowth far below. Strange machines have been built into the cliffside, presumably for reconnaissance or defense. A metallic disc gleams from the center of the plateau. Your self-aware humanoid machines drill into the base of the cliffs below. If you were looking for a sanctuary, and you were, desperately, this seems like the right place. I don't know about this, the woman says, her voice flat, neutral. Her face is turned away from you. What makes this place any more secure than the other ones we found? Draw her attention to the hidden details. Use your charm to persuade her. Convince her with the wisdom of your superior intellect. Let's try some charm. A cloud passes over the sun as you engage her in spirited, friendly debate, pointing out the footprint of a prior world civilization whose power remains untapped. After a few minutes, she laughs, raising her hands in mock surrender. Stop, stop. Your servitors are down there. You've already chosen this as the site, haven't you? She waits for your affirmation and says, All right, I'm convinced. The two of you sketch your plans for the sanctuary, drawing schematics and architectural diagrams. Then you descend onto the plateau to examine the open ground. The woman suggests having one of the servitors build a shelter for your time here. You try to draw one of the constructs away from its task, but it doesn't respond to your voice. When you lay a hand on its shoulder to reinforce your command, it whirls and strikes you across the face with inhuman speed. It turns back to its task, ignoring you. Your companion helps you rise, laughter in her eyes. It seems your construct has other ideas. What's the matter with it? Use the Numenera to overwhelm the behavior malfunction. Examine the construct. Look for a deeper solution. Perhaps it's an effect of the metallic disc itself. Oh, you have a problem. Let's examine. Okay. Everything resolves into sharp focus, and you see that the servitor's rear actuators are corrupted, same thing. You dig into the construct's back. It seems not to mind as long as you don't interfere with its task. Deftly, you reset the actuators and see energy spark into disused portions of the construct's brain. The construct resumes its work, and this time it listens when you speak to it. Acknowledged. It obediently trundles to the site of your new shelter. The image freezes, then fades, and you feel the memory filling the gap in your mind, block by jagged block. You stagger, clutching your head, reclaiming your memories hurts. And once more, there's something else. Hairs lift, one by one, on the back of your neck. Something beyond this room can sense what you are doing, and is hunting you. Dun dun dun! Another orb!
Ready.
A vision of a city springs up around you. Your city, in flames and under attack. Her defenders have fought and died all day, and still the attackers keep coming. They fight as if your destruction were demanded of them, and care nothing for mercy, surrender, or plunder. What they want is blood. But you have brought a keen-eyed companion to the top of the tower. She has seen the way to stop the invaders. You need to get her to safety, and you need to rally your defenders. But even as you turn toward the door of the tower, two of the attackers descend from a hovering machine. You don't have time to strike at them before they land. One is brutishly large, his weapon a vibrating axe. The other is slim, sheathed in glassy armor, and holding a hilt with a sizzling, invisible blade. Your companion backs away. She's too young to help. Your enemies advance single file, confined by the parapet. Trade blows with the giant? Duck under the giant's swing and attack before he can strike, or fight defensively. We're going to duck under the giant's swing. You roll under the blurring arc of his axe. He's overconfident, testing you without committing to the attack. Yes, he's fast, but not as fast as you are. And when he raises the great axe above his head to finish you, you're able to bury your blade under his breastplate. The blade emerges from the back of his neck, and his life's blood washes over your hands. He falls, taking your weapon with him, and his companion attacks. Her invisible blade is far more lethal than the giant's axe. You duck as she thrusts at you, and the wall behind you hisses, destroyed. Her return swing cuts through your armor, ruining your breastplate. She doesn't have to be skilled with a weapon like this. She just has to make contact. You time your attack just as she pulls it back for another strike. You barrel into her, driving her over the wall, and she drops screaming to the ground 50 meters below. The immediate threat ended. You focus on finding a way back to your allies. You open the tower door and rush down the stairs. The door at the base of the stairs is slightly cracked, opening just a bit into the hall, and you hear more of the enemy soldiers beyond. And we can hurl ourselves against the door and knock them to the ground, crack the door open and sneak past, charge through them, counting on your defenses. We're gonna sneak. Be sneaky sneaks. You press yourself against the gleaming door, easing it open, and your breath catches in your throat as it squeaks quietly, the sound like a bell in your memory. You pause, but the soldiers in the hall continue to talk. You push again, squeeze yourself through the narrow opening, and creep down the blood-stained hall. The memory begins to fade, and you find yourself back in your own body. Your temples throb with the racing force of your heartbeat, and the reclaimed memories blaze within you, like a bonfire on a mountain peak, visible to every predator for kilometers around. A tremor rocks the floor beneath you, as though a massive fist has struck the room itself. Swaying on your feet, you see frantic movement within the borders of a mirror at the edge of the room.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, it's ourself. The border of this mirror is lavishly decorated with a dizzying number of interlocked symbols, daggers, masks, paintbrushes, amulets, and more. But that's nothing compared to what you see in the glass. You see a vast crowd of people, exact doppelgangers of you, shoving, arguing with, and fighting each other. Most are drab imitations of you, but a precious few are vivid and pull at your attention. Each of them bears an intricate pentagonal tattoo on their head. In their eyes, their actions, you see the memories you discovered within the orbs, and the choices you made shining like distant stars. Your hand twitches at your side, and though some of the bright doppelgangers ignore you, an even smaller number immediately turn to you, waiting for you to choose them and learn what you might become. A rumble shakes the room, and a slow vibration spreads from the darkness below, rippling towards the ceiling. Well, that's strange. I only have one option. Usually it's 3. Of course, I may not have made the same choices as I did when I played previously in the beta, but yeah, okay, so yeah, just have one choice. Point at the doppelganger tinkering with a mechanical device. Coming forward, the doppelganger shows you the 19-sided object it was working on. The device has no less than 100 buttons and levers. With a few muttered words and a series of precise movements, it successfully activates the device. A sphere of bulging air shoots high into the reflected air and explodes into clouds of serrated flower petals. The crowd of doppelgangers hoots and cheers. Bowing, the doppelganger pockets the device and awaits your decision. I want to consider the other choices. I'd like to see some other choices. But there are none. Okay, so I guess we're going to pick that one. Yes, that's who I am. The remaining doppelgangers scatter for the edges of the mirror and vanish. Your chosen identity steps forward. Its appearance changes as it steps out of the rippling glass. Its face exudes intelligence and confidence. Shadows of several devices shimmer all around it. Technology of several kinds, from a myriad of past ages. You get the feeling you, would be comfortable with all of it. The word nano sounds in your mind. Gain the descriptor mechanical. No, we're not going to go with that. Your doppelganger continues walking, stepping into you, feeling you, making you whole. Your decision rings out in the cavernous room, awakening and unlocking vast mechanisms beyond the walls. Suddenly, a grotesque noise rings through your shared worlds, like a bell if bells could rot. Something is coming. The mirror fades, leaving a dark, open doorway. You take a deep breath and step through. So, even though we made those choices from the orbs, and it was supposed to give us 3 options, it ended up only giving us 1, we don't have to stick with that choice if we don't want to. That was supposed to be the first stages of character creation right there. But yeah, if we don't want that, we can just make the changes here. So, your normal choices, you can either be a glaive, a jack, or a nano. Glaives are kind of like your fighters, your knights, that kind of thing. Jacks are kind of like your thieves, your roguish type characters, your Han Solos. And nanos are kind of like your wizards. But they use technology to do their magic stuff. And I do want to keep the nano, but I don't want to be a mechanical nano. So we're going to be able to switch that in a minute. And yeah, each of these give you different abilities to start out with. So we're gonna stick with nano. We're gonna get concentration increase, +1 training level, and concentration skills. We get extra cipher limit use. We're gonna get the magical ability of onslaught, so we use the power of our mind to lash out at people. Or something like that. An ability called onslaught. Alright, so now this is talking about your stat pools. You have might, speed, and intellect. These are what we use to apply effort and activate our abilities. In the actual pen and paper version, it's also where you get your health. But for game purposes, they made the health separate. Alright, so I think we got 2 extra points. I really don't like picking this until we get select our other abilities. Because depending on what abilities we're using, we may need more points in one pool or the other. But by base, we cannot use heavy weapons. We have an inability. Inabilities means that we are penalized for using those type of skills. We're specialized, which is the maximum training you can be in anything. So we're super good at concentration. We have the base level of ability and machinery lore, and we have inabilities in both deception and medium weapons. So we're no good at deceiving people or using medium and heavy weapons. I'm fine with that. For right now, I think we're going to put a point in speed and a point in intellect, just so we can go to the next area. Abilities unlocked by your type can be active actions such as attacks or spell like esteries or passive effects. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so then we get to pick 2 of these. I definitely want scan thoughts, which is the main reason I wanted to pick nano, because I don't think the others get scan thoughts. This is a really useful ability for when we're talking to people. They may be saying one thing, but we get to hear their surface thoughts and actually hear what they actually think. Really helps in making choices. So we're going to get scan thoughts. And I have my list of other things that I had. What is on here? It looks like we picked adaption last time. Allies in the immediate area is the target. They gain protected, so they get +2 to their armor and +1 resistance. That's really useful. What's the other choices? Quantum step. Teleport one ally to a point within range. Yeah, that could be okay. Remove all negative effects. Resourceful. +1 training level and cipher use. Yep, going to go with adaption. Okay. Next. Most skills increase your chance of success on specific kinds of actions and tasks, but some give other passive bonuses. Each skill starts at the novice level and it can be increased to trained or specialized, granting greater bonuses. Descriptors often leave some skills at the inability level, meaning they inflict penalties. Alright, so we already have machinery, and I think that's on my list. I don't know if it's really something I want. Let's see, where's my list? So yeah, we got machines and lore, which both of those are at the trained level. So it looks like I picked up mystical. Yeah, machine and mystical is what I picked. Alright, so next. Yeah, I don't really remember what I went with my pools. We're going to leave it with 8 and 6 for right now. Only glaives get training and weapon skills. That's fine. Okay, so our descriptor is mechanical, but we can change that. And there's a whole list of them. There's a nice selection of them if you want to go through and look at all of these, but we use tough. I did tough last time, and I like that because we get +1 armor, +1 resistance, which really helps in combats. And we get training level and endurance skill, but we're less evasive. We're harder to evade attacks with this, but that's okay. Because we're more resilient. We can take the blows. So we're gonna go with tough and confirm that. Are you sure you wish to proceed? This is the last chance to change. Yes, we want to be a tough nano, 8 intelligence, 6 speed, 5 might. That sounds good to start out with. I accept. So we are now a tough nano. And there's a specter in front of us. Everything about this spectral figure seems dreamlike. He is a hazy silhouette who seems to be made of blue glass smoke. He wears stylish, well-cut clothes. His handsome, bearded face seems hauntingly familiar, though you've never seen him before. He breathes a sigh of relief when he sees you. We weren't sure that would work. We pooled our strength and channeled it through me to reach you, to wake you up. He glances at the other figures here and frowns unhappily. It took more out of them than we thought. The other reflections, they're more like shadows now. Look, I'll bet you got a lot of questions. This whole place is basically your mind. Your body's still out there in the real world, healing from that fall. You need to get out there and finish the process. He shrugs. It shouldn't be too hard. Before I met you, it felt like something was hunting me. Do you know what it was? He closes his eyes. That's a memory I don't want to recall. Large, black, furious. It's our death. It's the sorrow. He closes his eyes. I hope it's lost interest in you. If it finds us, we're done for. And who are those other people? You called them reflections? That's what they are. As I said, it's your mind. You'll find reflections of people you knew, people you met in the real world, and with whom you shared some kind of psychic connection. I don't know how or why. It just happens. If this place is my mind, why don't I remember any of this or any of you? It's your mind. A construct built to, I don't know, share thoughts? Store your true self? Wait, you know how people say, in the first place? This is definitely the first place of your memory. Well, it was the first place for me, anyway. You'd probably know better, since it's yours. If you don't remember now, maybe it'll come to you later. And who are you? He pauses and looks down at himself, considering a long time before answering. I'm you. I'm a part of your mind, a splinter. I was waiting here for you. We called you, with the memories of the others who are here. I don't know what happened next. How do you know all this, all that you're telling me? He throws up his hands in frustrations. I'm just a part of you. I look at you and I know. This place was made for you, for us. And I remember pieces of knowledge that came to me when I asked your questions. When you ask your questions. But that's all. You said I had to finish the process. What do you mean by that? After you wake up from this dream state and attune to the tides, you'll need to find something called a resonance chamber. Your body should have landed somewhere near it. Just climb inside that, and everything will be fine. What do you mean, attune to the tides? Tides are like a force, the gravity or magnetism of something, except they respond to people's actions and perceptions. Your body, that is, your body in the real world, needs the tides to survive. It's not something you need to worry about. Your body will attune as it wakes up. And what's a resonance chamber? I remember pieces about it, but not the whole. It's a crystal sarcophagus. I remember it having 5 mechanical arms around it and a metal ring set in the floor. I think we were aiming for it when we fell. When you open your eyes in the real world, it should be nearby. So, how do I get back to the real world? There's a portal down there. It'll take you back to your body. Just step through it, and the whole tides thing should take care of itself. He crosses his arm. When you wake up, find the resonance chamber and activate it. Then we can... What in the hell is that? It's tentacles. Run, it's an octopus. God, it's the sorrow. It speared them. The sorrow is anchored to those reflections. It's devouring their power. We have to get rid of them. Destroy its anchors, or else the sorrow will erase us forever. Crisis initiated. Kill the reflections anchoring to the sorrow of your mind. A crisis begins when you enter into a dangerous situation. They're turn-based encounters where you can fight, sneak, manipulate the environment, or talk your way out of trouble. Let's talk our way out of this. It's all a big misunderstanding, I tell you. Each turn you can take one action to attack or activate an ability. You can also make one move. That reflection near you, kill it! You'll loosen the sorrow's anchor. Why don't you do it, you're useless specter. Alright, you can left click to attack an enemy or move to a position. Try clicking the highlighted character now. Alright, we have a 65% chance of successfully attacking this thing. It's like we're killing a part of ourselves. Effort can be applied to attacks to increase your chance to hit. As with other tasks, each level effort increases your chances by 20% at the cost of 1 point from a stat pool. Unarmed attacks use speed, but other weapons and abilities may use might or intellect. Alright, so we got 65% chance right off the bat. Use 1 level effort, that jumps it to 85. Use a second level, it goes all the way up to 100%. Let's try 85. Yeah, we're gonna go 85. Kill it! Great hit. And now it's oh no, hey, where you going? Hey, get back here. Well, it just spawned 2 babies that went off into our brain. That's lovely. You can sacrifice your action for the turn to double move instead of attacking. The movement preview line turns purple when over a position that requires a double move. So yeah, we can only go up to here. If we wanted to be able to still attack, but we'd be too far away from it. So to get to it, we're gonna have to double move. Well, we ought to be able to just click on him move, but whatever.
Fine.
Fine indeed. So now he's gonna get another turn. He spawns 1 more baby, and off into our brain it goes. That's 3 babies in our brains. No, it's not a good thing. When you apply effort to an attack, it also increases the damage you deal. Different weapons and abilities gain different amounts of bonus damage from the effort. Alright, so again, one level effort's going to give us 85. Let's do that.
Ha!
Ha, indeed. You're dead, sir. You've already used your attack this turn, and you'll need to wait until the next turn to deal with another reflection. You can move somewhere to spend your remaining move, but if you want to end your turn early, you can click end turn button at the lower left. Which is where? Lower, oh, over there. What if I don't want to? What if I want to move?
I'm going.
Alright, end turn. What's it doing now? It's infecting it somehow. Petals are temporary conditions or status effects that can improve or reduce a character's stats. The Sorrow has just placed a Fettle on the remaining reflection. You can't remove this Fettle, but you may find a way to overcome it. Oh, that sucks. I walked away when so it's gonna make me attack it even though I know what's going on. Alright, so we're not going to use any effort. I know this is going to fail anyway. The armor stats reduces physical damage. The Fettle the Sorrow placed on this character has boosted its armor by 10, meaning it will absorb 10 points of damage from each attack. The Reflection's armor is now too high for you to overcome with your unarmed attack. Skist! The Reflection is protected somehow. You need to find a way to hit it even harder. And look! Another baby into our brain! That's 4, I believe. I don't even want 4. Oh, dang it. He says something about grabbing that piece of whatever. I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, we gotta grab this.
Yes.
Teaching us how to loot. It's a shimmering glass cipher. It deals 13 damage. And refills all user stat pools. Oh, wow. I didn't know it did that. That's cool. To activate an item, left-click the item items icon on the bar above your portrait. Yeah, okay, so that's over here. That poor dude's screaming in agony, so we're going to click on this. And then click on him. And we throw it into his brain! Oh, and now the portal's gone. Bye-bye, Sorrow. You're not wanted here anymore. You pried it loose. That thing is a cancer, an infection. It's unstoppable, but you stopped it. That's a contradiction of terms. He holds his head in his hands. I can't believe it found us. In here. He looks at you, terror in his eyes. That thing, the Sorrow, it's been hunting you. It's what killed you in the first place. It'll keep hunting you until you activate the resonance chamber. I didn't remember until I saw it, but that's why the chamber is so important. You have to get back and activate the chamber before it's too late. The portal to your body is that shimmering dome there. Go, now! Danger, Will Robinson! And
Fine.
so we go jump in the portal. Bloop. I think we could have talked to him a little more, but I don't think we're really going to get anything else out of him. And now we're in...
Where did she fall from?
Yeah, where did you fall
Her
from?
body's smashed to talk. It's a wonder she's still breathing.
All I saw was the corona, not her origin point. But look, she's healing already. Spontaneous regeneration.
Will you look at... Wait, I know that face. I hate that. They start out talking and then they stop talking. If you're going to voice act, voice act. So not knowing when I need to talk is very annoying. Ugh. What was that? What did you do, Callisteg? His tone has become accusatory, suspicious. You open your eyes. The first thing you notice is this man's kaleidoscope of tattoos. writhing across his forearms. He wears a long, dark coat, belted at the waist, supplies filling the pockets. His boots are worn and stained with years of travel. You blame me? She admitted an internal psychological reaction in response to the fall, probably related to that fantastic healing process. Obviously, Alagern. Her voice rolls and hisses, and you have to rub your eyes to be sure that you're not seeing double. Faint echoes of her actions trail from her, each nearly mimicking her, though some act and react to stimuli that you can't perceive. Her vivid hair and outrageous clothing remain constant through these shadows. Oh yes, it's obvious, Callisteg. His voice is grim and clipped. Then he sees you looking at him. You're no ordinary mortal. We know that much. Start talking. His face is hard and set. Scan thoughts. She's the changing god. Callisteg is deliberately blinding herself. But why? I'm no ordinary mortal. What do you mean? You really don't know. He cocks his head to the side. I'm starting to think you're not her. Starting to think, Alagern? Tell me, is it a novel experience? Scan thoughts. Alagern's being more paranoid than usual. How long must I put up with him? It's her face. I've never seen any other people rebuild themselves like that. Only the changing god could have healed so quickly. He sighs and rubs his face, trying to regain his composure. Maybe you could help me for a change. You know what this means to me. You are familiar with the word changing, Alagern. It implies inconstancy. Thus, the changing god may well have changed. Several versions of her shrug, and she addresses you. You'll have to forgive him. He believes you're someone he once knew, even though it's painfully obvious to anyone that you are newly born. Her most solid self curtsies while the others bow or spin. I and my sisters am Callisteg. This is Alagern. We are explorers, knowledge seekers. That's how we came to be in this room. If I'm not mistaken, you are what we call a cast-off. The changing god created you, body and mind. Your sire used your body for a time, then abandoned it for reasons of his own. When his mind departed for a new experience, you were born in his cast-off shell. So you say I was born when the changing god left, but why am I not dead? I used a cipher to slow your fall further, but the damage still would have killed an ordinary person. But think about it. If you're some kind of person who can make your body into anything you want, what do? If you've constructed bodies for centuries, you want to make each of them better than the last. You want to live forever. You're not going to let your life end by accident. No, you'll make strong bodies, fast, powerful. Maybe throw in regeneration while you're at it. The changing god has always been vain. He rarely stays long in a shell that doesn't suit his self-image. She looks you up and down, her smile suddenly unnerving. Perhaps the changing god fled because he didn't want to wear those scars of yours. I have scars? Well, you fall from space through a ceiling and splatter on the ground and see whether or not you have scars. If the changing god abandoned my body, where is he now? If. If he abandoned your body, then his consciousness fled to another. He eyes you keenly. Oh, do stop! The look she gives Allegern is equally piercing, amplified by the withering glare of her sisters. If there's one thing we know about the changing god, dear, is that he always has a contingency. This child was born here. The object of your obsession will have been reborn somewhere else. How can you be sure this body's a cast-off? You mean aside from your miraculous reformation? Well, for one thing, there's your tattoo. All cast-offs have one, though its purpose is beyond me. And then, of course, there's your delicious naivete. She could be faking it. You don't live hundreds of years without learning to lie convincingly. Oh, She sighs in exasperation, then says to you, "What do you think? Are you a newborn child?"
I don't like the idea of someone hearing what I'm thinking.
No one likes the idea of hearing what you're thinking.
Well, I didn't expect that to trigger, but okay. What do you think? Are you a newborn child? Or are you a powerful immortal whom death has robbed of his memories? Allegern crosses his arms and growls. Fine. What do you think? Scan thoughts. This should be interesting. I survived that fall and have skills and powers I don't recall learning. What if I am the changing god? And there's so much I don't remember. Or no, I think I must be a cast-off. I'm gonna go with number 2. He's non-committal, but it's clear that he doesn't believe you. Do you not remember the sparking? Do you not remember sparking the endless battle? Do you not remember leading Sagus Cliffs against the Tabat when they came to slaughter us centuries ago? His voice trembles a little, but he retains an iron control over his face. Do you truly not remember me? She laughs scornfully. Even if she were the changing god, you're not likely to trip her with simplistic questions like that. You should help him, guide him, one way or another. It's the wisest path. At least it's the way I think is best, Allegern. Her smile drips venom. He looks away and his composure slips a little. Gods, you're so rancid sometimes, Callisteg. What was that blast of energy when I woke? As I was telling my colleague, it was obviously a psychological reaction of some kind. I've never witnessed the birth of a cast-off, but yes, it could very well have been caused by your nascent consciousness. Don't worry, I don't believe it caused any real harm. Not to me, at least. Really? You've been more abrasive than ever since we came in here. He shoots her a sidelong look. She just can't empathize with other people unless she's experimenting on them. Are you sure the surge didn't hurt you? If it did, it was damage in our minds. Though how'd you check if it carked her? I couldn't say. Tough to find normalcy there. At least we know it didn't hurt Allegern. That skull is as thick as organic stone. Alright, do you know anything about the tides? I've heard that term before, a subject your sire studied in great depth. I'm afraid it isn't my field of inquiry. Alright, let's talk about something else. Of course, child. You must be so disoriented. Are there other cast-offs? Dozens, hundreds. Who can say? Your sire has been doing this for several centuries. Though if all of them were born the way you claim to have been, it's a wonder any of them survive. Alright, who is the changing god? Ha! That's something coming from you. She gives him a sidelong glance. The changing god is your sire, dear. He discovered a path to immortality long ago, a means to transfer his self to a new body of his own creation. I don't think he knew, however, that when he abandoned one body, another mind was birthed to fill the void. Oh, he knew all right. He eyes you up and down coldly. The only thing the changing god cares about is himself. He doesn't give a single thought for those he leaves behind. Scan thoughts. He sees us as experiments, not humans. If you know the changing god through my body, why do you keep referring to my sire as he? We know your creator through legend and research. He's taken the form of men, women, visitants, and other things. His form is fluid, as his name suggests. But the stories about the changing god always refer to him. It's easier, Allegan shrugs. You are a woman.
Is that a pumpkin pie in your pants?
The changing god is himself. And Dosriv. Greatly appreciate that support.
Glad to see that you found me on the internet, and thanks for the thanks for the host.
Welcome new viewers. Sit back and enjoy the show and don't be afraid to join in the chat.
It helps if I use the right terminology. Just call you Rev? Okie dokie, Rev. The names on the internet, they can be a tongue twister sometimes. How you doing? Alright, so let's see. Wow. We tasked about that. I don't want to ask any more of that. Okay, let's go with number 1. It's so melodic. Well, I try. You're going to make me blush now. Where are we? What is this place? A sanctum of your sire's. The common belief is he has several such places throughout the ninth world, possibly other worlds as well. We were only just able to gain entry to this one because of your grand entrance. Let's see, what have I and what haven't I talked about? Alright, no worries. I'll be here for a while, I believe. Just getting my grubby little claws into this. I gotta try to get past the beta content into stuff I haven't seen yet. Let's see. Well, let's go with number 5. Why do you seem to hate the changing god so much? The ghost of a smile touches his mouth, as if he's privy to a joke, but it doesn't reach his hard eyes. He's lived longer than anyone in the ninth world. Hasn't been much of a philanthropist in all that time. He's helped some people, sure, but it's always been in his own self-interest. He's gotten away with a load of skist over the years. If falling from the sky didn't kill me, is there anything that can? Actually, no. I'm going to because this is going to trigger something else. Let's do number 4. Before I woke, I was in some kind of dreamlike labyrinth with a glowing specter. With how hard you hit the ground, I'm surprised that's all you saw. And yeah, number 4. If falling from the sky didn't kill me, is there anything that can? An excellent question. Having seen your regenerative abilities in action, I suspect they are primarily physical, a regrowth. If that's the case, you'd be unable to survive most varieties of psychic or molecular decomposition, disintegration, conflagration, and so forth. Degenerative diseases could pose a problem, and I know of several entities capable of psychic destruction. As she speaks, a vision flashes into your mind. It's not yours exactly. Somehow, you know this is a memory of the changing gods. You're in a dark room, lit by a myriad of blinking lights and holograms from the many machines surrounding you. What about a body that can withstand the sorrow's attacks? Says a voice. It seems to be coming from one of the machines. No, you reply. That thing has no respect for barriers of any kind. Physical, temporal, psychic. This is the only way. With a series of gestures, you bring up an image of a crystalline pod. If the resonance chamber works, it will give us the power to stop the sorrow's hunt once and for all. We just need the right focal point, a catalyst. The memory fades. Callisteg is still talking. You realize that the device you saw in memory is identical to the one behind you now. It looks just like the Spectre had described it. A transparent sarcophagus inside a crystalline dome, with mechanical arms arranged around it in a metal ring. Unfortunately, the dome is shattered, the sarcophagus is cracked, and one of the arms is in pieces on the floor. Whatever its function, it clearly needs repair. Or flesh-eating viruses. One presumes disfigurement by the iron wind would likewise be devastating enough to... I think she gets the point, Callisteg. I saw a vision of myself in another time and place just now. You didn't see it too, did you? I saw you stare into space while Callisteg graphically described all the ways you could die, but that's about it. He snorts. I only noticed because I did the same thing. Yeah, I love Allegern. He's so cynical. Can you tell me about the other cast-offs? Can I ask some questions? Hey DJ, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream.
Yes, welcome. I hope you decide to stay for a while.
Do either of you know anything about the sorrow? Oh, well, I guess I should answer your question. This is Torment Tides of Numenera. I know you know what this is. I'm pretty sure you've seen me play this in the beta form. This finally got released last night, about 1 a.m. And I would have been streaming it a lot sooner, but we had some chores to do today, so it took a while, but now we're into it. So let's see, do any of you know anything about the Sorrow? Yep, it's an RPG. It's it was made by some of the people that made the original 1990s RPG Torment Planescape. But instead of using the Forgotten Realms stuff as a setting, they're using the Numenera role-playing game as a setting. And Numenera was created by Monty Cook, who is also a guy that was one of the original developers of Planescape. So it's a really good melding of two things. And Monty worked with the developers close in hand to make sure that it had the flair and feeling of the Numenera RPG setting. I've had my share of sorrows, but never the sorrow. What's that? A disease? Her mouth compresses into a tight line. I know nothing about it. Do either of you know how to fix that crystal chamber there?
Updated my journal.
Allegor chuckles, then firm and certain he says, Not likely, though it might not be impossible. You need people with the appropriate knowledge. I'm sure the cult of the changing god will hold the answer. Her distaste is evident in the expressions of her echoes, although the face of the one in the lead remains carefully impassive. You turn to the insane to help a newborn? Where's your judgment, Allegern? I would take her to the Order of Truth. The Order of Truth? Are you mad? They would sooner take us apart. What's the Order of Truth? Knowledge seekers, the learned who try to wrest secrets from the hearts of the prior worlds. They gather in the city to exchange their findings and help humanity to build a brighter future. She smiles brightly. Our friend Allegern here was once one of them. Frauds, quacksalvers, and charlatans. They don't have all the answers, and I'd not trust them with a changing god's secrets. You're just angry that they couldn't help you with yours. Her echoes tinkle laughter. But I am being too cruel, dear Allegern. Let us take our new friend to the Order. What's the cult of the changing god? Despite what she says, they're not insane. They're eccentrics. She laughs, but he soldiers on. They're worshippers of, well, of you or your sire, the changing god. They devote their lives to understanding your kind. I got some other questions. Again. Well, I'm afraid to use. I don't really want to talk about any of that stuff. I'm kind of afraid to say number 5. I don't want them to go away, but we're gonna go with number 5. Okay, here we go. Hold on, I'll come with you. Wouldn't want you getting lost, would we? Suspicious as always, Allegern. Child, the world is an exciting place, but it is full of dangers. Rest assured, one of us will get you safely to where you need to be. I'll be right behind you. A sunny smile crosses her face. Scanning thoughts, I shudder to think what Allegern might do to the child. Alright then, let's go. You've gained your first companions. They will follow the last cast-off and be controlled during a crisis. You can speak to them about their past and take advantage of their unique abilities and skills. Companions have their own motivations and personalities, and depending on the choices you make, they may not follow you forever. You will find more companions who can join you as you travel through the Ninth World. Take this opportunity to explore your surroundings. You may find items, equipment, and more to assist you. When you are ready, you can leave the broken dome using the stairs to the northeast. Yeah, and this is like the big freaking opening. It's kind of obvious. Alright, let's look at these. Broken fragments of the dome ceiling are scattered on the floor. They appear to be made of transparent synth.
All right.
A mechanical arm lies on the floor, presumably broken during your fall. Sparks pour from the arm's shattered housing, filling the air with a greasy stench. Let's examine the housing. The sharply pointed apparatus that formerly topped the device appears burnt out and useless. but the equipment in the base remains at least somewhat operational, as the constant stream of sizzling motes can attest. Examine again. Sparks angrily leap to and fro amidst severed cables and other broken components. Alright, let's use our lore machinery and quick fingers to attempt to scavenge what we can from the housing. Tutorial for effort. I think they already talked about this, but okay. If you select a companion's portrait in the effort window, they can assist the last cast-off with some challenges. Your companion's stat pool are used instead of your own, and they may have different skills, abilities, and statistics that make the challenge easier. Companions cannot assist in a crisis, and can only use their stats during their turn. Alright, so at a base we got 60%. If we go all the way up to 2 effort, we can get 100%. Oligurn can get... He can use more, but that will drain his pool. That'll leave her with 2. That'll leave me with 4. I'll just use it. So I didn't have to use 100%. Critical success. Alright, so because that was a critical, the points that we used for that get returned to us, so we ended up not using any points. Taking care to avoid the sparks, you extract several handfuls of shiny trinkets and coin-like objects. You recognize their value at once. Such objects would be accepted as shins, the informal currency in most regions of the world, so you gather them up and take them with you. We get 15 shins, which is basically 15 gold coins if you're into normal fantasy games. And we get spray flesh, which, if used, will heal 8 points of health. Alright. And examine the housing again. And the same thing, just sparks. So we're going to leave that alone. I thought that there was a way to get
Alright.
a dagger out of this. Sunlight falls through the ragged hole in the roof onto the shattered resonance chamber. It's hard to believe that you did this, that you plummeted through the curve of the pale blue sky, crashed through the dome, and broke this delicate machine with your own body. It's hard to believe that you're still alive. 4 mechanical arms hang over the center of the device, above the cracked, semi-transparent crystal of the sarcophagus. The 5th arm lies broken on the floor among the scattered synth and crystal shards, and a metal ring surrounds the array, dented and broken by your impact crater. Take a closer look at the sarcophagus. The padded interior beneath the coffin's cracked lid looks like it was made for a human body. Despite the damage, you don't see any way to open it or get inside. You glance between the sarcophagus and the needle-like protrusions at the end of the arms above. It seems likely that using this chamber would not be a pleasant experience. Of course, now there's a great big gaping hole in it that we could just climb in if we didn't want to get cut by the crystal. Examine the suspended arms. Cables run from machines along the dome's wall to the base of the suspended arms, each of which is capped with long needles, aimed at the cracked coffin-like chamber at the center of the platform. Gem-like lights flicker dimly at the bases of the arms. Can we look at that again? The needle-like extensions at the ends of the arms glitter in the dome's faint light. A number of the lights at the bases of the arms have gone out. Inspect the metal ring. You feel the slightest hint of resistance each time you cross the ring, and now that you're paying attention, you note that your breath is echoing in your ears as though you were inside a glass dome. When you step outside the ring, the feeling passes, The ring seems to project some kind of field, like a protective dome around the sarcophagus, but not protective enough to stop your hurtling body from smashing it to bits. Examine the shards on the ground. Jagged fragments of crystal are intermingled with synth from the shattered dome above. The crystal shards glitter in the light like captive sun. Suns. More than one suns. That's interesting. Examine... Pick up one of the crystal shards. At the rim of the crater, you find a sliver of crystal, sharp as a dagger on one end and smooth on the other. It might make a usable, if somewhat crude, weapon. Yay, we got a shank. Look for other useful shards. You sort through the remaining pieces of crystal, but they are too small or too unwieldy to be of any use. Another look at that. Alright, step away. And what's this? The flexible tubes that are attached to this machine appear to be latter additions. Someone cobbled the device together, but its function is unclear. Tiny glowing motes float through the interior of this tower. Each one is surrounded by much smaller motes, like thousands of worlds circling their suns. Oh, we got something to loot. Treasure! We got 13 shins. Encephalic Rush, which is something else that will heal 3 intellect points. And Fleetfoot Moss, which will heal 3 points of speed. Take it all. I want everything.
Yes.
A slate black, unimpressive device hunkers before you. As you reach out to touch it, the triangle of lights on its casing blazes into life, and an image unfolds in your mind. A towering crystal arch rises over a jagged gray landscape. The air is dead and stifling. And there, at its emerald peak, the image collapses, leaving you staring into the device's triangular array of lights. Command me, the device, or the intelligence within it, says, each word carefully etched with distaste. What was that arch you showed me? Your command was not understood, the intelligence chuckles, its lights pulsing. Command me. Who are you? Your command was not understood, the intelligence says with clear satisfaction, sounding for all the world like it understood the question, but is choosing not to answer. Command me. What commands do you recognize? The 3 lights throb irritably. Heated air sighs from the device's vents, and then a towering list of commands races through your mind, far too fast to read. You rub your eyes, groaning, and the intelligence chortles. Command me, it says smugly. Show me that list of commands again. Slower, please. If anything, the list pours through your mind at even faster rate than the last time. Command me, the intelligence drawls. Examine the outside of the device. An indignant hum rises from the intelligence's engines as you examine its ancient casing. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. You step back and the hum fades away. We're not giving up on this. That smug thing isn't going to be smug by the time I'm through with it. Smashing! Kick the device as hard as you can. we can get 100%, that'll leave us down to 3. What about you? What can you do? Yep. He's gonna kick it. He's a kicker. Look at him. Success! The intelligence lights flutter in alarm just before your foot smashes into the base of the device. Something goes crunch. Probably that guy's freaking foot. Cell gating damaged, it gasped. The trio of lights focusing on you with blinding intensity. All prisoners lost. Shuttering Lugum Vo. This is different. I know that I used this setup, although maybe I had more points in my pool, or had points put in my pools differently last time. But I remember last time I was able to talk to it, somehow convince it to show me the image again, and that tower arch thingy was like storage devices of some sort, and it had one that still had something inside it, and was able to get it to open it up, and it gave it to me, and I don't remember what it was, but I don't think it was a view shard. The shard of glass displays an image of 3 strangely garbed ... And yeah, I don't remember if the thing it showed me last time was an oddity or not. Oddities in the pen and paper are pretty much just useless items. It's just cosmetic flair type things that really don't have any purpose, but they're weird in some way. And you could usually use them as trash loot, something you could sell to a vendor to get some quick money. By doing it this way, it looks like it had some prisoners somewhere, and in some place or something called Lugum Vo, and they're lost because we damaged the thing. Either we killed the prisoners or now they're set free. I hope they're just set free, or we just killed an unknown number of entities. A hatch springs open near the dent left by your foot. It was Alagurn's foot. I didn't do it. I mean, I told him to do it, but I didn't do it. And the lights flicker off as you claim a hissing component from the device's smoking interior. You planning on breaking every machine in here? You broke it. It wasn't me.
Yes.
I don't like the smell of this dome. Let's go. Sooner, not later.
Sooner than later.
We should not tarry in this chamber long. No doubt others saw your dramatic entrance as well.
Fine. I think that's all we can do in here anyway. Yeah, looks like it. Okay.
Yes.
Out we go.
Now.
So we've been going for an hour and a half, and we're just now leaving the first area of the world.
I need to talk to you.
Yeah, you just think you do. We're going to talk to Calistig first.
Watch your steps, child. This is not a place to walk lightly. There are dangers in the reef, both old and new.
What kind of dangers are there in the reef? Myriad. We walk among the Numenera. I've already lost her voice. It's hearing her talk screws up with my mind with like what I was using for her voice. Detritus of fallen worlds and antediluvian wars. Not everything in the reef knows that its wars are ended long ago. Yet the true dangers are contemporary. The reef holds the promise of treasure for the determined, but not always for the scrupulous. Why is the resonance chamber here in the reef? An astute question, dear. The most likely answer is that your sire discovered something he could repurpose for his own designs. If you can seal a dome as well as he did, the reef is as good a place as any for experimentation. What or who are all these echoes of you? They are me. We are a part of each other, sisters across infinite realities. We share our experiences and power. What's that old saying? That experience brings wisdom? I must be the wisest person in Sagas Cliffs. The wisest across countless worlds. Her laughter peals out. What do you think of Allegern? Her lips pucker like she's tasting something foul. He's useful, she finally says. At least he was once. If that pompous lock nibbler, forgive my language, dear, finds one more fault with me, I expect my sisters will murder him in several realities. She cocks her head to the side. There goes one now. What's your story? Oh, no, let's go with, why were you traveling with him in the first place? She sighs, the sound echoing like the hissing of a balloon. He was not always so sour. He was a man of science, an Aeon priest who reveled in knowledge. But his pain has infected him, and he sees the world through that cast. It would be tragic, but... Her echoes all seem as exasperated as she, and she continues. But he is the same in every existence in which I know him. It has become incredibly tiresome. Scanning thoughts. He also said he could help me with my problem. He is a poor liar, and I a fool. What is your what is your story? She laughs. Now is not the time, dear, nor is the reef a safe place for a lengthy disquisition. Rest assured, when we reach the cliffs, there will be plenty of time to swap tales. Alright. Let's go. And Allegern. He wants to talk.
This is the reef of fallen worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should get out of here as soon as possible.
Why were you looking at me when you said that? I wasn't, he growls. Don't be so paranoid. But when she isn't looking, he raises his eyebrows at you knowingly. What makes the reef so dangerous? The Numenera of the past are always dangerous, but there are other dangers too. Some closer than others. Scanning thoughts. I hate to think what Callisteg might do to her if I weren't here. What are the Numenera? You want me to tell you? He laughs without mirth. The Numenera are all around you. Everything left over from the prior worlds. Sagas Cliff thrives by trading artifacts from ancient civilizations. Hells, you can't scoop a handful of earth without finding drit from prior worlds mixed in it. Numenera is anything from the prior worlds, but mostly we mean the stuff of value to us. A lot of the Numenera are just oddities, fancy trinkets with little real use. But sometimes you get a cipher that lets you do something incredible. Artifacts are worth even more. A cipher will only do something once, but artifacts last a lot longer. Though they can burn out at the most inconvenient times. He frowns. Not that it's ever happened to me. Of course, we got no idea what most of this junk was originally intended for. In most cases, it doesn't really matter. Like you might find what used to be a propulsion unit for a star chariot, but who the hell knows enough to build you the rest of it? Better to use it as a weapon or a power source. He scowls, frustrated about something. I bet we could remake the world if we knew a tenth of the secrets of the ancients. But most days is a challenge just to survive. What can you tell me about your tattoos? They look almost alive. These? They're nothing. Call them a consolation, if you must. He smiles grimly. Some call them by worse names, but that's because they've had occasion to run afoul of these little snakes. He looks away. This line of questioning is clearly at an end. Scanning thoughts. My gift and curse. They remind me of it every day. What do you think of Callistig? A parasite, disguised as a Skulak. Don't be surprised if she betrays you before the day is done. Actually, that would be slow for her. Then why are you traveling with her? He clenches his mouth shut, and you can see his jaw muscles working. She said she could help me with a problem I had. We never seemed to get anywhere with my business, but found plenty of time for hers. He looks you square in the eye. It wasn't something I'd care to do again. Keep that in mind when you talk to her. What's your story? Ask me again when we get out of here. I don't trust this damned reef any more than the company we keep. And what do you think we should do next? You want to fix that crystal chamber back there, yeah? First step is getting out of this reef. Alright, let's keep going. They're so annoying,
In this
aren't they?
world, then.
In this world, then? What? Okay. If you say so.
Go.
Go! Two floating cones whirl and spin deliriously around each other, giggling like children being tickled. The air around them smells of sweet, burning leaves. What are you? The cones continue whirling and laughing like enraptured dancers, giving no sign that they heard you. Watch them for patterns. Ooh, we got 2 XP. The longer you stare at these artifacts, the more you're convinced that they turn faster when their spiraling paths cross each other. Their edges seem to trace faint glowing lines that twine around each other, resembling a rope fastened to some invisible point beyond this time and space. Quick fingers. Touch a cone as it passes. And lose a finger. Alright, so we can put 1 deal of effort in it and get 100%. That'll lose 1 point. That'll leave him with half a point. And same thing. That leaves her with 3. Alright, let's do this. Ooh, okay. I was hoping for a critical success, but we'll take the success. You managed to graze one of them with the tip of your finger. Run, a voice says, and your vision is stolen from you. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black, and in a pearl-white sky. Thick, flat asteroids orbit it like petals in the wind. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and the hot wind on your face smells of scorched hair and grief. It's burning. Your vision returns. The cones hang motionless for only a second before resuming their giggling dance. And we're just gonna leave them alone. They can stay giggling. Alright.
Fine.
Fine. Come over here and look at this. A tangled cluster of metallic tendrils grows from the depths of the nearby water. Strangely, they resemble clawed alien hands, most of which have 7 or 8 fingers. Examine the cluster. The hands sway softly, but their movements are difficult to follow. Watching them for too long makes you feel nauseous. Apart from the hands themselves, you don't notice anything of interest in the cluster. Smash it! Break off one of the hands! Okay, we can only get up to 85% and go down to like 3 points. Less than 3 points, something like that. Alright, and he can go up to 100%, but that leaves him with only 2 points. She can get up to 85, leave her with no points. So we're going to go with him. Yeah, we're going to go for 100%. Crap. Again, I was hoping for critical so we'd get our points back. You grip the hand nearest to you and snap it from its roots. Stepping back, you give it a couple of experimental swings. Good balance. It might make a decent weapon. We got a mace! 8-fingered mace. You aren't happy unless you're breaking things, are you? Yeah, that's right. I like to break things.
Yes, now.
Now this is interesting right here. A matte black obelisk floats in midair above the water. It has sharp, curved sides that converge to a glowing tip that brightens or dims with the passing of the bay's faint breezes. Lean out and touch the obelisk. Obelisk? Obelisk. You raise your hand towards the obelisk. Dull green light wells from within the black stone, fixed on you like a furious eye. I knew someone who did what you're about to do, Allegren says casually. Eon Priest. A beam came out of the top of that thing and ripped his face off. Made a fancy nightlight out of his crystal necklace, though. But hey, I'm sure you know what you're doing. Oh, hush. At least the poor priest died in service of his curiosity rather than stumbling about the coast complaining and feeling sorry for himself. Go ahead if you must, she tells you, ignoring Allegren's glare. But do be careful. Let's stretch our crystal shard towards it instead. Carefully, you level the shard at the obelisk, and a superheated beam lances from the tip of the structure into the crystal, sending vibrations up your arm and suffusing the shard with a warm green glow.
Good balance.
Zoom. We got 3 points of XP. Yeah. Alright. So now our crystalline shard knife is an infused crystalline shard knife. Which does something. I don't remember what its stats were before, because I don't think we looked at it, but I think it gives it a extra 3 points of damage. That's what it looks like. So yay! And I got all this stuff. I don't think I want to give anything to these guys because of things that are about to happen. So yeah. We'll continue on. Let's see. Wait. Is there something down here? Ooh, there is. Loot.
Fine.
I almost missed loot. So, 24 more shins, another Fleetfoot moss, and an illustrated force, which heals 3 points of might. Take all of it. And we probably want to use that on him. Maybe. If we keep him.
Ready.
There's things. Oh wait, there's something to read over here. There's things that's going to happen in a little bit. The water is clear, almost unnaturally so, revealing ruins upon ruins as far as the eye can see, right? Or as far as you can see. Yeah, it's the same difference.
Yes, now.
You don't have to, but you can. A bubbling mass of sludge floats on the surface of the water. Every once in a while, an oily nodule separates from it and hurtles into the sky. You catch momentary glimpses of a muck-coated object in the putrid mass. Examine the sludge. Carefully, you lean closer to the heaving mass. After a moment's study, you notice that the globules rising into the sky always contain something, be it a shiny core of untainted seawater or a tiny fish. Attempt to retrieve the object trapped in the sludge. And we get to spend more points. So we can go from 5 to 3 points for 100%. 2 points to no points for 100%. 4 points to 2 points. We'll go ahead and do that. You found a cipher. Ciphers are Numenera objects that can trigger a powerful effect, but can only be used once. Ciphers and your cipher limit score are displayed in a special section of the inventory screen. Take care not to accumulate more ciphers than your cipher limit, or you will experience unpleasant side effects. Alright, success. The next time sunlight strikes the object's streaked surface, you're ready. You snatch it from the oily mass and clean it as best you can. We gained fresh vapors. Fresh vapors cipher. So this is going to heal 10 points of intellect and confers fresh vapors, which gives us a +1 intellect edge. It can be used 5 times. I'm not sure whether that awful muck is harmless, or you are immensely lucky. Either way, do go on poking things, dear. It's quite entertaining. She just wants to see us lose our finger or something. She's like, I'm not going to do it, but if you want to risk your life, go ahead. You spot no other mysterious objects in the bubbling mass. Wait for more treasures. Minutes tick past as you patiently wait beside the massive sludge. Nothing surfaces. Wait! You see nothing but muck and more muck. At last, your patience is rewarded when an unusual object bubbles to the surface. Before it can sink out of sight again, you snatch it up. And now we got Tar River Globe. Oh, it looks like a snowball. This transparent glass sphere encloses a miniature scene of a river, ... It's another oddity that we can sell for $105. Or shins. You found a veritable filth-stained trove. Well done, dear. Wait for more treasures. You watch patiently, but nothing else comes up. You got lucky, kid, but you're not going to find anything else. If it were that easy, you'd have scavengers camped here 28 hours a day. Poke it some more, Raph says. Wait for more treasures. You watch patiently, but nothing else comes up. Wait for more treasures. You watch patiently, but nothing. Wait. Nothing. Wait. Nothing. Wait. Nothing. Wait. I'm expecting them to start yelling at me, but I guess not. A yawning intake marks the front of a long-dead construct. Inside, the metal is pitted black and something. And ancient. So how are you doing tonight, Raph? A cable connects this spout to the collection device. The nozzle looks like it may have been attached to another machine at one time. I could poke it for hours. Hate games like this. Makes me wait. Poke it again. Poke it again. The strange lines and rippling forms of the sunken buildings are dramatically different from the architecture above the waterline. Ooh. This device is collecting black goop from somewhere underwater and pumping it to the nearby spout.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, loot. We have loot. Take it. 18 shins, another one of those force thingies, and another one of those rush thingies.
On my way.
This game has some of the weirdest words, I swear. Like, I'm thinking they're just making shit up. They just want to see if people actually try to pronounce this sludge of syllables.
All right.
All right. This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. It is firmly sealed. So, it's written in Braille. It was constructed by blind people. Examine the door more carefully. The metal surface is infused with minuscule threads that are barely visible to the human eye. They only run in straight lines or right angles, and they seem to converge on the circular bumps. Upon closer inspection, you notice that each of the bumps is unique. Some have flat faces, others are actually many-sided polygons, and a few are marked by tiny apertures. Unfortunately, you don't see anything that resembles a knob, keyhole, or access device. You try touching both the flat planes of the door and the small bumps, but nothing happens. Examine the door again. The metal is infused with minuscule threads. They seem to converge on the circular bumps, all of which are subtly different from one another. You don't find anything that seems to be an access device, and touching the door has no effect. Examine the door again. The metal is infused with minuscule threads. Alright, knock on the door. You knock lightly at first, then harder. The door makes no sound at all, nor does it shudder or yield. There's no one home, dear. Hasn't been for thousands of years. She peers at the door. One of my colleagues at the Order claimed that she got inside, but I don't believe her. Leave the door alone. Well, at least we got a claw mace.
Of course.
And a couple things out of the goop. The goopity goops. Oh, I hit tab. Did I look at this? I don't think I looked at all this. What's that? A long cable extends from this spout, but at the point where it dips below the water, it's been snapped in half. Well, that's unfortunate. This massive construct was trying to climb across the top of the reef when it died. Its surface is pocked with tiny scars and scorch marks.
Fine.
It kind of looks like an insect. And we got a Rubik's Cube. Although this cube hovers in the air, you can feel the ground shudder with its vibrations. But I want to take it. I must play Rubik's Cube.
Fine.
Fine. Cobalt petals fold over a short metal stem. Calcified minerals holds the ancient weapon closed. Oh, it's a weapon. It just came out and said it's a weapon. I can't shoot the cube. I got no gun. All I got is me fist. Well, I take that back. I have a dagger. I have an infused crystalline dagger. and a claw mace, and a snow globe, and this view shard because I kicked the machine, which was different from the last time I played it. I don't know why I had only the option to kick the machine this time when I was able to do other things last time, but yeah, I kicked it and it was offended with me. It sparked and it gave me a useless piece of glass. And he has a mace, and she has, well, she has a gun. She can shoot it. Interact, examine. A spherical head hangs loosely from this stanchion. A single metal fiber holds it in place. A sickly green crust scabs over numerous cracks and divots in this turret. Okay.
All right.
Alright. Uh-oh. We have a fight brewing, maybe? As you step onto what looks like the back of the enormous construct, 4 strangers approach you. In the lead is a wiry man with parallel scars running from cheek to collarbone on the left side of his face. He gives you a welcoming smile, pulling on gray gloves embedded with pulsing lights. He's about to say something when he notices Callisteg. Scanning thoughts. She's a star, or she came out of it. But what does Cal have to do with this? Cal! I thought you'd sworn off trawling the reef. Found anything tasty? Yet his eyes travel up and down both you and Allegern. Odds and ends, Coral. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure. Her words are calm, but she has gone quite still. Scanning thoughts. What is he doing here? He has something up his sleeve. I know it. Yeah, let Koro and Callisteg talk. Let's just see what develops. His hands curl into a fist at his side. I was wondering, specifically, if you had seen a falling star that landed near here not long ago. I've seen nothing of the sort, dear Quarrel. Her lips close thinly. What about your friends? He turns to you. I know most of the draft that scavenges the reef these days. It's a rare pleasure to see a new face. Deception. I'm not good at deception, actually. This is an option, but I have an inability at deception. This would be really difficult to do this. Or I could just be truthful and say I fell from the star. I fell from the sky, but there was no star, or it wasn't a star. Where did the star land? I'm gonna go with the scars. Nice scars. How did you get them? 2 things are more dangerous than death in this world, he says, his smile widening, asking impolite questions of strangers and playing with Numenera you don't fully understand. My era was in the latter category, and I've grown more careful since. And what are those gloves for? Unwelcome, but anticipated complications. He does not elaborate. He does so love his ambushes, Callisteg whispers in your ear again, even though her mouth is closed and she isn't looking at you. He didn't have the gloves when I knew him last, but I'd wager they're connected to devices in the area. So, Quarrel says, apparently unaware of Callisteg's interruptions, the star. Have you seen it? Where did the star land? Well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be reduced to harassing noble travelers. I never saw it, you see. My employer did, and thought, Who is the most trustworthy team I can send at a moment's notice? He winks. Luckily, they were on another assignment. We were interested and weren't too drunk yet. So, I really don't understand why I would ask what interests you about this star. He plainly just said that his employer wants it. So, asking that question is kind of useless. You're in my way, move or I'll make you move. That'll just force a confrontation. And you know what? I'm going to be naively honest. I fell from the sky. There was no star. Oh, we got affinity with the silver tide. I thought so. To reward your honesty, I shall be honest in turn. You have two choices here. Both of them are dreadful. He holds up a finger. First option, you surrender to us, and we convey you to my employer for, well, experimentation and dissection, frankly. It's not pretty, but there it is. He holds up a second finger. Second option, we kill you and the old man. Try not to kill Calistig, and bring your body to our employers anyway. Winks at Calistig. Apologies, sweetness. Allegorn whirls on Calistig, his face tight with fury. You told him we were here, didn't you? You couldn't resist selling me out one more time. Are you really so paranoid? She sighs in exasperation. Darling, she says to Quoro, take your thugs and go home. Otherwise, we'll have to rip you to pieces, and the world is already so untidy. Quoro clenches his gloved fist and a soft whistle pierces the air. What do you say, fallen star? If I say I'm not going anywhere with you, we'll have a fight. I've seen that. I want to see what happens if I surrender. And the last time I played through this, I completely avoided the confrontation by being deceptive. I convinced him that it fell off somewhere else, and he runs off. But he doesn't find what he wants, and he gets in trouble with his boss. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, let's see what this does. What in the world are you doing? She hisses. We can defeat them. He's not wrong, kid. Why are you doing this? I don't want anyone risking their life for me. You've made the right choice. Quoro strolls towards you, all smiles. Now, I suppose we could bind your arms, but it's probably safer this way. Before you can react, he slams his elbow into your face. You see a blinding light, then darkness. Well, we got 25 XP out of this. And got some affinity with the gold tide. So this means we're gonna wake up inside the city. We're gonna bypass the first part of the city. Yeah, straight to the Order of Truth. This is interesting. Doubly interesting because if I remember right, the person that's his employer, she knew the changing god. Yeah. I'm not gonna say anything else. This is gonna be interesting. All right. You float beneath a nauseous tide of darkness. Indistinct sounds drift by you like shining fish. Slowly, you rise towards consciousness, and the sounds string themselves together into words. A woman's voice, arch and scornful. Have you any idea who this is? You've hauled through the streets like a sack of grain. Look Quarrel, look at the tattoo, for pity's sake. Does it mean nothing to you? She'll be awake soon, Salamary. I promise. And I swear to you that I had no idea. Of course you didn't, the woman says. Reaching even the most obvious conclusion requires at least some degree of intelligence. I asked you to retrieve the falling star, whatever it was, not assault a stranger, and especially not one who happened to be the changing god. Knock Quoro down. I think I want to do that. Oh, got a little bit of red tide. Grimacing, you lash out, kicking Quoro's legs from under him. He topples onto his back with a startled squawk. That was beneath you, Adhan, the woman says. You rise, struggling to focus on her. Salmonary's arms are folded, and she is distinctly unamused, scanning thoughts. Petty revenge on a mortal? That's not Adhan's style. I suppose some apologies are in order, she says, glaring at you. I'll go first. If I had known you were the falling star, I would have given Quoro very different instructions. She raises an eyebrow. Now it's your turn. I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Scanning thoughts. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven her off? Well, I could do all sorts of lying. Though deception isn't my strong suit, so I probably shouldn't. And I really would feel bad about the stringing this poor woman along. So we're just gonna go with number one. I'm not Adhan. Oh, some indigo tides. We're just bouncing across the spectrum. She blinks once, twice. A smile blooms. You're a cast-off, she murmurs, studying you from head to foot with an appraising and somewhat proprietary eye. Remarkable. This is rather like visiting a house you once owned and seeing new tenants through the windows. I've met members of your little family before, of course, trailing around in that shadow, looking for clues, or trying to repair the damage. Her smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you if you like, but I need something from you first. Are we talking about romantic favors here? She rolls her eyes. Please, that time is dead, gone, and buried beneath a decade. At any rate, think it over. Think it over. She grins wolfishly. And tell me when you're ready to help. Scanning thoughts. I won't give my heart to another. Least of all, her. And most of all... ... let's talk about that favor. I have some questions about the changing god. Let's ask about the changing god. Good, she says. Curiosity about your origin is quite healthy. Her expression hardens. I will be happy to share what I know once you've completed that favor for me. Alright, let's talk about that favor. Of course. She draws your attention to a map of the Reef of Fallen Worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded, ornate structure not far from the dome containing the resonance chamber. This is the Anarch Lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the Ninth World, until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once you figure out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes. Then, more recently, I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Maybe you tripped an ancient security measure. No, she says crisply. I would not make such a careless mistake. I believe someone trapped inside with no regard for the dangers and managed to trigger a failsafe that resealed the structure. She flicks a strand of hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazarette and, she waves a vague hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Why not send Quoro? I suppose I could do that, she says. Quoro stirs hopefully. If I wanted him dead by sundown, and the entire structure looted by strangers, or a flame. She arches a cold eyebrow. Alternately, I could hire someone competent. Quoro sags. Poor Quoro. Besides, I can reopen the structure. The concern is what's waiting for me inside. She holds your gaze for a moment to make sure you understand. I want you to deal with whatever's gone wrong in there so I can resume my work. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state as I left it. She smoothed her robes. Well, there it is. Will you help? I will if I have time.
Making a note.
Of course, she says smoothly, but disappointment flashes across her face. She hands you a metallic stalk with flower-like ridges along its length and a mechanical eye at one end. Well, doing it this way, ended up differently. The last time I did this, I was able to convince her to send Quoro with us, because I kind of felt sorry for the poor lovesick puppy. And, yeah, he took some friends in to that building, and then when we finally made our way in there, all of his friends were dead, and he was nearly dead, but he cleared out some of the ruffians. I don't think he's going to get to go this time, which means we're going to have to fight more people. Yay. Simply head down to the Reef of the Fallen Worlds, brandish this at the door of the lazarette, and it should open before you. Good luck. Please, Salameri, Quoro says, edging in beside you. Give me another chance. I can handle this. And scanning thoughts. I have to win her back. Her respect. Right. Her respect. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're good. I want him to go in because I want him to thin the crowd a little bit. Because it's kind of a serious fight. Let him try, Salameri. Why not? He shoots you a mistrustful glance, but otherwise continues pretending you don't exist. She says, looking between the two of you. Salameri considers you both, then sorts through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Quoro, she says. She hands the eye over, but holds on to it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you had better be dead as well. Trembling, Quoro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. Scanning thoughts. I'll prove myself to her. Then she'll see me as more than just a mercenary. Bye, Quoro. I don't see Allergren. Did he leave us? She watches him go and sighs. He is going to fail, of course. It's what he does best. I want to talk to you about that chamber. Oh, she says, her face carefully composed. What is it? What is that place anyway? I'm not quite ready to issue definitive answers on that topic, she says lightly. I suspect it was once a place of healing or quarantine for machine intelligences. Even if I'm wrong, this is the find of many, many lifetimes. Few remnants from the prior worlds are ever so intact. What should I know about the interior? Is it dangerous? It wasn't, she says, but since I suspect someone or something got trapped inside, she shrugs slightly. Be careful, and do try to avoid breaking anything. Let's talk about something else. Yes, she says, let's. What do you do here? I study the ruins and remnants of past worlds, she says. When I have time, of course. These days, the Order spends more of its time helping the city than its own research. Still, laboring under lesser minds, still... Oh, wait, that's Callistake. Switching accents. If I can remember her accent. Still laboring under lesser minds, dear, Callistake says, running the edge of her thumb along a nail. I've never understood how you put up with it. Scanning thoughts. She's too smart for the Order. What disturbs me is she knows it, yet stays. It's quite simple, Salamary says with brittle humor. They pay. That helps a great deal. Will you be staying with us for long this time? Scanning thoughts. To give her body so completely, what does she know? What is she really after? I think not, Callistake says, letting her hand fall. Busy times ahead, I'm afraid. I'm trying to repair something called a resonance chamber. Ah, that contraption, she says. I'd be delighted to help, as I was before. But I'll need you to do that little favor for me first. Enter the lazarette and make it safe for me to resume my work there. She lowers her voice. If you seek assistance from the others of the Order, do be careful. I suspect one of them is an informant for the Memorvira. Too many of our finds have been pillaged by her thugs. Who or what is the Memorvira? The simple definition would be a crime lord in the bloom, but she is quite a bit more than that. In all ways that matter, she rules the tangled cesspit, and her spies are everywhere. Hold on, you think there's a spy in the Order of Truth? Almost certainly, she says, losing interest. But I let Min worry about that. Spies aren't a problem if you never share your secrets. And let's talk about the city. Of course. Where am I? Hoyle hit you rather hard, didn't he? This is the Order of Truth. Government Square, at the top of Sagas Cliffs. Any of this sounding familiar? I need a place to sleep. Tranquility's Rest is a decent hostel. You might find a bed there. Failing that, I'm sure the Colton Circus Manor would have you. I'm looking for the cult of the changing god.
Updated my journal.
These days, they're camped about the clock in Circus Minor. More questions about Sagas Clues? Alright, never mind. I'm through talking to you. Perhaps I'll see you again. She pulls you away from Sal and Mary. This was not how I pictured you arriving at the Order of Truth, to be clear. I had no part in Quarrel's ambush, but I did prevail on him to allow me to accompany you here. Now that you've come, you might as well take full advantage of the situation and avail yourself of the knowledge here. She curls her lip in distaste. Halligan is not with us, as you can see. He would not sully his precious mind by stepping within these walls, and so he has gone off to his workshop in the underbelly. I suggest you let him rot there. The words we spoke as we parted were unkind. His accusations of betrayal were the final pin atop an overloaded bridge. So you were, in a sense, the catalyst of our change. Her disposition becomes radiant, and we are free of his gloom and mistrust. Come! Salmonary's dangerous little task in wait, dear. Let us something, because it disappeared off the screen again. Well, this kind of sucks because I really didn't intend on keeping Calistig. I kind of like Allegern, especially considering I'm a nano, she's a nano, and I wanted a glaive on our side in case we have to, well, when we have to go fight that fight, which we're headed to. Okay. You want some? I want coffee because my throat is getting very sore. Vanilla, I guess. I used it this morning. One of those liquid creamers. Thank you very much.
Standing around is kind of nice. Relaxing.
Wow. My character has a voice. I never just stood around long enough for it to talk. Interesting. Alright, sorry about that. We're getting a coffee run done. Well, that was a little loud.
Of course.
The dragon roars with anticipation of the coffee coming our way. Can we right click on stuff? No. That sucks. Because some of these games usually you can right click and like they give you a little definition of what they're seeing, but okay.
Ready.
So I'm kind of tempted to leave here and not talk to these people and go and talk to the other dude and get him back. I think I'm going to do that. Need a coffee command? Maybe eventually. I have a little bit of water left, but it's running low and it's not really soothing the throat properly. So yeah, let's look at Calistig. What does she have? She has this gun. 9 intellect, 4 speed, 2 might. She's got 2 parts of tier 1 completed. And oh, I feel the sneeze coming. Let's see, her ability, she has transdimensional onslaught, which is different from our onslaught. So transdimensional. So it deals 5 transdimensional damage. It hobbles the creature if they fail to resist, which slows their movement, and makes them evade. It makes them harder, makes them less able to evade attacks. Plus, it does an extra point of damage for each level of effort applied, up to +6. And she's trained in it, so she gets plus 15% to her attack rolls. And she has dimensional supposition. She's able to teleport. Concentration increase. She's got +1 training in concentration. +1 to her cipher limit. Targeting eye. She gets extra 15% on magic spells. Yeah, I really want someone that can whack things. I want someone to stand in front of me and be a tank, basically. I don't think she's going to be very tanky. And I'm not very tanky. So, let's go down underground. And I'm gonna kind of backtrack. I'm gonna go like we should have came into the city and then start talking to everybody like I normally would. I don't really want to start in the middle of the city and get jumbled. Though we could. We really could approach most of the side quest stuff in any order, but I don't want to do it. And where is he at? His workstation's around here somewhere. There he is. Let's just walk all the way around him to talk to him.
I want nothing to do with this Carradine. But you bring her to my door, ditch her someplace, and then maybe we can talk.
It's encouraging to note I don't dismiss her at all. It's encouraging to note I don't dismiss her at all. Okay. Alright, well, we got to just talk to her. Alright, sure, let's dig her for some information before we get rid of her. Can you tell me about Koro? He's a knave and a blackguard, and clever when it comes to Numenera. Nothing close to myself, of course. In this reality, she takes a quick look around as if sizing up your surroundings. He hurt you, didn't he? She sighs. Baldur's Gate was too much for you back then. Everyone had a quest you could do. That was way too much, and I never finished it because of it. Oh wow. We're dropping frames, it seems. Yeah, there's a new version of OBS out, or OBS Studio, the version of OBS that I'm using, and they integrated something from the original version of OBS. So instead of just seeing the kilobits per second transfer rate that we have, they added back in the color cube. So it's green when you got a stable connection, orange when it starts getting crappy, and then red when it's like, oh crap, warning stations. And yeah, it dropped into the orange and red there briefly. I guess a lot of people had requested they bring that back. I always thought it was useful because it's better than just trying to look at the numbers. It's good to see a big color cube. But anyway, back to the game. So yeah, this thing has a lot of dialogue, a lot of text. There's chances for combat in here, but there's usually some way of avoiding the combat if you want to through proper conversation. If you have the right skills and you approach the conversation in the right way, you can usually find a way to not have to fight. And even if you do get into a fight, sometimes you can click on the person in the middle of fighting and talk to them and talk them out of continuing the fight. So even though you get into a fight, you may be able to resolve it peacefully, which I think is kind of interesting. But oh my god, there's a lot, as you can see, a lot of text. And unfortunately, very little of it is actually voice acted, which is a shame because they paid voice actors for some voice acting, and I think they just should have went ahead and completely did it. I don't mind doing accents, but we've already been at this for 2.5 hours, and we barely scratched the surface, and my voice is already going, oh my god, what you got yourself into, boy? Alright, continuing on. I'm all for scientific inquiry, but even I would never harm someone newly born. Generally, they don't have the fortitude to make experimentation worthwhile. She allows herself a small smile. We already asked about this. What can you tell me about the cult of the changing god? Fools and hangers. Fools and hangers-on who worship your sire and his creations. Splinters of their cult exist across the world, trying to justify his works to the lesser minds that litter the earth. They only know that they witness greatness, but they have no idea how to achieve it themselves. And what can you tell me about the Order of Truth? It's a place of science, of inquiry, of searching for a way to shake the chains of this world that has us bound. Of searching for a way to shake the chains this world has bound us with, and maybe, someday, even cut them. Every person there has the spirit of an adventurer, and some, she continues in an offhand manner, like our erstwhile companion Allegern, simply don't have the wherewithal to voyage to the depths required by intelligent human endeavor. And what's your story? Oh, you know, this and that. Lady raised in high society becomes renowned intellectual, goes on to humiliate her peers, etc. She glances at you as if gauging your interest. Of course, I am exceptional, but my story is less so. It would bore you to tears, no doubt. Where did you grow up? Why, here. She holds out her hands and completes a graceful turn. The walls of Sagus were my cage until, like a bird, I took flight. Figuratively, you understand. I speak of knowledge, not mere physical movement. I grew beyond the Grand Library in short order, and was soon writing text for it myself, scanning thoughts. The library holds no answers to the question I asked of it. What is it that you hope to accomplish by traveling with me? So direct. I shan't be coy either then. Your sire, the changing god, was a nano of surpassing ability. Your search for answers is likely to cross his trail at multiple points. He must have researched the datasphere at some point, and I hope to study his work to address my own particular situation. She waves her hands across her body. I am what you might imprecisely call nascent, cross-dimensional hive mind. What I must decide now is whether to continue this experiment. My sisters, you see, they are a blessing and a curse. One moment, she addresses them. Hush, you know it's true. I've thought it, so therefore you've thought it. We have no secrets from one another. She smiles thinly. You see, even in my thoughts we are not alone. We seek, let us call it closure of some sort, of our association, or of our individuality. Oh, here comes the coffee. Stop it, you're not Sulu, sounding just like him. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I can Yeah, there is a little bit of Sulu-ness in that accent. Maybe it comes from too much of listening to that "oh my." and the funny thing is that it's a lady voice that I'm doing that kind of sounds like Sulu. So now, if you ever get to meet George Takei, you're going to think of this moment, and you're going to see a red-headed, multi-imaged woman, and not be able to contain yourself from laughing when you step up to him. And then you have to explain why you're laughing. And if I'm there, I'm going to laugh. All right. Of our association or our individuality. Uncovering your sire's knowledge of the datasphere could likely determine my direction. If we cannot find a suitable home in the datasphere, we may have to terminate this process. But that presents pitfalls of its own. What can you tell me about the datasphere? She smiles gently. Such curiosity. Very well. Let me indulge you. She clears her throat. Some prior world, or worlds, seeded the atmosphere and near space with a vast network of computational and informational devices. I believe the ancients used this network to communicate with each other at great distances, and perhaps across space and through dimensions. It is this latter application that especially interests me, as you might imagine. If I can find a structure within that space that enables a more direct mind-to-mind communication, that will allow a true joining with my sisters, well, I should be happy to transcend this flesh, though it has served me well. But is such a thing possible, or even advisable? These are questions I have not found answers to yet, if such answers even exist. Let's talk about that. We already talked about that. So how did you meet Alagern? I suppose there's no harm in indulging you, she muses. You've shown yourself competent in many endeavors, and this should be no different. She arranges one sleeve differently. Alagern and I met when he came out of the Order of Truth, seeking help. Naturally, I was intrigued by his predicament, more so than the man. She smiles, but absently. He had lost his family, you see, and sought their return. He had brought with him an odd frame of unknown origin that was central to his tale. Oh, she's dropping beans on his background, more so than he's ever said to me in the previous time I played this. The stuffed shuts at the Order were more interested in picking apart Alagern's story than they were in examining the frame he brought with him. The task fell to me, so I undertook it, and for that Alagern became enchanted with me. Eventually we became lovers. He was pleasant enough in bed, I suppose, though he lacked any real enthusiasm. And the crying! She rolls her eyes, arm thrown dramatically across her forehead. This pitiful, childlike snuffling when he thought I was asleep. She shakes her head in disbelief. His family was gone. There was no more he could tell me, and I had learned nothing worth telling him. You saw the end. I've moved on. They were lovers. No wonder they nitpick each other. Why were you and Alagern together if your relationship was so poor? Guilt, she says. For him, at least. He desperately wanted to save someone. For me, it was a matter of necessity. She sighs and shakes her head. It was my own research that led me to this state. But despite access to 1,000 worlds, I was no closer to achieving my goal, and my sisters were ever closer to plotting my annihilation. She laughs. You see, in an effort to extend my own life, I chanced upon versions of myself that would end it. It's true, some of my echoes seek to become the sole survivors, or to rule over the rest. And so I sought a way to return to my base state, if you will. A way to control my future. I had found some notes of your sires, notes that hinted at a machine capable of merging multiple selves, of concatenating? I almost said concentrating, but that's okay, that's a weird word. Concatenating various minds into a single identity. Naturally, it seemed a welcome solution to my predicament, but his clues as to its location were useless to the utmost degree. Alright, Raph, take care. Thanks for watching.
Have a great day, and we hope to see you again soon. Well, I do at least. I hope my third does too.
Allergan had met the man once. It was more than I had to go on, and I was feeling less than patient. She waves a hand wearily. From there, you know the rest. Did you say some of your other selves want to kill you? Why? Well, she kind of said because they want to be the only one. It's kind of like that Jet Li movie. The One. She is silent for several long moments. I don't know, she admits. I have tried to reason with them, but they are beyond it, or at least immune to it. They blame me for opening all our minds to each other. But had it not been me, another version of me would have. She laughs. In fact, it was a host of me that did it. I am not alone in this. Across countless realities, we came together simultaneously. She closes her eyes briefly. I wonder sometimes. She looks to you as if searching for an answer. Would it have been better to be one of the other Callistigs, to have no choice in the matter but to be connected, without my prior knowledge or consent, to have my memories, my secrets, barred in 1,000 other realities, knowing that they could never be used against me, but aware all the same that they were known? Hey PK, how's it going? Thank God someone not playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Everyone else is playing it and you don't want to be spoiled. Well, it's lucky for you then that I don't own a console. Because that's probably the only reason why I'm not playing it. Because I would greatly love to play that game. But it's not on PC. She passes a weary hand in front of her eyes and, my God, but this woman can talk. So, I understand those of myself who reject this change. I do. I no more chose to share myself with them than they chose to share with me. But that does not mean I long for their destruction, nor truly think it would have any great impact on my life here. And that is where we differ, to one point on which, perhaps, we shall always disagree. Fortunately, a great many others see the matter from my perspective. I'm doing good. We had some chores I had to do today, which delayed me getting into this. But hey, here we are. We're finally into the release of Torment Tides of Numenera. Though, technically, this is all where we're at right now is content that we've already seen, though I'm kind of approaching things differently this time. I tried to make the character the exact same way that I had during the beta, but a couple of choices seem to get construed differently, or they changed something in the code with the patch. I don't know, but yeah, we're approaching it from a different way, and which is cool because I'm getting to see some new content in the old content, which really proves that this game has great replayability. Don't want to talk about that again. Don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about that. Alright, I got other questions. How are you holding up? You have your charms, and there are a fair few more than most. I suppose I could say I enjoy your company, but we're beyond such trivial panderings, of course. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying my company, but we need to part ways. I don't enjoy yours. She sighs.
Well then, farewell. For now. You won't be gone long.
And her actual voice is so different from the way I was voicing her. Should you come to your senses, well, you know where to find me. Alright, Allegern, you can join us now.
It's you. Reconsidered leaving me here, then?
Alright, what can you tell me about this place? It's the underbelly. A good place to work if you value your privacy. Though, if it wasn't for the fact that I like his ability in combat and stuff over Callistig, I would probably keep Callistig, because it's so easier to do her voice than try to do this low throaty growl of his. Some fascinating finds down here, and good people. Well, maybe not so good, but people trying to make a more or less honest living. Why did you choose to come here? Order of Truth didn't feel it The Order of Truth didn't feel it necessary to indulge me anymore, so I packed up and came down here. More to my liking, anyway. At least you can see the people who want to stab you here. At least he doesn't seem insane. Well, there is that. He's highly distrustful, though. I mean, he is cynical to the utmost degree of cynicism. Will you travel with me again? Not like I got anything too important going on here. Fine. Plus, he kind of still thinks I'm the changing god, and he doesn't like the changing god. So I think he's hoping that I slip up and reveal that I am the changing god, so he can stick a knife in my liver. Let's get on the road. Okay, so like I said, I don't really want to start in the middle of the city because we approached combat in the starting area a little differently than I had in the past. We ended up getting knocked out and taken straight to the Order of Truth. And I kind of want to start it at the bottom of the city and work our way up like I had in previous versions, and do all the side quests as we find them. And it would just be really confusing for me to try to start in the middle and blossom out. So yeah, we're gonna backtrack a little bit.
My friend, Orthfong at the Order of Truth, was looking into something for me. I'd like to stop by there. Problem is, most of the priests and I don't get along too well. They might not want to talk to me.
Well, gee, Allegern, that's really frackin' funny, because when I got knocked the frack out and dragged off to the Order of Truth, you didn't want to go with us. You stormed off into your basement hide-a-hole, when you could have went in there with us and you could have inquired about your friend Orthfing. Yeah, but now you want me to take you in there. After we just kicked out Callister and then sent her back to the Order. I think he secretly just wants to see Callisteg again. Why won't they talk to you? Like I said, we don't get along. Probably because I called them out on their timidity and their bowing and scraping to the slave families. But hells, maybe they've forgotten. Scanning thoughts. Frauds, all of them. They care more about advancements than actually helping anyone. Alright, I'll ask them. Thanks. And since we're here, we might as well do it before we go heading back off to the start of the city. Dang it, which means I need to talk to people in here. I'm not gonna talk to her. She was the one that made the guy come and attack us in the reef. And we already extensively talked to her, so this guy's kind of funny. Well, I guess we could talk to him. Let's talk to Snurf. Though every time I see his name, I think of Thundercats and Snarf, Snarf. And I think I do want to do that voice whenever we hear him talk. Oh gee, Snarf. Slouched before you is a figure clad in a dusty, unremarkable robe. Loose folds of rough cloth shift to reveal a vaguely humanoid form with elongated facial features and 2 elaborate biomechanical arms. You can't help but notice the size, the shape, and even the number of its digits changing as it tinkers with a bizarre-looking device on the table. It glances up at you. Its eyes are the size of your palms. You realize it is a visitant, a being from another world. Greetings! And that does not sound like Snarf. I'm sorry, I have to do this. Snarf! I have to get the voice right. And that's not right either, but we're gonna go with it like this. Greetings, fellow sentient, it says, nodding with studied respect. I will be with you in a moment. That is so not Snarf. But in my defense, it has been 15 plus years since I watched Thundercats. And other than Snarf, it's really the only sound I know. It's the only tone of the voice that I remember. Its mechanical fingers contract and dance independently over the surface of the device before it, adjusting and tightening. There, I'm Snarf, guest of the Order of Truth. I'm not going to be able to do this. There's no way I'm going to keep a straight face and do that. What brings you to my workspace? And I've completely lost it now. Please tell me about yourself so I can keep failing at your accent. Your curiosity honors me. And I'm just gonna go with it. It says, inclining its head, I came through the bloom from another world. To be absolutely honest, I was exiled for inadvertent. They remade the show a couple of years ago. You only watched it as still, but Snarf! Snarf! Your curiosity... I really need a clip, because I can't hear him talk. Though I know he still had the high-pitched voice. But really, I mean, that's just so classic. Snarf! And the funny thing about that character is Pinky and the Brain. I almost wanted to say it's the same guy that did Pinky, that did Snarf. Because Pinky would go, Snarf! Almost exactly the same way, or very similar. Funny how things click in your head, isn't it? I came through the bloom from another world. To be honest, I was exiled for inadvertent sacrilege and perversion. Snarf! I would imagine that you are curious about my people's reproductive processes at this point. No, that's just frankly out of the blue. I would happily describe them. Well, thank God you're just going to describe and not I'm totally flustered now, but the words escape me. But yeah, don't show me. Just describe. Describing is actually more than I care for, unless we go with number 3. The more detail, the better. Oh, that raised it by red and blue. We're red and blues. Certainly, it says, beaming. No details shall be spared. Snarf. It's a rather complicated topic, however. So let me know when you're ready to speak at length. I'm ready to hear about your people's methods of procreation, because at this point we just gotta soldier on, don't we? Deprived of the layers of sociological complexity, the process is quite simple, the visitant says. At a certain age, my people ceremonially choose a limb for removal. The limb is grown into a new being. Children, in your terminology. Snarf! This is where matters get more complicated. The selected part relegates the child to a caste. Armed children become laborers. Leg children become warriors. And head children, due to the sacrifice implied in their creation, become leaders. Snarf. Snarf studies its metal hands. As I've suggested, the limbs we surrender do not grow back. I feel really sorry for the person that loses head to get children made. And is it multiple children or just one? I mean, really, how many beings can you come out of one head? In fact, those who replace their limbs insult their children and sin against their people. So yes, really, it would be a great sin if the body just sprouted another head. Let me have a replacement head. And that recalls another movie, The Labyrinth, and those stupid little creatures. Hey, you can't stake his head. You're only allowed to throw your own head. Yes. Take his ears. You don't need 2 ears. So, yeah, this one dude right here is just spawning all sorts of comedy. This is not as bad as you thought it was going to be. Oh, you thought it was going to be really bad talking about the reproductive stuff, huh? Yeah, well. Surprise! I mean, it is Snarf, after all. This is where your biomechanical arms come in, I'd imagine. You are correct, it says. Unfortunately. Snarf. I surrendered my arms to create my children. They grew to maturity and joined me in my study of various void-born Numenera. For a time, we were happy. Snarf. It lowers its eyes. Then I discovered a melted humanoid figurine. I did no more than glance at its folded arms before it opened its eyes. That is the last thing I remember. I awoke with the arms you see now. Snarf, sighs. My children, thinking I had disowned them, disowned me, and my people were even less merciful. Good, you deserved it. That's just mean. It wasn't fair of your people to punish you for an accident. I'm sorry that happened. Now we're going to go with number 2. It wasn't fair. I'm not sure it was, the visitant says carefully. My work was difficult at best when I lacked arms. I can imagine. I mean, imagine if you lost your head. How easy would it be? I mean, what are they like? I mean, really, what happens to the freaking person that says, I'll give up my head to have a kid because I want him to be a leader? I mean, what are they just like the headless horseman just walking around? Hi, Steve. How you doing today, John? Oh, well, I don't need that shampoo you gave me for my birthday, but it was a good thought. I guess I should have told you I was giving up my head for a child. And you, Sally, I really wish I could use that hat. Jesus. Perhaps the artifact heard my frustration and sought to ease it. Snarf shakes his head. A moment's weakness can cost us so much. At least I have found other ways to take my mind off the loss of my family and my people. It was only when I began visiting other worlds that I learned that most species do not reproduce by severing their limbs. The discovery fascinated me, and so I began cataloging the various methods of procreation found throughout the void. It was only when I found my way to Saiga's cliffs, by the way of the bloom, that I was offered a place to work, here, in the Order of Truth. And there you have it, the visitant says, folding its mechanical arms. I didn't quite catch your name. How do you pronounce it again? Snarf! Ah, it says. You are hearing a brief elision in my name, correct? A majority of the component syllables are untranslatable or beyond human ranges of hearing. I will try to approximate them. It draws in the deep breath. Get ready for it. Snillanagara, with a brief poem about the ambient temperature of dust in moonlight here. Gonathas, the word that describes a color similar to blue. Ramalurf. It shrugs. I prefer the name your people here. My name is all too common where I come from. Yes, I mean, come on. Snarf! It's way better and funnier to say anyway. Snarf! Those arms of yours are interesting. How do they function? I'm not quite sure, it says, raising them for your inspection. Extra digits whirl out of the mechanical palms in a somewhat nauseating wave and disappear just as quickly. They seem to be as sentient as either of us, but obedient so long as I keep them busy. Otherwise, they scramble about while I rest, touching things, picking locks, strangling the odd rodent. The visitant sighs. I forced them to take up knitting. Snarf! I'm pretty sure that forced them to take up knitting's got to be like a Demolition Man Easter egg or something. A reference to Sylvester Stallone. What's that device you're... No, let's go with number 3. Tell me about one of these reproductive processes you find so fascinating. Not knitting, no! Calarels. Though they are brutal creatures formed from organic and inorganic substances, they do share certain characteristics with my people. They do not have genders and reproduce by expelling an organic mass deep into moist, fertile soil. The mass eventually grows into an autonomous being. Scanning thoughts. The effect it has on nearby sentient life forms is truly fascinating. For the survivors, anyway. The Order of Truth will give workspace to anyone these days, Allergan mutters. We could ask him for some more. I think he has like 3 or 4 different things that he talks about. What's that device you're working on? A minor project of mine, it says, with a self-depreciating wave. Something to widen the boundaries of my research. It scans for unknown reproductive processes and displays them for further study. The device clicks to itself. Ah, Snarf says. Snarf, watch. A transparent image of 2 goat-headed humanoids appears over the device. At first, it seems they are wrestling each other. After a moment, you realize your mistake. Copulating Marger. Fascinating. the visitant begins taking careful, angular notes in an unfamiliar language on the scroll beside the device, scanning thoughts. There is quite a lot of motion involved, isn't there? What sort of notes could you possibly be taking? Simply my first observations of the methods on display, the visitant says. Positioning, the setting, of course. One of the creatures utters a bleeding shriek. And results, the visitant adds, making another note. Tell me of some other reproductive processes you find fascinating. Boy, we could be here for a while. Flesh pulps, or skin swimmers, are particularly interesting, if somewhat gruesome. The tiny parent painlessly invades a host organism, who does not notice the parasite until a painful, rigid swelling appears on their torso or neck. Once the host is drained of nutrients, the boil bursts, releasing a glistening flood of newborn pups. Sounds like something I want to avoid. What else would you like to know? I think we're done. Farewell, fellow sentient. Snarf! The thin young man smiles hesitantly as you approach. You notice a small metallic ovoid protruding from his skull, nearly hidden by his disheveled hair. The fingers of his left hand tap nervously on his leg as he speaks. I'm not a real priest yet, he blurts, then blushes. If that's what you are thinking. Usually, visitors only talk to me because they think I'm a priest, but I'm still a novice. He plucks at a threadbare spot in his robes. What's that implant on your forehead? It's not just on my forehead, he says. Well, not just the skin, I mean. It's bonded with my skull. He blinks at you a few times before he realizes he hasn't answered your question. It keeps me awake, alert. I don't get tired until it runs out of power. What powers it? Dreams, he says. The scarier ones, the better. Scanning thoughts. I can't remember the last time I had a good dream, actually. I'm sure it's just coincidence, though. Blue tide raised. What's your area of study? What? He says, blinking, straightening. You want to know what I'm working on? Are you sure? Absolutely. I'm designing an intelligence, he says. But not the normal kind. Not, just mental. Or with a dependent intelligence rigging system. No, it's larger than that. Stronger. Lan himself seems to be getting stronger, rising as he speaks. You hadn't noticed before, but he is actually taller than you. The idea is this. With an intelligence that can find, test, identify, and fully understand Numenera, we can unlock the secrets of lost civilizations. His eyes are gleaming now, and he raises a trembling fist. Do you understand? If we do this, we can break the chains binding us to the past, and turn them into reins with which to steer the future. I can't help noticing that your plan is long on rhetoric and short on specifics. Seems useful. No one would get hurt testing Numenera on themselves anymore. Wouldn't having a machine test a Numenera taking all the fun out of playing with them? I kind of like all of those choices, actually. Yeah, let's go with number 3. Oh, that was red. That's exactly what Min said, he sighs, dropping his righteous fist. The fervent gleam slowly fades from his eye. But it's only a theory, though. For now. I don't have the funding, not yet. But I've been studying machines with Min when he can spare the time. And he likes my ideas, even if he thinks they're impossible. I think he's disappointed I'm not a real Iron Priest yet. Scanning thoughts. I should have the money by now. I was told they'd keep paying me, even after the first time. Seems like men's being too kind. Don't you want to be one? Impossible seems harsh. And inaccurate, he says, regaining some of his lost fervor. Once I'm an Aeon Priest, everything would change. Only full Aeon Priests have access to the Order's funds. I can use them to build a full prototype. Min might protest, but he'll understand once I get the design right. He licks his lips. They're dry, almost leathery. I just need to get it right. That's all. What do you need to do to become an Aeon Priest? You have to make a major discovery, he says. A mystery that's remained unresolved for a long time. But I've spent too much time on my own research. He looks down at his feet. I haven't gotten anywhere. I'll tell you about something I've discovered you can claim as your own. Nope, not helping him with that. Yep, farewell.
Here we go then.
Here we go then. I think what he needs is over here.
Go.
This desk is cluttered with scrawled notes, piles of paper, and worn books. The owner was either extremely disorganized or left in a hurry. Allegern steps closer to the desk and growls in frustration. This is where Orth Fong usually works, but where is he? Examine the papers and books. Before you have a chance to examine the mess, Allegern leans forward and plucks a folded note from the top of the pile. Orth is a paranoid bastard. He writes all of his messages in code. Looks like this one is for me. He breaks the wax seal and scans the note. As he reads, his face grows tight with fury. Fong took my frame and left. He said it's not safe here. He wrote more about my tattoos and... He snaps his mouth shut. Never mind. He's not here. He glances toward the Aeon Priest. We can talk about it some other time. Examine the papers and books again. Because I'm nosy and you made me come in here. You rustle through the mess of documents and notes. Most of them discuss the buildings and architecture of prior worlds. They're filled with drawings and descriptions of bizarre structures uncovered by scholars and explorers. The owner of this desk seems to have been particularly interested in doors, door frames, and archways. He has drawn circles around all such things, but his scrawled comments are never more revealing than similar but not a match, or could there be a connection here? Examine again. Again, you scan the jumbled books and documents, but you don't find anything new. Most of them describe the architecture of prior worlds. Anything resembling a door frame has been circled in brightly colored ink. You also notice a few letters and personal correspondence, but they appear to have been written in code, or perhaps in a foreign script that isn't familiar to you. Just because we did this multiple times before and it actually got something, let's do it one more time. Nope, same thing. Alright. A mass of leathery flesh sags against the railing. Sharp probes are stuck into its skin, surrounded by festering sores that ooze a foul-smelling oil. Well, that just sounds lovely. This desk is tidy and neat. A book entitled Ecology of Biomechanical Hybrids is open to a sparse entry on the enigmatic something or another. Nixthemerian. What a name. This glowing display shows a globe, the ninth world probably. Green lines depict trajectories that a ship could follow into the void between worlds. The meaning of these glowing screens is unclear to you, though a few seem to be maps or charts. their ancient technology predating the Order of Truth. Oh, we got something we can loot over there. These books are piled haphazardly on the floor. They reflect a dozen areas of inquiry, most of which are entirely unrelated to the other. Let's take the thing. Because I like things. I said come take the thing.
Of course.
Take the thing. The thing wants to be taken. You must take it. Abhumans of the Sagas Protectorate. Abhumans, a study of savagery. The creatures known as abhumans are believed to be descended from human ancestors, but at some point in their history they became something else, perhaps through mutation, directed breeding, or accelerated evolution. Unlike mutants, abhumans have rejected their humanity and live as beasts, though some are very clever. Nearly all of them are violent and cruel, preying upon humanity where they can. Historically, two species of abhumans have become common in the Sagas Protectorate. The first is the vile Murden, hunched and bird-like, with a sharp, dirty beak and a thick down of black feathers. Murden subsist as thieves and murderers on the fringes of human society, rarely posing an organized threat to a community, but often ambushing lone victims or terrorizing isolated homesteads. They are incapable of speech, but they communicate with one another through a primitive form of telepathy that bleeds into the minds of everyone nearby, which can prove a dangerous distraction. Most of the time, Murdens are notorious cowards, preferring to flee if the odds are not clearly in their favor. The other abhuman species that once prospered here is the Yovok. What a name. Short and squat, with jaundiced skin, Yovaki hunt and kill for pleasure, and they eat whatever they kill. You keep whatever you kill. In the days when slavery was openly practiced in Sagas Cliff, bands of Yovaki were permitted to range across the frontier, raiding tribes of humans and mutants, and taking captives to be sold in the flesh markets of the Bloom. The vicious Yovaki would sometimes rape their captives as well, and stories say that children were sometimes born from these pairings, tainting the bloodlines of certain families. After the rebellion of Chilla the Great, slavery was outlawed in Sagas Cliffs, and the Yovaki fled the Protectorate. They haven't been seen in centuries, but the people of Sagas still remember them, and any proof of a blood connection to these creatures is enough to destroy a family's reputation. That's an interesting book. We're going to take it and sell it. And we can poke this. Let's poke that.
Of course.
Pokey poke. A small wire frame pyramid sits on a base of polished wood. Lying inside the pyramid is a dull sphere of silverish metal. Examine the base. The base appears to be made from a slab of lurid red stone. On closer inspection, you recognize it as a petrified wood of some kind. An inscription has been written on the base in front of the pyramid. Alright, read the inscription. The inscription is in an alien language, which you just so happen recognize. Not. It has been burned into the wood and then filled with a luminous substance. Though you know you haven't seen the language in your own short life as a cast-off, it still seems familiar. Oh wow, I was right. Anamnesis. Try to recall where you've seen the language. But we can get up to 70%. Success! A distant memory surfaces. You're standing before a large metal cylinder that looms a meter or two above your head. The cylinder is a time capsule of sorts, and you're convinced that what lies within is critical to your latest experiments. The problem, alas, is that the capsule is locked, and the only clue to opening it is a series of strange glyphs etched into its sides. Glancing around, you see dusty tomes, faded banners, metal scraps, and dozens of other objects, all featuring the same strange glyphs. You spent a lifetime collecting every trace of this language that could be found, and decades of study have finally led to this moment. You look upon the glyphs, and you know their meaning. Stepping forward, you reach toward the cylinder as prescribed by the etchings, and it flares to life. Shaking off the memory, you look down at the inscription and realize that its meaning is now clear. The crimson dawn greets the seeker. The violet dusk seeks the search's end. And I have no idea what that means. Crimson dawn greets the seeker. Violet dusk sees the search's end. Okay. Examine the frame. The frame appears to be fixed firmly in place. It's constructed of an organic material, grown in a manner similar of bone or coral. Thinner, vein-like strands of the material wind across each of the triangular sides. Something strikes you as odd about it, but you can't quite determine why. Just use perception to try to discover what seems odd. Okay, we can get up to 70%. What about you? He can get up to 90%. Do it! I was hoping for a critical. While examining the frame, you try nudging it gently, and it shifts in a most peculiar manner. You focus on moving the frame in various directions, and discover that it can be easily lifted straight up off the base and lowered back down onto it, but it refuses to move laterally, even while being held in midair. Examine the sphere. Suspended in its wire cage, the sphere is almost perfectly sized to fit your palm. The gaps in the wiry mesh are large, but the gaps in the wiry mesh are large enough for you to reach through, though not large enough to pull the sphere out. Touch it. As you extend your hand toward the sphere, the inner strands along the front side of the cage retract toward the thicker frame edges, creating an opening large enough for the sphere to fit through. Take the sphere. You pull the sphere out of the frame through the opening facing you, and it immediately begins to glow a scintillating blue. You pause a moment to make sure there are no other effects, then try to put it with the rest of your belongings. At some point during this motion, the sphere simply vanishes, only to reappear within the frame, once again a dull gray. I thought it said it was silver, not gray. Apparently, taking the sphere won't be quite so easy. So let's read the inscription again. It says crimson and violet. Crimson dawn greets the seeker. Well, I guess you could say the base is crimson, and we seek to take it. So the crimson is and we need to turn it violet. You pull the sphere out again, and once again it glows a brilliant blue before disappearing and returning to the frame. After a little experimentation, you discover that the sphere's position seems to reset whenever it moves beyond a particular distance from the device. As long as you keep it within that distance, as you are now, you can hold on to it. Take the entire device with you. I'm sure no one will mind if you just take something from the order. The device is far too bulky to carry around with you. As if reading your thoughts, Min looks over and shakes his head sadly while muttering something under his breath. Which is funny because we haven't talked to Min yet, and you'd think that he would be kind of upset if someone strange was just poking with his artifacts. Leave the device alone. As you step away from the device, the sphere disappears, immediately reappearing within the frame. There's got to be something else we can mess with, yeah. Nope. Nope. And we can talk with Callisteg. There's something we can poke here. Let's poke that. Poke it. It's got to be useful. This machine is a chaotic assemblage of metal tanks and tubing. A work table mounted with spare parts stands beside it, and it's connected by wires to an oddly familiar sarcophagus and other devices. Examine the machine. As it turns out, there is very little to examine. Every access point to the machine has been carefully sealed. Some of the hatches and panels are worn with use. They are likely accessed by the Order when they perform maintenance on the machine. Others are gleaming ornate locks with twisted keyholes, unmarred by the scratches and nicks of careless everyday use. You run your hands across the surface and feel the ghost of another person's hand doing the same. Ooh, okay. Try to determine why this machine looks so familiar. We're reading our memories! The memory opens like a gaping mouth and closes around you. Hot wind pulls at your robes. Jagged grit claws at your eyes. Squinting through the storm, you see the machine, half buried in the sand. Curiously, you wedge open a panel. Inside is a sphere, sparkling like a jewel, but soft to the life drains from you into the sphere like blood from a wound. The machine is stealing your life. Growling, you return the favor, ripping the sphere from the machine and regarding it with cold eyes. Suck my blood, I'll rip you to pieces. The memory releases you abruptly, leaving you panting in front of the machine, which is not the ruined monstrosity your predecessor discovered in the Archoplasian ruins. You know, however, that the orb is sealed somewhere inside this device. Interesting. Very interesting. Examine it again, because we want to relive our life being sucked from us. Over and over and over. You wrap your knuckles experimentally on the side of the machine. The sound reverberates through the hollow space within, echoing and echoing into inaudible eternity. Kinda like this. Knock on the side of the machine again. The sound bounces around the inside of the hollow machine like a rock falling down an infinite well. I can speak words, and sometimes they make sense. Pick through the spare parts on the table. You sort through the jumbled components on the table. There aren't many, nor are there any duplicates. These appear to be spare parts for the machine. Knock on it again. And again. And again. And again. Just because it can let us do it. We can just keep doing it. Leave the machine alone. Allergan's like, this lady, she's so special in the head. I guess we can talk to Callisteg. Did I look at that? This synth sarcophagus could hold a large human. Its surface is pitted as if it survived a sandstorm, and the original color is worn away. The light that shines from within this strong glass chamber has a cruel and clinical glow. Its doors are firmly sealed. Because really, it wouldn't be cynical. It's obviously clinical.
Ah, you're still traveling with the ambling mood dampener. Good. One shouldn't become too ebullient.
Ebullient. Well, that's a word I haven't heard before. A handful of words, and you've reminded me how grateful I am not to see you every day. And I, you, Allergan. Indeed, the sum happiness of my sisters has improved dramatically. Now, Cast-Off, if you wish to speak to me, I'll need to retain my sunny disposition. By which I mean, lose this wretch, if you want me more amiable to your words. Until then, farewell. Bye-bye. This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried, but alive with intelligent humor. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. Scanning thoughts. She's back? I wonder what brings her here now. Then his gaze moves from you to Allegren and hardens. Oh, good, he says. No one's shouted at me for hours. I've already said everything I need to, Allegren says, folding his arms. Anything else would be a waste of breath. What's going on here? You're looking at... Oh. You're looking at Min of Tan Liang, head puppet of the Order of Truth, Allegren says, jerking his head at Min. More interested in where the next Shin is coming from than, say, doing any actual research. This may shock you, and it shouldn't, because we've had this talk before. But research into the Numenera takes time. Earth needs a quiet place to work. It needs food and a bed. And none of this is free. Min sweeps a hand through his dark hair. Like it or not. And I know you don't. The slave families demand cooperation for their shins. If we don't maintain the levy network, if we don't play their games, that funding goes away. And so does the Order of Truth. And maybe that'd be for the best. Allegren, you're not being fair. Why am I freaking taking sides and things I know nothing fracking about? Let's take up for Allegren. Min ignores Allegren's snort of approval and turns to you. It may be, he says, rubbing his forehead, smearing the grease stains there. You know, I used to have time for my own work. It wasn't always, he waves his hand vaguely, politics and dinners and polite requests. He gives Allegren a sharp look, not a lurk. People lurk on Twitch. They don't. Why they look? So they're lurking, or lurking. We'll find the answers you're waiting for. I'm not asking for gratitude. I'm asking for patience. And with that, he turns his full attention to you. I recognize you, he says. It's been 10 years? I don't think we ever spoke. You were the one visiting Numenera all the time, right? Working on some sort of organic machine technology? You're mistaken. I've never been here before. Oh, he says, frowning. Still, his eyes linger on you, trying to remember where he's seen you before. What brings you to the Order of Truth? Scanning thoughts. It's certainly her. Am I wrong? Or is there more going on than I'm aware of? Numenera told me there's a Memovera spy in the Order. We'll get to that in a minute. Where is Orth Fong now? You found his note, didn't you? Allegren would know better than I would. Orth didn't tell any of us where he was going. Can you tell me about your work? Heh, he says, shaking his head. That's a big question, even on the best days. I specialize in mechanical Numenera. Intelligent or not, but I haven't had much time for research since I started managing our branch of the Order. Can I ask you some questions about mechanical Numenera? I would be incredibly grateful if you did. Every other conversation I have revolves around how I'm ruining the Order, or not doing enough to save the Order. He rubs his forehead with the back of a calloused hand. Please, ask me about wires and blinking lights. Tell me about the machine behind you. It makes levies. The Guardians of Sagas. He rubs his chin. Our records say that Deviatio. It sounds Italiano. Deviatio found a similar device in the ruins of Arcopalacia, far to the north. He convinced the city that a local version, a modified one, would be of use. In order to become a citizen, everyone in Sagas Cliffs, even the ones born here, gives a year of their lives to the machine. It uses that borrowed time to create a levy. What if someone only has 1 year to live? Would they die the second they entered the machine? No, he frowns. They never die in the machine, but it catches up with them a few days later. And that doesn't happen very often. Sometimes I think the machine actually saves them, prevents them from meeting whatever fate was in store, but not always. At any rate, the levies created by the machine are nearly identical, and they only last a year. After that, they quietly return to the machine and dissolve into... His hands grip the air, trying to frame the words, grey gunk. It's incredibly unpleasant to watch, but they don't seem to mind. Nah, they deserve more than a year of servitude. I don't know that they deserve anything, he says. They're not alive in the general sense. They don't ask for time off or complain about the cold. They just serve their time and melt away. I'm melting. Anyway, that's the machine. Any other questions? I'm trying to repair a device known as a resonance chamber. You're what? Min gasps. I thought that thing was a myth. And you're trying to repair it? Where is it? Scanning thoughts. Is that what she and Salamaneri were working on? I'd love to see that. None of your... I'd rather not say. Ah, he says, his mouth twisting. Probably wise. Anyway, do you have a piece of the machine with you? I have a shard of it. Take a look. He handles the shard with care. Organic and crystalline. It was grown into the appropriate shape for the machine. This is definitely what Salmonary was working on all those years ago, with her partner. He looks at you, his eyebrow raised, but does not say any more. Reluctantly, he hands it back to you, scanning thoughts. It must be her, then. But why lie? I'll ask Salmonary about it later. In all honesty, I focus more on traditionally powered machines. Salmonary has some experience with organic machine construction. You might ask her about it. And let's talk about something else. Happy to. What is it? And what is the Order of Truth? Good question. He chews his lip for a moment, framing his words. We live on the surface of a vast labyrinth of layered ruins, packed with relics and artifacts, windows into the past. Some people are content to find them, use them, and sell them. But not the Order of Truth, not the Aeon Priests. We want to understand the Numenera, study them, point at them, and argue about them. Now in the West, the Order of Truth is much bigger than this little enclave. It's a vast organization led by the Amber Pope. Out there, our words turn the heads of kings. Around here, we occasionally get discounts on equipment from local vendors and a free cup of tea. Not that I'm complaining. How did the chapter of the Order of Truth end up out here? It was founded 300 years ago by a Vargellan nano named Diviasio. That's his statue outside. He governed, or you could say ruled, the Order with more force than you see in traditional chapters. He set us up in this spire, handpicked new members, and chose them for particular projects of his design. And I think he was actually the changing god. We're not quite that organized these days, he says. For better or worse, leaders are chosen by consent of the other priests and priestesses, and they don't have a say in what everyone works on. They just deal with the politics and the paperwork so that everyone else can focus on their ruinous side projects and hideously dangerous experiments. He flashes a grin, which is to say, I'm the leader because I'm the only one who admits we need to eat. You sound awfully dismissive of your colleagues' work. Or leadership is a lonely path. Really though, is food so much more important than knowledge? All good choices, really. I really wish you could, like, do every option. Because I really want to know what he would say in each instance. You sound awfully dismissive of your colleagues' work. Envious is the word, he says. I have a few insane theories I've been waiting to test out for years. He sighs. But the outside world just refuses to go away. The slave families, for some reason, are interested in funding wild, endless experimentation. They like results, especially weaponizable ones. So I review their requests, deflect the crazier ones, and convince my colleagues to work for a living occasionally. He nods at the nearby machine. We also create the levies that guard the city, though that's seen as more of a responsibility than a favor these days. Good to see that the sagas make scholars live in the real world. You should refuse, follow your own interests, and the funding will follow. Ooh, blue and red. Don't think I haven't considered it, he says with a grin. It's one of my many temptations. He scratches his head absently. What else do you want to know about the Order? How long have you been in the spire? Well, it's not actually a building, first of all, he says, grinning, and neither is the council tower. Take a closer look when you get a chance. They're ships. We think they were used to explore the void between stars, long before Sagas was founded. He rubs his chin. They may be millions of years old, in fact. Now, of course, they're almost completely sealed in rock. The only other parts you can see up close are the engines, down in the underbelly. The city uses them as forge fires and energy sources. He raises a finger. Actually, that's not the only part. We use some of the lower decks for storage, but you can't see those. He makes a serious face. Very secret. Which means I really want to see it. Are there a lot of Ion priests in the Sagas Cliffs? Yes, but they're not strictly here, he says. Some are out on digs or various expeditions. We only have a few Ion priests in the city right now. There's Salmareri, who I mentioned before. Belaazru studies biomechanical life forms. Orth Fong is an expert in inexplicable and malicious architecture, and should be back soon. He pauses, ticking his fingers and furrowing his brow. And Snarf, of course, a visitant who's developed an interest in all forms of reproduction. It isn't one of us, and I don't think it wants to be, but we gave it a space to work on its, projects. He leans in. Don't go over there unless you invented a way to scrub your memory clean. Also, Lan Uring, of course. He's been educated in the Order, but he's still looking for a discovery that will make him an Aeon Priest. And I don't think we really have anything else to talk to him about. Oh yeah, we can tell him about the spy. Should we inform him that there's a spy? Salmonary told me there's a Memovira spy in the Order of Truth. We think so, he says with an irritated glance at Salmonary. But not because we've seen people in dark cloaks creeping around. Yes, because that's what spies do, of course. They so obviously go, I'm a spy, blah, blah. He lowers his voice, but not enough that the anger buried in it is completely hidden. We've lost dig sites to her thugs. Maybe people, too. We can't be sure because we never find any traces of them. He rubs his forehead with a stained hand. We'll catch the spy, he says. Only a matter of time. Dun dun dun. And with that, we actually have something for that. Here we go. And that was actually kind of loud. I should probably turn that volume down. Come back anytime. And really, I think I really want that thing out of there. It's something to do with colors. We gotta find a way to make it lavender. But I don't think I have anything on me currently. Oh, Jesus, I got a lot of stuff on me, though. I need to go selling things.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, now we can go back to the front of the city and work our way back up, as if we actually entered the city the way we were supposed to, if we didn't get clocked on the noggin. But before we do that, I've been going for almost 4 hours and haven't had a break yet, so I need to get up and take a quick little break, so hang tight. I'll be right back.
Take this time to pat your cat, walk your dog and get a refill of your favorite beverage. We will return to the fun and action shortly.
They've done impressive work in the city.
Okay, and we're back. And looking at the map.
Going on in Norman.
Alright. We need to head this way, I think.
All right.
Alright. Let's do this. Loading and loading and loading. Changing God, what?
Yes, now.
Let's get you. I really wish you could read that. There's got to be a way. Is there a dialogue box somewhere? There's a journal, character sheet. I guess there's no dialogue box. I really hate whether they have the little pop-up stuff, but you don't have any way of actually reading it. Oh well.
I'm going.
I'm going. Leave me alone. Stop pestering me, you fool.
Here we go then.
There we go then. Okay,
Yes.
so probably didn't need to do this because this is the way into. Yeah, see, this is where we had that confrontation. Oh wow! It just shot something up there.
I'm
So
going.
we might be able to get something useful out of this since we didn't use it in the combat. There's a shallow depression in the surface here, like many others scattered around the construct. Unlike the others, energy still pulses across this one at random intervals. A slight yet implacable sense of unease emanates with each wave of energy. There is a loose lens at the center of the depression. You think you could redirect the psychic effects somewhere more useful, but it'll be tricky to get to it in between the energy pulses. Without any antagonists to aim it toward, the device doesn't serve any obvious purpose. Oh, so it's not gonna let me mess with it.
I'm ready.
A lambent green fluid drips from end of the device's nozzle and hisses angrily on the metal surface beneath. Without any antagonists, blah blah blah. Really? Well, that sucks. I was hoping we could get a cipher out of that. Alright, well, we're not
Yes.
ready to go into that place down here that has to fight because we need to get our other companions first. I want a full party before we go fighty. Stabby. If you don't mind, would you explain the character class tide thingy system? Okay, yeah. We can look at this. Now, the tides. I'm not entirely certain about the tides. This is something that's not in the Numenera pen and paper RPG. This is something that the developers of the game came up with. But Monty Cook, who created Numenera and the cipher system, which was born from the rule set of Numenera, he liked it so much that they made a actual pen and paper supplement book for Numenera based on this setting of the game. So this game actually takes place in the far east of the game world, which isn't visible on the core Numenera book map, which is actually doable because there's a whole bunch of the map that's not visible on the map that they gave us with the core book, and it's a pretty big map. So the tides it's obviously got something to do with the changing god, something that he discovered, and probably something to do with his ability to make his own bodies and transfer his consciousness. So it's kind of like the alignment system in Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. Like if you're bent on this one way, then you'll get this color tide associated with you. If If you're ruthless, I think it's like the red stuff. If you're really cutthroat and brutal and stuff, you're attuned to the red tide, and you can see right here, like it says here on the screen, it tells you a little bit about the blue and the gold. So kind of an alignment system. Now the other things is there's three stages to your character when you create a character in Numenera. We've only done 2 of them so far. The map area that we just left, there's a clock up there, and when we talk to the people up there about the clock, we'll actually trigger some events that will lead us to be able to pick out the 3rd and final stage of our character creation process. So characters in Numenera, you don't have a typical class. You have 3 parts, like I said, and it basically forms a sentence. And it goes like this: I am the last cast-off who is a blank blank that blanks. And in this case, we're the last cast-off who's a tough nano. And we haven't figured out what the focus. So we have a archetype, which is the nano, and a descriptor, which is tough. And then the focus is the final stage. And when you make a character in Numenera, multiple players can be nanos, and multiple characters could have the descriptor of tough, but only one character in the campaign can have a particular focus. The focus is like the meat and potatoes of your class. It's like where you get the main portion of your abilities as you level up. And there's not normal levels in Numenera, there's tiers. It goes up to 6 tiers. Here in the RPG game, they do the experience and the leveling a little different than the pen and paper. In the pen and paper, you to go up to tier 2, you see these 4 dots. You have to purchase 4 items. And each one of these items, there's 6 items to choose from, but you can only pick 4 per tier. And every time you pick one, it costs 4 experience points. And you see you currently got 82 experience. How does that work? That's because the video game is doing it completely freaking different. In the pen and paper, you normally only get experience from the dungeon master when the dungeon master does something called a GM intrusion, or a DM intrusion if you want to use DM instead of GM. So an intrusion is whenever the dungeon master wants to take back control of the story. Numenera is a story-driven system, and say you're fighting. Or to say your characters, you're the dungeon master, and your players are taking too long to make a decision. They're wondering about the city, and they're buying all this, and they're poking the guards for fun, or they're smelling roses, and you really want them to go over to this cool dungeon that you built. So you'll say, all right, I'm going to throw a GM intrusion in here, and I'm going to give, and you pick one character, and you say, Steve, I really want you to get on this. I'm doing a GM intrusion. Steve, here's 2 experience points. You get to keep 1 experience points for yourself. And you can pick one other party member to give the other experience points to. And I'm doing an intrusion, and this is what happens. You're over there picking roses. Well, what you don't know is that rose that you picked was actually a flower of the city. It was a very special plant. And it's a criminal offense for you to pick that flower. And the guards notice that you picked that flower, and they come over and they get up in your face, and then you do this whole sequence where they role play out whether or not they have an argument. He gets arrested. Well, anyway, but that's the intrusion, and that's how you get experience points. Of course, that really doesn't work in a role playing game, so they got a more traditional sense of experience points. And so once I get this bar filled up, I'll be able to purchase one of these things, and it's kind of similar to what I was describing. It says every 4th advancement step purchase increases the character's tier. And there's, when I get enough, you'll see I'll have an option. I'll have a list of options I can pick from. So that's a big, long, rambly way to get into the descriptor. So, and the description of how the classes work. But yeah, you'll see it'll be a little slow, but as I play the game, if you stick through with this, you'll see how we level up. And so I wasn't too sure if you were talking about the tides or just the regular class leveling, but that's a jumble of words that talk about all of it. Okay, so we didn't need to go down there. And this dude was actually walking up over here. That was pretty cool. Because when I've seen him before, he was only standing over here. So let's talk to this guy. Let's see. Yeah, and that's why I like Numenera. It's a really unique way of approaching typical Dungeons and Dragons, because you know a lot of games really sticks true or really close to the way Dungeons and Dragons does RPG games. And it's kind of like how World of Warcraft, everyone tries to copy World of Warcraft MMO wise. So it was really refreshing to see someone who worked for Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons for many years to come up with a really off the wall and unique system of doing RPGs. And on top of that, Numenera is supposed to be set on Earth 1 billion years into the future of our current time. So instead of it being some fantasy planet somewhere else, it's actually something physical and real that we know, but so far flung in the distance that it seems magical and fantastical. And actually, if you look up on my YouTube, because I don't think there's any VODs saved on Twitch, but if you look up on YouTube, there are a couple of videos where me and Squirrel and a couple other and Petty, if you know Petty Carl, from Squirrel's area, we were playing Numenera. We did a quick short little campaign. We did a module, and I want to get back into that. Yeah, I do. It should be a link to it down below if you're watching on not on mobile, but if you're watching on a web browser. If you scroll down, you should be able to see my YouTube. I don't post a lot of stuff there. There's some really old stuff I've done in the past, and I only like put highlights of stuff I find funny or interesting from my streams up there nowadays. Okay. Wind spins off the distance. Yeah, there's a bunch of links down there that no one ever sees, like the feed the streamer thing, and the donation thing, and the subscription button, and you know there's all sorts of stuff down there. So wind spins off the distant sea, sweeping between you and the boy, whistling up towards the peak of Sagas Cliffs. He glances at you, then at the crowds in the plaza beyond. He appears to be looking for someone. Scanning thoughts. Would she have come to the city? Doesn't seem like her kind of play, but... Saw you wandering down in the reef, he says. Did you get to that star before the others did? He looks back at your face and grins. Guess not. That ain't a face that found's good to pick. A lot of people went looking for the star, did they? Nah, not too many. Gotta be a cocker to go down to the reef. That place is haunted. But despite his hard words, his eyes settle onto yours, studying, deciding. His mouth settles into an irritated line. It's okay. I'm just picking at you, PK. It's more important to me by far that people are here in the channel, enjoying the stream. I mean, I like lurkers, but you know, when people talk and interact with the streamer, it makes it for a better stream all around. I love interacting with people. So I love lurkers. I love that you're just here enjoying the stream, for one. I love it even more when you talk. And hey, if you want to support the stream by going an extra step further by donating or hitting the subscription button, that's wonderful. That helps the stream in multiple ways. But the biggest thing is that you're here enjoying yourself. Because if you're enjoying yourself, I'm enjoying and glad and feeling like I'm actually doing something positive. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to Sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city, or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them free of charge. Of course, it looks like you already have a guide, he says straight-faced to Alagern. Although, you might be better listening to someone with taste, or anyone else who doesn't think living in the underbelly is a good idea. I really can't decide on an accent for this guy, especially considering he's a kid. A little extra advice never hurt anyone, Alagern says placidly. And not everyone likes sleeping under the stars. Haute flècheur, the boy replies, grinning. Or self-respect. Alagern rolls his eyes, but subsides, smiling. Anyway, Otero says, what do you want to know? Do you live here? No, I'm just visiting, Carker. Not really, he says. Walls are nice, but they keep you in place. I like to move around, explore, scanning thoughts. Don't like being here much at all, really. City folk are scarier than scroungers. You don't have a home? Don't need one. I carry my life with me. He pats his bags. So we're in Circus Minor now? Yeah, the heart of the city, he says, folding his arms. The levies and politicians will tell you that the government square is the center of Sagas Cliffs, but they're not thinking right. He spreads his hands, framing the plaza. When folk come to Sagas, they come here. They talk and trade, flirt and fight, tell stories. Everyone who comes here leaves different. His hands fall. Anyway, what do you want to know? What's happening on that stage? An execution, he says, rolling his eyes. It'll be going on for a few days yet. All those folk think they'll learn some great truths from the nightmares of a dying man. He shakes his head. It's not worth my time, but it might be worth yours if you haven't seen one before. Does anyone around here know how to fix complex machinery? He says, scanning the plaza. Plata, that's the bug lady in the market, is pretty good with machines. You might ask her for advice. He rubs the back of his neck. Otherwise, you'll want to visit the foreman in the underbelly. They might be able to fix it, if they can stop fighting long enough. And what are you doing here anyway? I just get back from a scrounge, he says. I'm here trading salvo for supplies before I set out again. Enjoying the sights, you know? Scanning thoughts. Where would she have gone if she came here, and why? Perception. You can't help notice that he doesn't seem to be enjoying himself. He looks downright unhappy, guilty even. Who are you looking for? He flinches, then glares at you. At first, it seems like he's not going to answer. A girl I met a while back, he says at last, looking away. She was new in town, like you. I'm just wondering what's happened to her, if she's okay. Anyway, you have any other questions? Scanning thoughts. It doesn't look like she broke camp. More like she left in a hurry. Okay, asking about something else. Well, we already know where the Order of Truth is. We don't need to ask about that. What can you tell me about this city? Depends on what you want to know. I spend most of my time in Circus Minor, but there's other districts too. Government Square, Cliff's Edge, the Underbelly, and Caravanserai. Caravanserai. So many strange words, I swear. He scratches his chin. There's also the Reef of Fallen Worlds, but you've already been down there. Tell me about the reefs. Only carkers, slavers, bullies, and diggers desperate for scrounge go there, he coughs. And you, of course. He stares past you down the winding steps. Besides, folks think it's haunted by ghosts from the previous worlds, and I've seen enough down there to agree with them. But it's dangerous enough without worrying about the ghosts. Coro, he's a local gallows glass, came up with a corpse over his shoulder, bragging that he was the one who did it. Oh, yeah, that was me. Ha, right, he says. Then he blinks, stares at you, the ground, and you again. How did you... You had a hole in your... No. Never mind. I assume it was a trick, and you got away clean. Wait. Had a hole? He didn't hit me that hard. I think that may be a bug. I think that was supposed to have been an option if we got into a fight with him and then lost and technically died, but we didn't. We turned ourselves in peacefully, and then he hit us, knocking us unconscious, and we just blacked out. There shouldn't have been a hole in anything. Strange. I want to know about the Caravanserai. That's the port of Sargas. Any ship that can fly lands there, makes their trades, and takes off for foreign lands. He turns a scornful eye towards the distant flags on a high crag. Plenty to see right here in Sargas. Don't know why people insist on leaving. What's Cliff's Edge? A damn dangerous place to live, he says, laughing. Folks build their houses out on the ledge, over the sea, and everyone gets upset when one of them falls. I hear it's been getting worse lately. Watch your feet up there. What can you tell me about the Underbelly? I'd imagine an underground place where the city sends everyone they don't like. Cannibal cultists, mutants, carkers, and thugs. Now, add a stink like burning metal and cooking meat. That's the Underbelly. It ain't that bad, kid. It has a good side. Yeah, says Otera says, grinning. If you ever find it, go ahead and let me know. You mentioned Government Square. I did, he says, nodding. Bet you can't guess what's up there. What's in Government Square? Really? He says, looking pained. You want me to lay this out? Fine. The government. The government is in Government Square. And the Order of... Oh, I thought other dude was going to poke up. And the Order of Truth, he admits. but they're just as fancy as government folks. I figured Allergan would have piped up with that. I got ahead of myself. Wow, that was a big freaking shadow, almost like a dragon just flew by overhead. I think it's been happening a lot while we were having this conversation. I just haven't paid particular attention. I thought it was a bird flying across the front of the screen, but no, that was a huge shadow. Alright, we asked him all of that. And I don't care about any of that. How about a place to sleep? The cult of the changing god might let you sleep in their camp. Or you can try Tranquility's Rest in the Caravanserai. Alright, very well. See you around. She hides in corners, hides in cracks. She speaks to the gods, and the gods listen. Okay, let's talk to the seer. You gonna put some shins in the bucket, or just stand there gawking? For one thing, I don't see a bucket. I see that. Twin creatures of a type you've never seen flank a central orb. Their cultural significance lost on you. Alright, let's get into this. This over here is pretty interesting.
Let's go.
This man stares at the execution in utter horror. He cannot look away. The crime deserves a punishment. No crime deserves such a punishment. How can this be allowed? What's happening here? A waking nightmare, though they call it an execution. The unfortunate victim is put in a trance that forces him to speak his nightmares. The words spill out of him as a rope of flesh, which is wrapped around his body until it crushes him to death. And the indignity doesn't end when the poor wretch finally dies, for then the devourer of wrongs eats his flesh. Scanning thoughts. It's not just, but what can be done? Everyone considers it tradition. Why is everybody watching it? They are animals. They find pleasure in cruelty. Alright, farewell. Well, yeah, and let's talk to the overseer. A stout, middle-aged man stands atop the execution platform. He wears the badge of a city official, and a fringe of dreadlocks hang down to his shoulders from his otherwise bald pate. He gives you a disinterested look as you approach. Please stay back with the others. Who are you? He bows slightly. I am Jean, overseer of capital punishment, charged by the council with organized public executions and making sure they run smoothly. What's going on here? He casts a brief glance over his shoulder towards Riz. All of a sudden we know his name is Riz. The prisoner, Riz of Flatwater, is being publicly executed as a warning to all who would flout the laws of Saga's Cliffs. And what was his crime? Treason. He sold state secrets to the enemies of Saga's Cliffs. And how does the execution work? He sighs. Another rustic. It is very simple, ma'am. Our nanos induce him in a hallucinogenic state. In this state, he experiences visions, nightmares, really. He speaks of the things he sees, and his words become flesh as they leave his mouth. We shape the flesh into a human-like form, the death you see beside him. Okay, that must be this thing here. It's actually behind him, not really beside him, but yeah. He gestures toward the hideous figure, which looks to be made of rotting viscera. As more strands escape his mouth, his death wraps them around him, and they slowly crush the life out of him. Once the condemned is dead, the devourer of wrongs will eat his corpse, He raises his chin, proud. Thus is justice upheld in Saga's cliffs. And what does his words mean? He shrugs. Some believe there is wisdom to be gained from the rantings of the condemned. I have never gleaned any. Others say that the torment of the condemned means nothing, but it deters would-be criminals from committing offenses of their own. I have never noticed that to be true either. And why does the Devourer Rogs eat executed criminals? He smiles, grim. He is of the Dindra Oha, who can suck the memories of the dead from their marrow. In those memories is not only the proof of the condemned were guilty, but also the names of their compatriots and other associates. Many an accomplice has been found out in the belly of the Devourer. Scanning thoughts. I'm sure Riz wasn't working alone. We'll find all his friends soon enough. And let's talk about something else. Maybe something happy, like butterflies. My patience is not endless, friend, but as you wish. And I'm just going to piss you off because I'm going to say, goodbye! Alright. Need to wet the whistle here. Pacing the edges of the crowd is a paunchy old soldier with a swaggering stride. At the moment, however, his jauntiness seems overshadowed by worry, and he alternates between watching the execution and searching the crowd as if looking for a miracle. Then his eyes light upon you. Scanning thoughts. I've never seen her face before. This might be just the break I need.
I say, you look like someone who believes in justice. How'd you like to help a poor soul wrongfully condemned?
And I really wish he would just talk all the time. That's a pretty nice voice, I must say. What kind of help do you need? I don't need anything, but my friend there on the platform is dying. The nightmares his executioners have induced in him spill from him with every word he speaks, and wrap around him like a snake. He glances at the execution. I know there are but a few strands around him now, but in a few days' time, they'll choke the life out of him. I cannot imagine a more horrible way to die. He pauses. Well, that's not true. I have an imagination that would shame a sailor. He leans in. You'll need to be swift, and I'm willing to hold justice above law, but there is a way to save him, if you will hear me out. Who are you? Captain Lanshan Tibbeard, retired, he says with a little bow. Extremely retired. Once a soldier of fortune, now its plaything. He takes another look at Riz. But my story can wait. Saving Riz's life comes first. Why is your friend being executed? A misunderstanding, he says, waving a dismissive hand. Riz and I were hired to deliver some expensive brandy to an out-of-town buyer. He breathes a sigh, weighted with disgust and regret. Would you believe that the bottles were stuffed with state secrets? Riz was accused of selling information to the enemies of Saga's Cliffs. They called him a traitor. It was a travesty, he growls, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. The poor lad had no idea what was in there. Scanning thoughts. Tragic. If he'd known, he might have escaped too. Then we wouldn't be in this mess. But you did know, right? Well, he says, studying the air over your shoulder, there's a place for talking about what I know and what I don't. This isn't that place. He clears his throat. If you were part of this scheme, why aren't you up there with him? Luck, he says, shrugging. I was taking a piss when they came for him. Went through the back window and scampered up to the roof. He shakes his head. I watched poor Riz being led away from my hiding spot. Swore I'd get him free. I hope it's a promise I can keep. Why are you helping Riz? His friendship not reason enough, he declares. Then his shoulders sag and he hangs his head. Actually, to tell the truth, there's more to it than that. I'm partly to blame for him being up there, and guilt's a strong motivator, eh? I want to talk to your friend. Are you mad? Tibber sputters. It's an execution. He's surrounded by levies. They won't let you near him. And if they did, he's out of his head. You get nothing but gibberish from him. Scanning thoughts. And if he doesn't speak gibberish, no, best to assume it's gibberish. Well, I still want to try. Tibber holds up his hands. As you wish. Just don't say I didn't warn you. The levies are not to be trifled with. Alright then, well, what's your plan? A simple one, but it requires nerve. Listen. He lowers his voice. It would be nothing for someone of your noble demeanor to masquerade as a city official and ask this council clerk for an archived copy of an old stay of execution. Once you have it, I'll write out a fresh one and add Riz's name. Then we'll present it to the overseer here, and poor Riz will be set free. He spreads his hands. There you have it. A foolproof, risk-free plan. That sounds like an extremely risky plan. Nonsense, he says, waving a hand. It couldn't be simpler. Just be calm, confident, and wear a winning smile. He gives you a winning smile. Would it be simpler to talk to the crowd at the execution, convince them to rise up and free Riz? Tibber looks uneasy. Well, you're welcome to try, friend, but leave me out of it. Saugus Cliff's crowds are notoriously bloodthirsty, and the execution officials are not known for their sense of humor. You might regret it later, and you'd be alone when you did. Scanning thoughts. Too many unknowns in a scheme like that. Not enough escape routes. Where do I find this council clerk? He'd be in Government Square, of course. There's a podium outside the council tower. I can't think of a time he wasn't there. Alright, I'll help you. Excellent! Then you will need a proper story and a badge of office. Fortunately, I have the first, and you can buy the second from Sangolin, the clothing merchant in Government Square. He folds his arms. Once you have a badge of office, you will tell the council clerk you are from the Judicial Oversight Committee looking into corruption in the commutation of capital sentences. The stay you're asking for is that of a notorious gangster named Cole Carden, who was mysteriously set free a few years ago. When you get Cole's stay of execution, I'll make a copy of Riz's name on it, and you can give it to the overseer who will free him. You'll see, simple. He rubs his hands together. Now, if you'll let me join you, I'd be happy to show you around the city and help you with all this, and whatever else you have going. What do you say? Alright, I could use the help. It will be my pleasure. But let's hurry. There's not a moment to lose. Riz hasn't much time.
Making a note.
We have a new minion. I don't know if I really want to do his plan, though.
Thanks for taking me on, lass. Always good to have a friend watching your back. Hmm? Now, what can I do for you?
Tell me about yourself. Sure. So, you're a captain. Retired, he says, raising his hands in surrender. I've been on my own, more or less, for a handful of decades now. Still, having a captaincy under your belt opens doors, lifts dresses, and drops trousers. So, I tend to wave it around whenever I can. What's your story? Oh, the usual. Farm boy joins one war or another. He doesn't die, but gets a sound spanking by the world until he learns to spank it back. I want to hear more about your background. And I don't blame you, he declares, clapping you on the shoulder. But I'll warn you, I never had a handle on what people consider too much information. His smile crinkles the corners of his eyes. Never looked for one either. He claps his hands. Go on, ask your questions. I've got answers for everyone. Tell me about your life as a soldier. Well, I wasn't the best or the worst, he says with a shrug. But I started at the bottom, fell out the side, and ended up a gallows glass on my own. He sighs. It's not an easy life, being a mercenary. But you try to fight for causes you believe in, and avoid striking blows that aren't deserved. And you try not to fail at both, while the realities of life batter you into a new shape. Changes you. Scanning thoughts. Some of the best days of my life, those. Despite the tears. You said that the realities of life changed you. How? Not one for the light questions, are you? He rubs his hands together. My father raised me to be honest. Well, honesty works on a farm. Animals don't lie to you much as a rule, but as a soldier... He squints. Put it like this. First night in the camp, I was mugged by my sergeant and left for dead. All because I thought an honest face meant an honest heart. Scans thoughts. It's the honest ones you have to watch out for. So, I've adapted my approach over the years. I reward kindness with kindness, cruelty with justice, and foolishness with an object lessons on the ways of the world. He winks, but there is something somber there. Everyone has their lessons to learn in this life. Best that your teachers are kind men, I always say. Who have you fought for? Whew, he says with a misty look in the air. I fought for a number of causes over the years. My first fight was alongside the rugged cattlemen of the plowshares, trying to keep the slave families of the Saga's protectorate from getting their hands on the bird folks' grazing lands. He shrugs. But I've been all over the map, and off the edges too, having good times and bad. Went with the Ailu rebels and the White Company. Even fought in the endless battle for a while, until I figured out my commander was lying to me. Walked away from a hefty purse on that one, I'll tell you. But it was the right thing to do. He winks, and the safest, and the sanest. Scanning thoughts. Should have left even earlier, pay or no pay. Can you tell me about the endless battle? Of course I can, he says, but for a moment it seems he won't. His mouth works, but no words come out. It was more of a nightmare than a war, he says at last. We marched out one morning to take a certain hill, and we took it. He winces. Then a shivery little ripple crossed the battlefield, and we're back on the march, heading for the same hill. Only this time, the other side routed us. I lost this arm. He shows it to you, smooth and unmarked. You'd think our commander would have given us the rest of the war off, but no. His eyes go hard and grim. She kept making us fight. until the waves of time died down, and we took that damn hill and held it. He smiles wearily. I am certain I died a few times myself, but here I am still, whole and handsome as ever. What's the point of the endless battle? The fighting itself is pointless. All those lads and lasses dying for a cause centuries old. He smirked sadly, his gaze distant. Now, I know I just described any war, but we both know that certain people make a tidy profit from bloodshed on a grand scale. And the endless battle, well, it's endless. That makes it endlessly profitable. And I got other questions, if you don't mind. Ask away, lass. I want to hear a story from your past. You do? He says, taken back. But he recovers quickly. Of course you do, he says, and strokes his mustache. Which part? Tell me about your first battle. Heh, he says. I nearly missed it. As I said, my sergeant knocked me out, stripped me naked, and hit the road with his friends and all the best weapons and armor in a stolen wagon. He clucks his tongue fondly. I woke up with a throbbing head and blood in my eyes to a new sergeant screaming that I'd best throw on a sack and grab a stick because the Protectorate was coming. I can't recall much about the battle itself. Lots of screaming, and most of it mine. I remember hitting a number of heads with that stick, and I lost the sack at some point. No one seemed prepared to comment on with all the dying. At any rate, the Protectorate kicked our teeth in and drove us back to a little herd town at the far eastern end of the Plowshares. He winces at the memory. Well, the herd folk there, they were doing all they could for us, feeding us, binding our wounds, because, well, we'd been defending their town, hadn't we? He spreads his hands, trying to, at any rate. But they didn't know that the Protectorate had also stolen their anine for provisions, the whole herd, and was headed south with them. He sighs. Come winter, those folks were going to starve to death. Scanning thoughts. How the herd got stolen is a different tale. Villains on all sides we were. He shifts, uncomfortable. My commander wasn't going to tell him, but I couldn't stand it. We were meant to be the saving of these people, and here we were robbing them just as surely as the Protectorate had. So that night, the new sergeant and I borrowed 2 rasters and a sonic punch, and flew south until we found the stolen anine. We scream-dived the herd until they bolted, then chased them all the way back north. He shakes his head. Scanning thoughts. What a young hero I was. What a fool. We nearly got knocked out of the sky a dozen times by their fire throwers, but we were sure that, once we got the anine away, they wouldn't dare turn back for them. They knew we were being reinforced the next morning, you see. He chuckles. Harvey got demoted for that stunt, and we both got a week in the brig besides. But those herd folk, they were damn grateful. He winks. Some of them, several times. Who's Avi? Huh? He says, eyebrows climbing. Oh, let his name slip, did I? Ogving was the old sergeant I mentioned. First, we were partners. Then more than that by a long shot. He sinks his thumb beneath his belt. But, well, you know things. They change. Grinning, Tibbers shakes his head. I haven't thought about the man in years. Scanning thoughts. That was why I haven't thought about him. Too hard. I want to hear more about your mercenary work. Too many stories in that sack to tell in a single sitting, he says, scratching his head. But I'll stick to the one with the least amount of back alley murders. It's too lovely a day for grim tales of bloodshed. He squints at the air. It was just after I left the military life. I was desperate to make a name for myself as a mercenary. Too desperate, as it turned out. He clears his throat. I was drinking in my favorite bar and felt a soft touch on my shoulder. It was a lady. Navarrene nobility, she said, and in need of a bodyguard. Groaning, he covered his eyes. And that body! Those eyes! I accepted on the spot, of course. She tried telling me why she needed me. Something about assassins at a ball. But I was too busy watching her hips shift beneath that dress. I followed her around that ball with barely a thought in my head. Then, halfway through the party, she excuses herself and comes back in different clothes. He chuckles, though there's no humor in it. She tells me that, to anyone who asks, I'm her husband, Baron Gesk of Navarrene, and that we have to leave immediately. We worked our way toward the door, but were stopped by the host of the ball and a phalanx of city guards, and they demanded to know who I was. He grimaces. Terrified, but right on cue, I say, I am Baron Nyesk of Gaverline, and this is my knife. He shakes his head. 30 days in the block as an accessory. Turned out she'd stolen a fortune in living gems from that upstairs bedroom. She wasn't any kind of noble, just a common, beautiful thief. Scanning thoughts. And the next time I saw her, she was dead. Life isn't fair for anyone, and that's the truth. I wanted to hear the one about the dance again. No. How about one of the good times you mentioned? Oh, I've had plenty, he says, running his teeth over his lip. More good times than bad, even as a gallow glass. But, of course, there is one that stands out. But he isn't smiling now, despite his words. My partner at the time, my old sergeant, and I heard of a scrap brewing on the border between two mercenary armies over territory. He scratches his mustache. We got there and knew it was going to be a bloodbath the moment someone went for a weapon. They'd been rivals for too long, see? It's a sad, sad thing to see professional killers turn violent. Now, I was thinking we should get back on the road and as far from the fight as possible. But my partner, he was a tinkerer. A soft gleam rises in his eyes. He had these two rings he was messing with at the time, claimed they could link minds. He wanted to plant one on each side, you know, get them seeing things from the other's point of view. I couldn't talk him out of it. He snuck around in the dark of night, cursing and thumping, set up the damn things in the rival camps, and ran back to our distant hill to watch. He rubs his eyes, and all night long we heard strange things. Sort of wet sounds, you know? Laughter. Happy sighing. He runs his hands through his hair. Then dawn came, and there was a different kind of war going on in the mud below. He flashes a grin, the kind where everyone wins. Turns out that once they got a taste of each other's thoughts, they found out they hadn't wanted to fight each other after all. Not exactly. And that was Avi for you. He finishes with the touch of a smile. Always bringing out the truth in people. Scanning thoughts. A better man than I deserved, certainly. Let's talk about something else. Another story from your past? Does he have a different one? Nope. Same stuff. Tell me more about your background. Tell me again. Tell me again. Tell me again. Tell me again. Alright, I think we're done. So, let's see. I doubt they're gonna let me up here. Oh?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. This man is large and broad-shouldered, and his steel armor is painted in the silver and indigo colors of Sagas Cliffs. He seems to be an ordinary soldier or constable of the city. Too ordinary, perhaps. As you scan his face, you see that his features are plain, forgettable, almost generic. Not only that, his eyes are a little too large, his smile too firmly fixed upon his face. He may look human, but his mind feels like a complete blank. Will you let me pass? Regrettably, I cannot. The soldier's smile doesn't leave his face. By order of the slave families, I must prevent anyone from approaching the condemned man. He gestures toward the wretched figure on the dais, who appears to be speaking nonsense as his body is slowly wrapped in rotting entrails. So the levy have dirt faces, pretty much. You must be new to the city to ask such a thing. Allow me to welcome you to Sagas Cliffs, visitor. He speaks the final word like a title, almost an honorific. I am a levy. You may rely upon me and others like me for protection and assistance, at the discretion of the council and the slave families. Examine him carefully? If you saw the face of this man on the streets of a city, you wouldn't glance at him twice. His features are utterly ordinary and forgettable. Not too ugly, not too handsome. It is indeed almost like he is an average of many thousands of men, their idiosyncrasies and imperfections merged into a bland middle ground. And I cannot believe I did not stumble upon that word, and some of the other words just completely tripped me. The exceptions, of course, are the eyes, which are just a bit too large for the face, and the fixed, ever-present smile. Taken together, the man's features give you a vague sense of unease. I like to go up on the platform. I am privileged to inform you that you cannot. The levy manages to make it sound like a piece of excellent news. If you wish to discuss the matter further, please direct your inquiry to the official in charge. So yeah, I just hear those people that on the telephone when you call someone. If you would like to know more about this information, please press 1.
Yeah. Recorded message.
And with that note, I kind of envisioned a scene from Men in Black. It's actually a little alien dude about the size of your thumb sitting inside his brain with pulling levers and pushing pedals. So yeah, we're not gonna talk to him anymore. So let's see, can I actually incite the riot, or do I have to go do this dude's plan? Because I really don't want to do the dude's plan. Yep, looks like we got to do... Oh, wait, maybe not. Unmoved woman. This woman stands at the back of the crowd, arms crossed and eyes cool as she watches the slow execution. Unlike the others, she's also watching the people in the crowd. She shakes her head, depressing. If you find it depressing, why are you watching? I was just walking by. I don't know why I stopped, really. Something in her manner makes it feel like there's more to it than that, however. You stopped because you want to do something. You want to be the one to make a difference. She stands up straighter, but says, Me? What can I do? I'm a nobody. All I can do is watch. Scanning thoughts. She's right. But what? Do I just tell them to stop? Let's see. Persuasion. I've seen you watching the crowd. You outnumber the levies 4-1. They just need a leader. Oh, we're inciting riots. Yay! You know what? We need a smooth talker. Hey, smooth talker. How you doing? How you doing? 90%, I think that's pretty fine. Success. She cringes, shivering. A leader? I've never... No. You're right. That's why I'm here. And somebody has to do something. Why shouldn't that somebody be me? Why shouldn't it be I who's the hero for once? I'm ready. Hey, Chul, how's it going? Scanning thoughts. Could I? Something about this woman makes me feel like I could. I think... Alright, here we go. I was afraid she was about to just jump right into it, but like I need to talk to other people and get enough going for this. This man watches the execution with fevered eyes. He shakes his fist. Traitor! Traitor to the city! As you approach him, he gives you a savage grin. Nothing better than seeing a traitor die, aye? Do you truly care if he's a traitor, or do you just like watching men tortured to death? He snarls at you. How dare you? It's justice that's important to me, and protecting my city. Of course it is for you. Alright, this. And is justice always handed out equally in Saga's Cliffs? I'll bet the rich never pay for their crimes around here. He pauses. You've got the point there. I've never seen any high-siders spill their guts on a platform, or heard any of them ever accused of treason. His eyes narrow. What do you know that I don't? Oh god, it's deception. I'm not good at deception. Hey, well, we got Smooth Talker. I bet Smooth Talker is pretty good at it. He's actually pretty good at everything. He kind of swings both sides of the fence. Alright. This poor fool took the fall for somebody else. That's a mockery of Sagas's pride. We should free him. Hey, Smooth Talker. Little sad today after seeing the state of SWTOR. Considering you played the game since pre-release, it was your main game till you logged in today, and it could not hold my interest for 10 minutes. Well, maybe you just need a break. You know, sometimes you can get burned out if you play a game too long. You just need something else to take your attention away for a while. 100%, but leaving with 1 point. That's only 80. How about you? What do you got? 95, but no points. And me, 75 and 2 points. Should we do 85 and leave him with 2? Oh, we're gonna go with 80. Keep your fingers crossed. Woo! Success. Oh, and critical. That means he got his points back. So we didn't actually spend any points. Alright. The man grinds his teeth thinking, then finally nods. And I don't remember what accent I was using at this time. Aye, it's us smaller fish are always taking the fall. But not this time. Free the prisoner! True, it's funny how they added the command points. No one liked the idea, and yet they added the 4th level ranking system. You know, I hate it when developers don't listen to what the people say they want. Alright, so there's a horrified person, an intrigued woman, and a traveler. Probably the horrified man. The man continues to stare at the execution. This practice is an abomination. It should be forbidden. Well, I don't know if I can actually convince him with this. Because that doesn't seem like a choice that would work for what I want. Utter nonsense. Punishment is bad. Punishment for bad behavior won't change a man. Reward for good behavior is far more effective. If that's what really mattered to authorities, this is nothing more than a spectacle, an amusement for the masses. If I had any courage. Scanning thoughts. I wish people weren't so complicated. Then it wouldn't be just me. What if I joined you? Together we could give the city authorities what they deserve. You're right. The practice needs to be stopped. Join me and let's put an end to it now. Yeah, number 2. He looks at you frightened. It ended? Are you saying we should interrupt the execution? Let's see. PK said, yeah, that's what I heard. Played for a while, but stopped after the first 15 chapters. Now they are trying to make the long grind a good thing. Yeah, well, you know, I could talk forever about Star Wars and what they should be doing. I wish they would had just come out with a collector's, a lifetime membership back when it was first released, like Star Trek did, or even do it now. I bet they would get quite a few people to do it. I really hate having to be an active subscriber just to play the freaking story content. But yeah, it's what they're gonna do is what they're gonna do. There's always other games I can play. Maybe one day they'll get their act together. It was my pleasure for playing Grand Theft Auto. It was a lot of fun. We should definitely do that more often. And so we're going to persuade him. You said that the punishment should not be allowed. Did you mean it? Can a just man stand by when injustice is the law? That'll leave me with 2 points, but 85%. 100% with 1 point. Alright, we're gonna do 90. Yeah, that's not their strong point. They're way too money hungry for that. Success! The man seems to shrink in his skin. My friend, I am a coward. I have always been. But you are right. If a man does not stand by his beliefs, what is he? I would do it. Let him go! Let him go! Let him go! Bring out the pitchforks. This woman listens intently to the ravings of the man on the nearby dais, hanging on every word. She gives you a hesitant smile. Can you understand it? I know he is speaking great wisdom. If only I could decipher it. What if I told you he was innocent? That would be terrible, wouldn't it? But his words seem so wise. Even if it were true, is wisdom gained through another man's pain? Can that even be called wisdom? Let's go with that. She frowns, thinking, I suppose you're right, but I still want to hear his words. She spreads her hands. Does it matter? He's going to die no matter what I do, and what he says could be important. As important as an innocent man's life? Help me save him. Wisdom can be gained without harming another. The woman hangs her head. You'll shame me, friend. I have put my lust for knowledge before a good man's freedom. That is not the path to enlightenment. Perhaps your way is... I will do this. Scanning thoughts. This woman, she is truly wise. The 4 people you talked to into helping Riz start chanting, "Free the prisoner! Free the prisoner! Let him go! Let him go!" Because they all sound exactly like this. Spurred on by their passion, or maybe just bored, the rest of the crowd begins to pick up the chant. Let him go! 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 Alright, that's enough. They advanced menacing on the levies and the overseer. The levies edged back, their normally pleasant expressions turning into uncertain frowns. The overseer points directly at you. "I saw what you did, you rabble-rouser! This is your doing! Well, I'm not risking my life to intervene into the fate of a worthless piece of belly trash. If you want him, take him!" And I'm pretty sure that's not the accent I used when I originally talked to him, but yeah. The overseer signals the levies, "Undertake the prisoner's death and retreat! He isn't worth our blood!" At his order, one of the levies takes out a device like a circular mirror and squeezes its frame. The mirror spins, flashing shards of light across the death and the umbilical viscera that is wrapping around Riz, and all of it disintegrates. Soon Riz stands alone on the platform as reddish dust swirls away from him. Let's see, reading the chat. What? Who? I heard 2 voices. Yes, I am a ventriloquist. I can do voices, don't you know?
Voices, don't you know?
See, I'm quite talented.
But without moving my mouth, too.
They make it sound like I'm on the other side of the room.
Making a note.
Oh, 40 XP. There! The overseer cries the overseers to the crowd. Satisfied? With that, he and the levies turn and march away as the crowd surrounds the platform. Let him go! Let him go! But no, I have a visitor tonight. Oh, it's 9:30. As the levies march off and the crowd disperses, Riz steadies himself, not quite recovered from his ordeal. Finally, he raises his head and focuses on you. If you're the one who got me out of that nightmare, thank you. But where's that? His eyes settle on Tibir. There you are, you slippery bastard. Now, where's the money? If I went through that hell for nothing, I'll... Scanning thoughts. The bastard left me out to dry. I know it. He chokes with emotion. A whole day, Tibir. I spilled my guts up there for a whole day. He steps back, spreading his hands. Yes. About the money. You see, Riz, I was hoping to get a reward for turning in the fellow who sold us that brandy without telling us about its secrets, but... But? Riz snarls. There's always a but when it comes to money, isn't there? I should have known. You only said you'd paid me so I wouldn't squeal on you, and you only saved my skin to save your own. He smacks his fists together. Now I'm going to have to fight through your friend to get to you, or are you going to step out from behind her and take it like a man? This is no fight of mine. Work it out for yourselves. Calm down, both of you. Riz, tell it from the beginning. Riz spits and wipes his lips. There isn't much to tell. Captain Silvertongue here talked me into a dirty job. then disappeared like an abacus and left me holding the bag when it all went sour. "Oh, Riz," said Tibber, "can you blame me for running when I had a chance? You would have done the same, and besides, if I hadn't, we would have both been sentenced to die, with no one to free either of us. Lucky that. If my tattooed friend hadn't come along, we'd both be executed in any case." He stabs a finger in Tibber's face. "You only wanted to free me because you knew you'd be next on the block once the devourer ate me." I'm thinking number 4. I'm pretty sure Tibber knew a little bit about what was going on, and I know he felt guilty about the man getting in trouble, and he did his best to try to free him, but there should be some amendments going on. I'm with Riz on this, Tibber. And why? And you know, Chul, now that you're here, why do I think Tibbles every time I see this name? It just reminds me of Guild Wars 2. And every time I see that, I want to go Tibbles. Tibbles, Tibbles, Tibbles. You should make amends to him. He's the one who has suffered here. Yes, this is heavy text. Very, very heavy text. That's right, Riz snarls. And you can start by giving me my share of the spoils. Riz, you don't know what you're talking about. I never got paid, I promise you. This isn't over, you self-serving bastard. Riz jabs a finger in Tibber's face. Hide behind your friend all you like, but she won't keep you safe forever. Yeah, Tibbles is the name of the mentor you get when you choose the Order of Whispers. I'm just saying, Tiber and Tibbles, it's very similar, and I see Tiber and I just want to say Tibbles. You're dead, Tiber. You hear me? Dead. Well, that didn't go over smoothly, did it? Oh, so many more people to talk to. I mean, we haven't even talked. We've been going for 5 hours, and we haven't talked to a 10th of the people just in this city alone. And this is still just the content that I've mostly seen in the beta of this. No, he's not a Asura. He's a Char. He likes apples. Alright, we're gonna head down this way. The stall is empty. Deep ruts in the layered rugs hint at heavy furniture, hastily moved when the last occupant vacated. Ooh, they got out of town in a hurry. They must have been part of some scheme or something. Plata. In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, you glimpse hints of verdant chitin. Chitin? Chitin? Chitin. It's chitin. That's how you say it, right? Chitin. Verdant chitin and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is a warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker towards an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trails off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos, too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts? Dusty relics? Numenera of uncertain origin? Scanning thoughts. She looks like that pale woman. No, you're right, Birdie. Not looks. Smells. I do particularly like the Asura as well. Let's see, I never visited the city before. Can you tell me about it? You appear to be transforming into an insect. Yeah, let's just come out and say it, shall we? I know. Isn't it fantastic? I think it might be caused by the intermingling fields of Numenera I use to organize my thoughts. Or the ones I'm selling. Maybe all of them. You never know how a variety of ciphers will interact with each other. They are such fun. Tell me about the Numenera you use to organize your thoughts. Oh, it's simple, sort of. Plata pulls 3 tiny Numenera from her robes, a buzzing bird figurine, a green music box, and a circular spring. I have too many thoughts. If I tried to hold them all in one brain, I'd just stand and drool, you know? So each of these have a slightly different purpose. Which one do you want to hear about? The bird figurine. Birdie is pretty simple. If I'm running with a great thought I don't have time to complete, I shunt it into her so I can pick it back up later. She does make everything smell like berries, though. How about the music box? Jade Box is a tough old lady. If I'm rolling with a more complex line of thinking, I bring her up and she chomps the individual ideas and feeds them back to me. I try to use her as little as possible because she gives me headaches. No, what's the opposite? Head eases? Plata frowns. Anyway, they're worse than headaches because you can't go around thinking everything's alright. It's bad for your health. And the circular spring. That's Rhonda. She's a bit scary. I can shunt a bunch of thoughts into her, but she doesn't process them. She just gives them back to me, slightly changed, and infinitely better than when they went in. Prata leans in conspiratorially. I try not to use her much, she whispers. It feels like cheating. Actually, I think I want to buy one. Prata flushes. I hate to say no, but I've had them since I was little. They're practically family. Okay, well, let's talk about something else then. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Ooh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite. But no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else, sorry. You said someone else had my tattoo. Who? Oh, right. A pale lady. Actually, did she say that or did she think it? I have to be careful because if I'm not careful, I can reveal that I'm hearing people's thoughts. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it. And that is rare, believe me. Plata sighs. I felt sorry for her, to tell the truth. She seemed sad, like she lost something and was never going to get it back. Scanning thoughts. And she wouldn't say what she lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. Let's see. Are you sure you can't help me fix anything? Yeah, let's ask that again. Quadruple sure, she says cheerfully. I never visited the city before. Can you tell me about it? No, she laughs, and it sounds like a cloud of insects taking flight. I'll do better than that. Tell me anything about this place that worries you, and I'll make it better. That's a guarantee. Scanning thoughts. We do love to help, don't we, Rhonda? Alright, are there any dangerous areas I should avoid? Not at all, Prata says, waving her claws at you. I've heard so many rumors about how the underbelly was ruled by vicious thugs, but when I went down there to make a trade, no one so much as glared at me. Of course, they were probably worried I was going to snip their heads off, but the underbelly is fascinating, and worth the risk. Most everywhere is. Do you, Tipper says, leaning over to look at her shrouded hands, snip heads off, I mean? You don't seem the type. I might be, Prata says brightly. I've never had to find out. He leans back out of sniping range with a fixed, polite smile. Just to be safe, I'm sure. What part of the city should I see first? All of it. Take it from me. Everything is worth seeing, even the boring bits. Take your time, talk to everyone you meet, and keep your eyes open. That's pretty much how we play every RPG, isn't it? Talk to everyone, keep your eyes open, and don't care if it's dangerous or not, poke all the things. I'm still finding my way. Think I could get a discount on your goods? Why not? She says. Well, I wish it was that easy everywhere. I don't normally do this, but you strike me as a kindred spirit. I'm almost never wrong about these things. She winks. I'll give you a discount on everything I carry, from now until the last star in the sky collapses. Or, you know, one of us dies. Can't do a thing about that. She laughs again, clearly unworried by the prospect. And loot all the things. If it's not bolted down, it's yours. That's the golden rule of RPGs. I don't care whose house it's in. Again. I want to use that discount we talked about. I get to sell things. Yay! So if we're getting a discount, does that mean she's going to give us more money for selling stuff to her? Because you see, I got this book, and I really don't want the book. You can have the book. Ooh, up to 232. I really need to pay attention to my money before I start selling everything. We got Alagern with us. I need to give that to Alagern. Hey, there, you have that. This is useless. It's an oddity, so we'll sell that. Alright, and the money did go up. This is another oddity, we can just sell that. And these are useful in combat. I need to give these out to people. I need to figure out how to break up a stack. It'd be useful for the other people in the party. I think we can only have one more party member, and that sucks because I want the assassin lady, but there's a young girl. Actually, there's two more characters that would be really comical to have in the group, but I don't think we're gonna have the space for them, and I probably gonna stick with what I had in the beta and get the assassin lady. Alright, so let's see, what else does she have? She has a contingent subroutine cipher. It gives a positive fiddle that has the effect that the next time the character is reduced to 50% or less health in any stat pool, it automatically refills health in all stat pools. So it fully heals them and gives all of the stat pools back to max. That's actually very useful. I could use multiples of those. I'm gonna go ahead and take that. We'll give that to someone. Oh, wait, put it automatically in the cipher thing. Oh, that sucks. Third man. It refills health, might, speed, and intellect for all party members. And that's another useful one. It completely refills everything. So yeah, we're gonna take that. Oh wait, do I not have the money? Yeah, I got the money. Alright, that works. Prey Sector Cipher. It gives a negative fatal of negative 30% evasion on a target. That could be useful. Phase Detonation Cipher. It's a crystal that blows up. It deals 12 transdimensional damage and confers the hobbled effect to all characters within range of the target point. So that'll be even that'll even hit my own party members if they're close enough. And it makes them 50% slower and gives them a negative 15% to evasion. And it's active for 3 rounds. That could be deadly, actually. I don't know if I want that. Anyway, it's a cipher that heals 10 points of health on all allies within range of the target point. So it's another thrown AoE. An AoE heal. That could be useful. It's only 54. Alright, yeah, sure.
These ciphers are killing me.
Yeah, I know. I got sickness. I'm gonna be handing that stuff out. Don't worry about it. Actually, I could do this, couldn't I? Yes, I could. Alright, so how about this? We, Hey, you have a cipher. Hey, we're no longer sick. Well, we shouldn't be. And let's switch over to him. What's this one? A Cryo Forest Dart. Deals 20 chemical damage and gives bleeding 4 physical damage per turn for 3 rounds. That sounds like something you should have. What? No, I said him. They should listen to me when I'm saying things. No, I got 62. I probably shouldn't have spent so much money, but we have a discount. I could not refuse, right? No, that's enough. I'm sure we'll find other stuff to sell eventually. And it's been a while since I had a break, so I want to go ahead and take another quick break. Refill, well, I still got plenty of drinks, so yeah, just need to take a quick little break, little bio break, and I'll be right back.
Take this time to pat your cat, walk your dog and get a refill of your favorite beverage. We will return to the fun and action shortly.
Are we still here? Let's move on, shall we? Why not?
Because why not? Merchant. Broken dreams on sale. Fly for a shin. Razor sharp regret or dull remorse? Wow, that's strange. Oh, wait, the kids. Yeah, this guy. This couple stands together, their shared gaze fixed away from you. No words pass between them. Instead, they share a silent language of tenderness. Their bodies turn subtly towards each other, forming a private space between them. His hand reaches for hers, and without looking, she claims it. Still looking past you, they smile together. His is a curving line carved in oak. Hers is unabashed, as radiant as a lantern on a starless night. Scanning thoughts. He is so beautiful. I do hope we're a good home for him. Turning, you see the objects of their attention. A young boy darting between the stalls and playing in the dust. Each distant, exhilarated shout widens their respective smiles and tightens their grip on each other. Is that your son? Yes, he says firmly. He's still watching the boy, but a wary stillness has spilled into his posture. She swats his shoulder, and there's more punch than playfulness in it. Not yet. We adopted Jahim, and we're waiting to see how he feels about that. Aren't we, Kellenor? His eyes flicker stubbornly, but he does not respond. Scanning thoughts. Go away. Go away. Why did you decide to adopt? Smooth, kid. That's just the kind of thing people like talking about with strangers. Oh, I'm not embarrassed, Paja says, eyes gleaming. We love telling the story. Well, Kellenor and I, we've been together for how long? Years, Kellenor said with a glint in his eyes. Let's see how long this one lasts. And we knew we wanted children, so we tried and tried. We tried a lot. Some days I barely had time to put my clothes on before Kel took them off again. Interesting. Do go on. Paja raises her eyebrows but continues. Well, there was poor Kel practically falling asleep on the shift, forgetting his trousers half the time, and me with nothing to show for it but a glow on my cheeks. Clearly, we were working with a barren field. Or faulty seeds, Kellner adds deadpan. Does run in the family. So we decided to find a child who needed a home rather than getting old trying to make one of our own. That answers your question? Sorry, but I'm going to need more details. Ha! Paja says, swatting at you. I like this one, Kel. She hardly blushed at all. She leans in and lowers her voice. We get asked this question a lot, and finally we found that being explicit about the process usually makes the questions just melt away. You've been talking to the wrong sort of people then, Tipper says, grinning over at you. We just love asking questions. Kellner chuckles at this, but says nothing more. What brings you here? Jahim likes it, Kellner says. The stern expression around his stern eyes softens somewhat. We don't have much time between shifts, Paja explains, or money to spend on flipperies. So we bring him to the market when we can and watch him play. It's better than a night at the theater. Kellner raises their clasped hands and kissed her bruised knuckles. Farewell. Enjoy the market. I ate one of those once. Gave me the chamblers for weeks. Watch how fast I can run. I see your claws again. That boy is just all over the place, isn't he? The child skids to a halt and rubs his forehead with a grimy forearm. leaving arrow tracks of dirt across his ruddy skin. Hey, Shuva, he pants, shading his eyes from the sun and grinning up at you. Never seen you before. You called me Shuva. What does that mean? Huh? Jareem says, a cautious light entering his eyes. Really? You never heard it? Scans thoughts. Has that changed too? I have, but not since I was young, Allergan says, smiling at the boy. Kids are saying that again. When Jareem nods quickly, Allergan glances at you, his smile fading into his customary scowl. It's slang from an older dialect, kid. My grandfather used it when he was young. They get outsiders coming through the village, dealing tough with the merchants and shoving kids aside as they went about their damned important business. Shuva. Get it? For shoving. Or I guess it would be shova. I guess I was pronouncing it wrong. I guess it's not shuva. I guess it's shova. Yeah. That's it, alright. A nervous blush colors his cheek. It doesn't seem like he's afraid of Allergan, though. Scanning thoughts. I don't understand. How can a place be so the same but so not? Why are you so dirty? Because he's a kid. I don't know. Paja and Kellinor make me wash twice a day. Guess the dirt likes me, hey? Doesn't your parents worry about you running around here alone? My parents? Oh, you mean Paja and Kellinor? They're watching me until my Mard and Ciro come back for me. What do Mard and Ciro mean? Huh? Jareem says, looking just as puzzled as you asking what hands are for. Mard, Ciro, my parents. You asked me about them. Paja and Kellinor are taking care of me until mine come back. Scanning thoughts. That's another one, isn't it? No wonder Paja doesn't like me talking to people. Wariness steals over Jaheim's expression and he bites his lip, as though he fears he has said too much and is trying to hold the rest of his words in. Do you like playing in the market? Not always, but it's better than school, eh? And I like watching Zarfi make sculptures. The ones that go sharp and curly. Reminds me of the monsters on the side of Scarrow Hall. Scarrow Hall? What is that? A building? Yeah, Sheva, Jerem says, chuckling. It's just a building at the center of town. 1,000 hands tall, with a mural on the side like Zarafi's sculpture, but flat, and in purple rock. Don't think you're going to miss it if you're looking for it, eh? Yeah, you will, Allergan mutters, studying Jahim from the corner of his eye. Scarrow Hall was a huge temple at the center of town, like he says. It was torn down centuries ago. Kid's either a liar or a carker. And he's just been revealed. You keep using words I don't recognize. I don't think they mean what you think they mean. Where did you hear them? Jeriam's face goes white. I'm not allowed to tell adults about that, or about where I'm from. His gaze steals to Paja and Kellinor, both of whom are suddenly taking a greater interest in your conversation. Don't ask, eh? Scanning thoughts. I'm in so much trouble. I'm not even sure what I did. Oh, I hate to see this, Tibbers says, raising his eyes to the sky. Such a bright and promising lad, and he's already keeping terrible secrets from his elders. What? Jerem says, squinting up at him. No, it's not like that. It's nothing rancid. I just promised I'd stay quiet, right? Tibber gives you a barely perceptible jerk of his chin, urging you on. Let's go ahead and pressure him. He's right, Jareem. You shouldn't be ashamed of the truth. Tibber nods solemn agreement. You can't help noticing that he looks somewhat ashamed. Jahim wavers, looking between his adopted parents and the two of you. Finally, he gives up. Alright, I guess I can tell you. But you can't spread it around, right? Alright. Tell me about where you're from. Here, Shova, he says, brow crinkling in frustration. I'm from here. It's just up and changed without me. I grew up in the Downs. My parents lost their spots on the work chain, and we went to sleep hungry more and more. Neither of them could look at me without crying. He swallows. But everyone in the Downs was starving. Wasn't anything new. People started using that archway more and more. He pauses, scanning your face. Scanning thoughts. The Downs have changed too. I can see it on her face. What are the Downs? Jeriam sighs. If you weren't into families in the up, everywhere else was Downs, inside the wreckage. We dig deep, looking for food first, worms second. My neighborhood was inside this curvy spiral. If you ever seen paintings of a seashell, it's like that. Scanning thoughts. I knew it. What is wrong with this place? Tell me about the archway you mentioned. Big thing. Always good smells coming out of it too. Like roasting meat and sunny days. I used to watch it, but I was never sure what it was for, you know? And the parents in the Downs, they never talked about it either. He shrugs without looking at you. Then one morning, I saw Corna, a friend of mine, and her Maud go up. Maud gives her a kiss and sends her through. And Corna never came out again. Know what did, though? Bloody bones? How about food? Ha! No, Jeriam said. That'd be cruel, for Corna's Maud lose her girl and gain a meal. But no, it was a metal ring, he says, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. Didn't look like to be worth much, but every once in a while you'd hear Corna laughing. Wherever she was happy, right? He raises his hand to his cheek, then continues. Handful of days pass, and my Maud takes me for a walk too. Said she'd find me when they saved the money, kissed me, and pushed me through it. Woke up outside another archway, up in Government Square. Paja and Kellenor were waiting for me there. Dream rubs his nose. They're not so bad, but I keep hoping my parents will stop by to visit, even if they don't have the money yet, right? He pauses, rubbing at the sudden moisture in his eyes. I try to laugh a lot so they can hear me, though. And I guess that's all we can do with him. Farewell. Cheers, Sheva. I guess we should talk to them again. Jeriam told me about the door he went through to get here. What's going on? Had to pry, didn't you? Kellenor growls. Calm down, Kel, Paja says, putting her hand on his chest. Stranger, can we convince you to leave this alone, please, for the sake of our family? Scanning thoughts. If Jeriam finds out, I'm terrified to think what will happen. I just want to know what's going on. I won't tell anyone. Maybe. She bites her lip and searches your eyes. Kelner's hand slides over her shoulder to cup the back of her neck. The back of her neck, huh? Maybe you're true to your word, and maybe you're not. The more we argue, Paja hisses, the more likely Kajim we're over here. Her eyes shift to you, weary and despairing. Jahim got here through the House of Empty Time. He comes from sagas like us, only centuries in the past. That's why his speech is different. Why it remembers places that aren't here anymore. She jabs your chest with a calloused finger. Keep this to yourself. We'll tell him ourselves when we find the kind way of letting a child know that everyone he knows and loves is long dead in dust. Scanning thoughts. I'll kick the skisk out of her if she breaks my little boy's heart. I won't be the one to tell him, but you should, and soon. You're right, Paja says, and we will, I promise. So tell me more about this house of empty time. Well, we don't know any more than we told you. Find the house's keeper and ask her. Her name was... She trails off, forehead creased in thought. Alcin Perry, Kellinor says. Keeper of the House of Empty Time. You might find her in Government Square. Thank you, Kel. I couldn't hold on to a name if it was buried in a bag of shins. Anyway, the very moment we decided to adopt, she was knocking on our door. We were nervous, but you can't argue with the results. She beams past you at Dream. Alright, farewell. So I think we got a new quest. No? Actually, it's not even a quest. Well, I guess it could possibly lead to a quest if we go find that person. But you'd think there'd be some sort of journal entry over it. Wow, all this time, 6 hours in, and we've completed one secondary quest. God. Alright, well. We talked to him? Nope. Do. This portly man's cracked and bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips, running through his thinning hair, or molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed around him. A soul like slivers of ice, he mutters. Fingertips long, shriveled, sharp. Screams, trapped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why? Why isn't he? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What am I not seeing? What am I missing? Scanning thoughts. Who was he? What was he feeling? Without that, I can do nothing. What's wrong? Everything, he says, without a moment's pause, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed tirade. Every detail is almost right, which means everything is wrong. I am Ziolfi, stone carver, sculptor, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge, my greatest work, my talent has finally abandoned me. He sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold my art, wanderer. Witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of sublime being. What is it you think I've made? And let's try to recall why the sculptures look so familiar. And we can get up to 80%. Well, that'll have to be good enough on it. Success! But not a critical. You stare at the sculptures. Your memories flow into its sweeping curves, teasing you with what you've seen in your short life. And beyond. Yes, this towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Ziolfi has sculpted the sorrow. You don't realize that you've spoken aloud until you hear Zaofi's gasp and see the tears in his eyes. Yes, sorrow, or even grief, is present in the work. I feel it, but where? I cannot pull it from the stone. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago. Smoking coronas of blackened light drew me to my window. Zaofi says, shaping the scene with his palms. And there, on the street below, was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes, she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hands. But what do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject. Let's see. Should we go with A Course of Dew? She is mysterious and fascinating. Or, no, we should probably do number 4. I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. But it's really interesting. I don't remember this from the beta and talking to him. The sorrow is a female. It's a lady. It's not just a mass of tentacles and darkness. It's actually a woman. This is interesting. This is not something I picked up before. It's a woman. I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. Zaofi stares at you, dumbfounded. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, and then immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded, in fact. She is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth his metal couldn't capture such a being? Zaofi clucks his tongue. But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a lethal creature? No, the source of my ruin in this damnable man. Zaofi points a trembling finger at the faceless human cradled in the statue's talons. A charred, oddly familiar pattern etched on the stone head. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink. But he will not be forgotten unless I capture him here. But he will be forgotten unless I capture him here. And I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. Zaofi swallows. The moment he fell, I ran for the street. But the Dendro her claimed his body and took it away. Probably to their foul chapel in the underbelly. Now, I'll never know who he was. How many statues of this being have you made? Ah! If only my efforts could be limited so. I've sculpted that blasted moment in marble, granite, and clay. I've painted it in oil and blood. It even follows me into sleep, while I weave the scene from clouds and dream stuff. A frustrated tear rolls down his cheek. Even those were flawed. Artists, Tibber mutters. You think they'd be happy, bunch? They slap paint on a canvas and somebody pays them for it. But no, they thrash about in their sleep, moaning and stealing at all the sheets. You turn your attention back to Zaofi. Is there anything else you can remember about the creature that killed your subject? What a surprise, Zaofi says with a ragged, scornful sigh. Yes, let us ignore the incandescent flare of this stranger's brief life and focus on his murderer. She is so much more glamorous. He grips his sparse hair as if it's going to fall out and glares at you. That's what you want, isn't it? That's what everyone wants. Scanning thoughts. Like so many, she wants flash and flourish, but humanity is what truly inspires. No, I want to see this moment fully to understand why it inspires you so much. Oh, of course, Zealfi says, a flattered blush rising on his cheeks as he directs your attention to his work. I captured her as I saw her, perfectly. See the dexterous, overlong fingers, the flesh formed of shrieking prey. But there was more to that moment than even I could capture here. In studying her from my window, I knew that she did not belong in our world, and yet I could not help but see her there, as though she was forcing me to accept her presence. Zealfi licks his lips. To look upon her is to see death made flesh, and yet her victim saw her and did not flee. Why? What granted him such bravery when we lesser creatures cower at the coming of the night? Tell me about the Dendro her. They are a cult and a curse, Zealfi says. They would have you believe they exist to preserve the great works of humanity, to celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is that they squat in their underbelly chapel, eating corpses and claiming it gives them power. If I learn anything about your subject, I'll let you know. And it's kind of a shame. I probably should have picked another one and told him that I was being hunted as well. I think he would have really latched onto me if I did then.
Making a note.
But hey, we got a new quest. The Sorrow's Prey. Hello, slaver. Don't talk to me, talk to the boss.
On my way.
You must be the boss. Toll Magur. Looks like Toll's got an afro. As you approach, the wild-haired woman eyes you spectrally. I've been doing this way too much, I can't even speak now. And whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing, and a slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from a cord around her neck, and you can see where it has cut permanent grooves into her face. She ruffles her hair, messing it still further, and sings out, "Come to buy a slave, cast-off? You come to me, you must want something of the sort." Scanning thoughts. She is a flesh one. I can smell it on her. How do you know I'm a cast-off? The tattoo. I've had dealings with your kind before. I know about you. She rakes her fingers through her hair. If anything, the motion serves to obscure her vision even more. Sold, cast-off. I have information you might want. Of course, it comes with a price. And what kind of information? You think you'll get it from me that easily? I don't think so. I know your type. No cast-offs. Not the one you can be trusted. I give you this information. You're going to be gone before I collect my price. So you'll forgive me if I decline to say outright what secrets I hold. And that's really not that difference of the... too different of the accent from the other guy I was doing. And really, I should be doing like more of a, Scottish, Irish maybe with that name.
Making a note.
One of my wards has run off. She's taken a head wound, not my doing, and I've been watching after her. I don't know where she's gone, but I suspect she's headed to Cliff's Edge. Plenty of other urchins clamoring about the place, and she'd find it easy to blend in. Sadly, my troop and I are detained here, so we can't go ourselves. Scanning thoughts. These lack nibblers are tired of hunting her. Damned girl hides well, too well. She's a scrawny child, name of Rin. Head wound, but it's covered by dark, curly hair. Has a little necklace around her throat. Babbles about her gods. Go get her for me, and I'll tell you what you want to know. I really want to know what she knows, but I don't think I'm going to help her. Answer a few other questions for me first. Fine. I have some questions about slavery. Is it not so bad? Not horrific? Almost no one sells them for pots anymore. Fact is, most of them go down to the Bloom, where they can work off their debt to society by opening a mall or two. It's not a forever thing. It's a punishment. And tell me about Saga's Cliffs. Ask someone who cares. I think the city's a sewer. Well, okay. And what do you think about the cult of changing gods? Delusional meaning seekers. They spend their time chasing their imaginary deity, ignoring what it means to be alive. Ooh, what has he done now, they say. Can I tongue his divine arse? As if knowing his life makes theirs any better. Wow. Tongue his divine arse. There's imagery I didn't expect to see. They're misguided. The only way to understand life is to experience it. Oh, the red tide. The perpetual sneer on her face loosens slightly. Not what I expected to hear from someone of your age, but at least you're not entirely stupid. I don't think our shared opinion makes us friends, though. What can you tell me about yourself? I'm a slaver. I'm the last person you want to make an enemy of. I've got a reputation for coming through on my word, and nothing else need concern you. Stock, say farewell. And I think that's everything here.
All right.
Canopy wagon beds, lie forlornly against the wall. Alright, yeah. Nothing but flavor text.
All right.
It's a plan.
It's a plan. Okay, we should probably talk about this, and there's all these people over here to talk to. Some of them's gonna give us a quest, but let's get the last part of our character creation made and talk to these people. Look, it's one of the Death Cheater's vessels. Ah, can it be? What fortune, what joy! Casmine will want to see your vessel, and Mimian too.
Done.
I think they can see us. Let's zoom in. Hello, Mimian. As you approach the duo, you see that they are arguing heatedly, but quietly. The petite woman turns toward you. Her hair is unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, milady. My friend and I were having a discussion, and her eyes fall upon your tattoo, and her breath catches audibly in her throat. A cast-off? One I've never seen. Her partner is an unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sour-faced, his voice sonorous, with fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasional lights spark in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo, and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment, and he says, "It is an honor." He nods his head to the two of them. Oh, talking about Allergan. He nods his head to the two of them. "I've brought someone you should meet." He turns to you. "These are Kazmin and Mimian. They're the leaders of the local branch of your church." He's still acting like I'm the changing god. Let's see, Mimian is the guy. "You have our thanks for the introduction, Allergan. Our deepest thanks." He eyes the Aeon Priest for a moment as if to say more, but thinks better of it, scanning thoughts. "Interesting. Allergan has rarely been so helpful to us in the past." He collects himself. "If I might impose on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Do you know why it differs from the others?" Scanning thoughts. "I'm having trouble placing her. Could it be? I need more time to question her." What do you mean, shape it? Don't tattoos stay the same? "Not yours, revered one." Her voice is the barest whisper as she curtsies. "You are a cast-off of the changing god, light of brilliance. His touch is on your forehead. The tattoo marks you as his child." She gazes at you enrapt. "You are not alone. Other cast-offs live, and we treasure each of you." "You are welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions of us?" Can you tell me the meaning of the tattoo again? I wanted to ask him about mine being different. They didn't really cover that fact about, because they made it seem like each cast-off's tattoo was different. They wanted to know why mine was different, and they didn't specify. He bows. "You are a cast-off of the changing god, our inspiration, the man who has cheated death for centuries so that he might accumulate wisdom. He wears bodies like clothes and abandons them when he has exhausted his studies in them. Yet, when he leaves, a spark of consciousness remains, your consciousness, revered one." It doesn't look like they're going to say anything about it, are they? Well, what can you tell me about, my sire? "You mean the most accomplished inventor of our time? The hero of Sagas Cliffs? The man who dodged death itself? The Time Weaver? The man who destroyed the Tapat? Oh, we have so much to say." She catches herself. "But perhaps we should wait for another time." "Do you know anything about the sorrow?" She shudders and touches herself ritualistically on the forehead and on her lips. "A monster, a deepest nightmare. I have heard it wants you dead. Every one of the Holy One's creations. All dead. I don't know why, but it hates you." "Can you tell me anything else about the sorrow?" He nods somberly, raising a finger to his forehead. "Only that it is remorseless, pitiless. and it wants nothing more than the destruction of you and all those like you who were created by your sire. Do you know anything about a device called a resonance chamber? Rumor and conjecture, nothing more. Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of your sire's motivations. Passed along as fact. He leans out to touch you. Have you seen it? Do you know where it is? What it does? I need to know who can repair it. So, you have seen it? You have touched it? She catches herself. She seems almost overwhelmed. Your tattoo, like all the others, but this one is different. Yes, I want to know more about this difference. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. I do not recognize you, he says. You do not match any descriptions we have recorded. She snaps her fingers as if she finally figured out a mystery. Wait, let me remember your face. She studies you carefully. Oh my, you're new.
For reasons too disturbing to mention, I find that hard.
Oops. Are you the changing god? Can it be? She reaches out to touch your sleeve and pulls her hand back quickly. I am the changing god. No, I'm not the changing god. Alagern, his eyes flickers towards you and his mouth draws down for a moment, but he says nothing. Yeah, he really wouldn't like it if I all of a sudden started claiming to be I was after I said I wasn't. He nods, satisfied. As I thought, you are a cast-off, one of his children. He touches you with his long-fingered hand as if in consolation. There is no shame in such a thing. Many cast-offs have come to our attention, and some of them have sought to deceive us so that they might seem more important. He smiles softly. If you are as new as we suspect, it is better for you, for us, to know the truth of your existence than to bluster and lie. Crestfallen, she touches your shoulder. Are you sure you're not? She catches herself. No, why would you lie about that? With a noticeable effort, she wrenches herself into optimism, and she chirps, But you're new, aren't you? You're new. Have you decided what you'll do? What you'll be? Your sire's other children have done amazing things. Amazing. And no doubt you will as well. He lays a hand on her shoulder and his voice is low, cautionary. Cass? She looks away from you for a moment, swallowing sudden tears, and he says, We have a request for you. He gestures toward the clock behind him. Dark figures circumambulate these clock faces. I theorize that your sire's creation of the time shields that protected this city established a connection with his future selves. Given this, we believe those figures may be cast-offs, or ghosts of cast-offs perhaps, the living shells of the bodies your creator has worn previously. His fingers shrug elegantly for him. The clock is unmoored in time, you see. We do not have a knowledge sufficient to investigate. But you might. You have a connection with he who created the clock. You should be able to align it with the present time and uncover who these figures are. A gentle, rare smile appears. If you cannot, at least you will increase our store of knowledge. She smiles bravely, looking between Mimian and you, and says, And then we can answer the questions you must have. Right, Mim? Do you have any idea how to fix the clock? We have tried. I have appealed to the order of truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom from as far as the steadfast. A great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. We believe your sire created the device, or had a hand in it, perhaps. Dismay dances across his fingers. His hungry-eyed compatriot steps in. Perhaps you can find an answer where others have failed, and then we can help you. She turns away. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one.
Making a note.
Making a note. Look
Go.
at the funky clock. This complex machine towers over you. Its purpose is unclear, but the 3 circular faces set into the ground remind you of clocks. Something is wrong with the machine, however. It's partially transparent, shimmering in the air when you look directly at it. The clock faces seem to show several different times at once. Humanoid silhouettes ripple beneath the central clock face. One places his hand against the face as though it were a glass wall. They seem to be watching you. Arr. Examine the machine. The towering mechanism wavers in the air. Similar to Callistig, it appears to be in several states at once, though all of the machine's states are in the exact same location. You can't touch it either. Your hand passes right through the structure. Whoa. As you pull your hand away, a memory strikes you as powerfully as if someone took a club to your chest. You are working at the clock. It is no longer transparent, but perfectly solid. There's a noise behind you. So, they've come, the 3 traitors. They think to surprise you, but through the powers of the clock, you have foreseen this moment. There is the faintest sound of metal sliding against leather. You slap a hand on the central clock face, activating the clock's arcane powers. You're not sure what it will do to them, but it's better than what they'll do to you. There's a flash. Arcs of energy stretch out from the clock over your shoulders to your would-be attackers. You don't see what happens to them, but they quickly disappear, along with their screams. Dun dun dun! As the last shreds of the memory fades, a swirl of energy passes through your body. Cold barbs prick every muscle. Suddenly, tidal forces arc from the clock to the 3 ancient devices in the cultist encampment. The clock recognized something inside you, or maybe vice versa. Either way, you have inadvertently activated the nearby devices.
Making a note.
Doom. 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 Dun dun dun. I want to touch the things. Reach for the silhouetted figures. Your hand passes straight through the clock face. The figures and the entire structure, it's as if the entire machine wasn't even there. Alright, step away from the clock. Righty then. Let's see if we can figure this out.
Let's go.
Out of the way, plebes! As you approach this device... Really? And I think the doggy wants to do some voice acting. Or he wants to go outside. I don't think he knows what he wants. As you approach this device, Circus Minor changes around you. People are dressed differently and speak differently. Whole new structures appear including an enormous building rising from the edge of the square. You look down at the device. A series of images flit across the surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. Look more closely at the changes around you. Circus Minor looks almost completely different. All the people are dressed strangely, and though they speak the truth, they use many terms and phrases that you don't understand. The square has changed as well. All of the tents are gone. The buildings are more colorful and less weathered. One building in particular rises from the edge of the square, a tower of purple rock, some 50 stories high. A mural is painted on the side, though you can't see the details from here. Examine the images on the surface of the device. As soon as you focus on them, you feel a warmth on your head where your tattoo is. The images respond to your thoughts, slowing and changing at your whim. It's something about your body that allows you to do this, which perhaps means that only you can even see the images. You immediately recognize the pictures as pieces of memory, specifically the 3 memories you saw back in the fathoms of your mind. Look at the memory in the underwater city. The memory is recent. 2 men, both with tattoos like your own, are in an underwater city searching for something. The denizens of the city chase them from their quarry and ultimately surround and capture them. As you review the memory, you get a strange feeling in your mind that you can only describe as a query. The device wants something from you. Suddenly you remember. The memories in the device are possibilities, but you can lock only one of the memories here, so it is the only one that displays. You don't remember what purpose that served, though. Look at the memory in the lush valley. You somehow know the memory is from a long time ago, centuries ago probably, and a man and a woman, both with tattoos like your own, are surveying a lush, secluded valley for some purpose you cannot recall. Look at the memory of the city under siege. Somehow you know this memory is ancient. It might have occurred 1,000 years ago. A man and a young girl race through the streets of Saga's cliffs. All around them, the city is attacked by terrible people. The Tabat, you recall. The man takes them to an ancient machine somewhere in the city. Then he and the girl disappear. Look closely at the changes around you again. Everyone is dressed strangely, and they speak using terms and phrases you don't understand. The tents are gone. The buildings are more colorful and less weathered. A 50-story building made of purple rock rises straight up from the edge of the square. If you had to guess, you say this is what Saga's cliffs looked like centuries ago. Alright, so we're going to do the centuries-old memory. Locking that in. Images of the man and woman in the valley are now the only images to play across the surface of the device. They survey the valley in an endless loop. Leave the device alone. And to the next one. A strange feeling comes over you as you approach this device, as if someone were sneaking up on you in the corner of your eye. When you look, there's no one there. It feels like something is different, though, but you can't put your finger on what. A series of images flit across the surface of the device itself. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. Look more closely at the changes around you. The changes are difficult to notice at first, but after a moment you figure it out. Circus Minor is the same, but the crowd is different. Most of the people in the stalls and buildings are not the same as those you've seen around the square. Those few you do recognize are younger by several years. So lock the recent memory of the underwater city in this device. Bloop. Images of the two men in the underwater city are now the only images that play on the surface. They search for something, are chased, and then captured, over and over again in an endless loop. Alright. As soon as the image is locked in place, a ribbon of energy stretches into the air, connecting the control device to the clock. Leave it alone. We got two ribbons. Two lovely ribbons. So very pretty. Very pretty ribbons. Clicky.
I'm going.
As you approach this device, Circus Minor is thrown into chaos. Buildings are on fire. People are screaming and running for their lives, while armored soldiers hunt them. None of them seem to pay any attention to you, though. It's some kind of vision, not reality. You glance down at the device. A series of images flit across its surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. Circus Minor is under attack. Squads of armored soldiers roam the streets, hunting and killing anyone they find. Mobs of people flee in terror, with only a few hapless souls trying and failing to fight them off. The soldiers are completely encased in jagged metal armor. You can't even tell if they're human. Looking beyond the carnage, the square in this vision looks wildly different. Many of the buildings that are on fire don't exist at all when you step away from the device, having been replaced by other structures. And lock in the ancient memory of the besieged city. The images of the man and the girl are the only ones that play across the surface of this device. They run past the enemy soldiers and then disappear at the machine in the endless loop. As soon as you lock this third image, a final surge of energy arcs through the air from this device to the clock itself. The clock shines for a moment, then becomes solid, fixed into a single state. At the same time, the device in front of you goes dark. The images disappear, as does the strange view of the city's past. Swoosh.
Making a note.
Making a note. I want to make a note too. God dang it, don't even have enough to go up. And we lost our gold dominant. We're only blue now. Well, that sucks. Journal. Fall into earth. Fix the clock. Alright, let's go touch the clock. Touch it! Poke it! The machine is now solid. Each of the three clock faces shows a single time, though none of them point to any time measurement that you understand. You lean closer to the central clock face. Three shadowy figures still lurk within, their features almost discernible now. Suddenly, the figures surge out of the clock towards you. Intense pressure strikes your head like a steel spike. Then everything goes black.
Making a note.
Making a note. We're passing out now. Write that down. Passed out at 12:03. The clock says gibbity bloobity bloom.
I'm going.
Oh, things are getting funky now. 3 people. Let's zoom in for this.
Yes.
Fishman, lady with big hammer, and guy with pointy stuff. Amos. Whoa, okay, slow it down there, Jim Bob. Hey, we recognize that name. He was the one that was supposed to have formed the Order of Truth here. The dude with the Italian-sounded name is a fish. Liviazio. Villian, I don't recognize that name. Camos. Is I like comatose? The 3 figures before you are disoriented. Yeah, well, they flew into my forehead. I'd be disoriented too. Actually, I'd probably be various other things, but yeah. They don't even seem to notice you at first. All 3 of them have a tattoo like yours. Cast-offs. I thought mine was different somehow. And they never did tell me how it was different. What befell us? The woman is dressed in a powerful-looking armor. Her face bears several scars, yet her eyes have the innocence of a child. Did he do something? Are we still in the clock? Scanning thoughts. What new torture does the changing god have for us? I do not believe so. The second figure is tall, dressed all in black. Its height is exaggerated further by a violet fish-like crest on top of its head. Its large yellow eyes are squinted, scanning all around. There was a woman outside the clock, but it wasn't. It was her! The third figure points at you. He is small, wiry, and tense as though he expects danger. He carries a shield on his back. She's a cast-off, he says, looking at your tattoo. Can't say I recognize her, though. What happened just now? Let's see, that would be him. We were ingested into your head. I saw it. How is that possible? He eyes you suspiciously. Who are you? I'm a cast-off like you. I'm the latest one. The latest? She raises an eyebrow significantly higher than the other. That's not possible. We faced the changing god mere days ago. You're not the body he wore. I think we may have been trapped in that clock for centuries, Camus. Something about it messed with our perception. The Vargelian looks up at the ceiling, or where the ceiling would be if there were one. Time is an illusion. How long? Is the wrong question. It turns its enormous bulbous eyes to you. What is this place? Where are we? Scan thoughts. Outside time we were. Perhaps still are. Somewhere in my mind, I think. The Vargelian shuts its eyes, 6 nostrils open wide as it inhales deeply. Yes, perhaps you are right. Our consciousness were ripped from our bodies when the changing god activated his clock. Then when you appeared, it happened again. Our minds ripped from their chronal prison. He looks to his friends. I cannot be certain, but I believe this is part of some vast mental construct. He turns to you. Your mental construct. His eyes become nearly as large as the Vargelian's. What? You mean we just went from one prison to another? He grips you by the shoulders. You did this. If this is your mind, then let us out. Why did the changing god trap you in the clock? Ah, yes. She looks down, embarrassed. The 3 of us once worked alongside our sire, helping him with his research after he'd brought the Order of Truth to Saga's cliffs. We saw him for what he was. Selfish, elegant, scanning thoughts. Marielle helped us to see. I wonder what has become of her since we were imprisoned. He doesn't care about us. Not a single one of his children. He crosses his arms and looks away bitterly. All of his projects were always about him. He didn't care if anyone got hurt in the process. We betrayed him. Unlike the others, the Vargelian looks you directly in the eye. We meant to stun him, to capture him before he could escape into another body. But he was too quick for us. He activated the clock, tearing our minds from our bodies and trapping us eternally. Well, I don't know how to get out of here. Relax, friend sister. Whether for days or centuries, we survived that clock. We will survive this. If time is an illusion, then it is not our enemy. We will find a way. Why can't you get us out of here? Aren't you listening? We were trapped in that clock for centuries. I'm looking for a way out, believe me. But if Divatio says it's your mind, then it's your show. So long as we live, there is hope. One of us will find a way. Well, I don't see a way out. The Vargelian stretches its neck, putting its face within a handspan of yours. It seems to be examining you. Then it says it. You're the mind. Only you have the power to change. What he's trying to say is that this place was created for your body, or perhaps by your body. Our sire placed within each of us unique gifts and abilities. For example, I have never heard tell of another cast-off who could trap consciousness the way you have. She gives you a warm smile. He would not have created this space for you without also giving you a means by which to move through it. Think. What other gifts did our Creator bestow upon you? I chose an aspect of myself when I was born, deep in the heart of this labyrinth. Is that it? Divatio shakes his head. I can see what you speak of, it says. I do get a momentary impression that its eyes can see through you. This aspect describes you, just as I am Vargelian. Villian is observant, and Kamos is foolish. I object to that characterization. He gives a kind chuckle. He's not wrong, and you know it. At her wounded look, he raises his hand placatingly. It's the truth. Anyway, you've gotten us out of twice as much trouble as you've gotten us into. The Vargelian speaks to you. These aspects are descriptors of who we are, but they are not us. That they choose your aspect says quite a lot, but I do not believe that is enough to set us free. I built a path out of a deep fathom in my mind by recovering memories I had lost. Perhaps, if there were any memories here to recover. Villian curls his lips and looks around. Maybe I just don't know what memories look like, but I don't see anything. It would seem we are in agreement, Villian. I'm what they call a nano. He laughs. So's the Vargelian, but you don't see him barking about it. You see, that's just the type of thing that you do. It was a path you chose, not something your sire gave you, nor a means to freedom. I don't think I have the ability you're talking about. You must! She looks at her compatriots and back to you. We each have our gifts, given to us by our sire for a specific purpose. His purpose, of course, but a purpose nonetheless. She presses a hand to her chest. They say, for example, that, foolish though I may be, I have 9 magical gifts of speech. That is not something I chose or learned, but it is who he made me to be. Villian rubs his hand along the edge of his shield. I am a master of defensive arts. Our sire learned them when he was in my body. Probably built my body to excel at it. I wouldn't call it a gift, but it's me, yeah. I am one with the shadows. I live with them. I breathe them. This is not some history that I have discovered, but a unique ability our sire chose for me while he was in my body. Amos gives you a kind smile. The gift is in you. Perhaps you have just forgotten. Our sire wouldn't have made this place for you without granting you the power to get out. Focus. Find the answer inside yourself. Shut your eyes and search your memories for this ability they speak of. You rifle through your memories, past everything you actually remember to those memories you didn't create yourself. That must be a key or a door. Anything that would help you to escape this fathom of your mind. Just as you're about to give up, you find something. A cluster of sparks. Nascent abilities deep within the core of your being. You sense the abilities to speak elegantly, to use a shield with a master's skill, to lurk among the shadows as though they were home.
I'm ready to learn something new.
Your travels have left you more experienced and allowing you to advance. This will grant you the choice of improving your statistics, skills, or abilities. To do this, open your character sheet. We gained enough experience at this point, when we're getting the final stage of our character creation, to also advance towards tiering up. It's a double whammy. None of these seem particularly suited to creating a path out of this place, but as you sift through them, you know that you are trapped here, not because it is some puzzle your sire left for you to solve, but because you are not yet whole. This is another part, the last part, of deciding who you are. In completing yourself, you will be able to open a path back to the calm of your mind. And this is the part that really freaking sucks about this game, because what they're talking about, these three people in front of us, they have unique descriptors, each of them. Not descriptors, focus side. Foci? Well, focus. And when you're playing the pen and paper with a group, each member of the group they can't share focus. Every other part about character creation, where say I'm a tough jack, there could be 3 other tough jacks in the group, but only one of those characters could have the focus of walk softly through air, because that's where you get the majority of your character's abilities from, is your focus. And there's like 30 different focuses to choose from the core rulebook. Here we're only giving a choice of 3, and it's 3 choices that already exist in the world, albeit they're technically dead for centuries and they're living inside our head. But it seems really cheap to pick something that someone else already has instead of us discovering new abilities. But hey, that's what we got. That's what we got. So we get to pick one of these 3. So the choice is either the chicks brandishes a silver tongue, the fish guys breathes shadows, or the dude with the shields master defense. And previously in the beta, I went with a tough nano who breathes shadows because I wanted was it the sneak attack? Or it was the quick fingers thing I wanted. Though I may not go with that, because actually we're trying to talk our way out of stuff a lot, but that only gives you +1 max effort on persuasion deception. It doesn't make the things cheaper, it's just you can spend more points per attempt. And I really don't want to burn through my points faster. I know I don't want to use a shield. Though I do have the opportunity to get a free shield at some point. I really don't care for any of these, but yeah, I guess we'll go with Breeze Shadow, just to keep what I had before. Oh, there's a portal. That's it. You did it. Does this mean we can go back to the real world? I don't think so, villain. But it does mean we are free, finally. He turns to you. Thank you, friend. Go. We will follow. And scanning thoughts. Something's not right. Shadows. Angles. It's safe for her to go first. We get to go. We get to go. Uh-oh. It's one of our brain parasites. Which kind of looks like a sperm. And it just vaulted us out. Be gone, peasant! Well, nothing's getting through that hole. Oh god, it's been so long, I forgot what accent I was using for the Spectre. Oh well. I saw what happened. Are you alright? That thing almost killed you. How did it? It didn't really almost kill me. It just kind of like knocked me, exploded me, shoved me, pushed me, something like that. Where did that fragment come from? It was a piece that the sorrow released into your mind earlier. Watch your step. There are probably more of them. So yeah, there's like 4 or 5. I forgot how many of them flew off. His voice is somber. The sorrow must be gathering its strength, taking spaces in your mind to keep you from reaching your full potential. I don't know why it doesn't just destroy you. Maybe the fragments aren't strong enough yet. But I'm glad they're not strong enough, actually. It's alright, though. We have more important things to do, right? Let's get that chamber fixed. Yes, let's worry about a cracked piece of crystal and not the parasites running around in my brain. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. There aren't any. Or rather, they're there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of this place. I guess we didn't really get an opportunity to talk to him before, did we? Are you always here? He shrugs. Where else would I be? Your thoughts are fuzzy. Why can't I read them? His voice is dry, but his smile takes some of the sting from his words. I imagine it's because we're in a place of pure thought. I'm a construct of pure thought, and that our conversation is taking place on a level of thoughts. Most things here aren't real. It'd be like reading your own mind. If this is my mind, why don't I remember this place? I told you as much as I know. It's your mind, and that means you're in control. You just need to figure out how to unlock its secrets. I don't know how, but I think the resonance chamber will do that for us. It'll unite us, make us whole again. Is there anything for me to do while I'm here? You mean apart from the cabaret acts, distilleries, and endless adventure just beyond the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. Ha! And if you believe that... Sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here. I've looked. Still, you've changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. Has anything changed since the last time I was here? He shrugs. Look around. It's your mind. And, how did activating the clock in the real world open up that other fathom? Who knows? It probably triggered something in your mind. Made a bridge you didn't have before. Maybe you did have the bridge once, but you lost it. Well, don't you hate it when you just lose things in your own mind? In the sea again. Could other fathoms open like that? Maybe. You've already made a lot of changes to this place. At this point, nothing would surprise me. What should I do now? With that chamber broken, I'm not sure. We need to find someone who can fix it. That chamber's our only hope. Without it... Oh wait, I should have said this one first. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. And... Tell me who you are again? I'm you. A piece of you that broke off when the sorrow attacked us. Okay. And how do I get back this time? The portal's still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. Alright, well, I'm getting out of here. Because you're useless. Good luck! Have fun storming the castle.
Alright.
Alright. Here's all the broken glass. The sorrow shadowed the mirror leading back to the dark fathom. Glass shards hiss when you touch them. But I'm not touching them. I'm all the way over here.
Yes, now.
Is the specter the changing god? You know, that is something I didn't consider before. It's quite possible that when the sorrow struck our body when we were fleeing on the space station, that he wasn't able to leave the body fully, or wasn't able to leave the body at all, so he's stuck inside us, but he lost control of the body, and we took and we gained a consciousness as if he had left. And maybe that's why our tattoo is different from the other cast-offs. That could make sense as to why we're the last cast-off. The only other reason that the connotations
Standing
of the
around is kind of nice, relaxing.
All right then. The only other connotation that would really make sense for the terminology of us being the last cast-off would be that the changing god actually died in that attack. The sorrow actually killed him. And then again, still, the specter could be a fragment of his consciousness. So that is an interesting prospect. Have you been reading the wikis? Have you been reading the walkthroughs? Are you cheating? Are you learning the story? Are you giving spoilers? Which is okay if you do, because I don't really... Spoilers don't bother me, especially when games like this where there's so many different choices that you can make. I mean, we can have vastly different outcomes.
Yes, now.
But that's a really, really good guess. That's a really good possibility. It would be a nice twist to the story for sure. And I need to take a break, though I'm kind of getting tired. We've been going for almost 7 hours. Well, yeah, right at 7 hours. So technically I could just stop it. But yeah, I need to take a quick little break and we'll decide that when I get back. So hang tight. I'll be right back.
Take this time to pat your cat, walk your dog and get a refill of your favorite beverage. We will return to the fun and action shortly.
Okay, I'm back. With a very sore throat.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. All that talking. And it's the sad thing is that we're nowhere close, really, to where I was from the last beta playthrough. I mean, not even talking about just the different areas. And really, I wish we had more control over the map, like we could see the whole map instead of just the current zone that we're in. Which I don't think, yeah, we can't seem to zoom out or click on anything to show the other places. But, you know, we've been down there and the cliffs, the reef or whatever. We didn't. There's not much down there. We've done all that we can do down there except for the quest where we had to go into that building. We haven't fully talked to everybody down here that we can talk to, and there's what, 3, 4, 5-ish maybe different areas of the city to go to, and a bunch of people to talk around there. So I was tier 2, almost tier 3 maybe, when I stopped playing the beta, and we're still only tier 1. So to go up to tier 2, we have to buy 1, 2, 3, 4 things. We're about to do a level up right now, so that's going to give us one of these dots. And so I had done it almost twice. So I'd almost bought 4 things. So technically, you'd say we leveled up 4 times. But yeah, I was tier 2, almost tier 3. So that was like almost 8 things. So we've done it 4 times, and then I don't really know how far into tier 2 I was. So, and you seeing just how much stuff we had to do just to get enough experience to get to this point. So that's a lot of talking, a lot of text left for us to do, a lot of quests, side quest stuff. Oh, look, we're back with our blue and gold, which looks really cool for the tides. Alright, so spending our experience, we can pick one of these areas. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's interesting. It's only showing 4 things. Like I said, in the actual Numenera pen and paper, there's 6 things that you can pick from, but you can only choose 4 before you level up to tier 2. And you can't pick like the same thing twice. Like you can't pick extra effort twice. You can only pick it once, and then once you get ready to once you get tier 2 and you start working towards tier 3, then you can pick extra effort again. I know I'm tired, because it's getting really difficult to put my thoughts together to try to explain the weird way that Numenera works. Alright, so anyway, this time around we can either increase our stat pools, which would be really useful because they do the recovery of your pools vastly different here than you do in the pen and paper version. Increase edge, which we don't have a single point in edge, and that's strange because you, in the pen and paper version, you have 1 point of edge starting off your character in at least one of your 3 pools. And what edge does is, like, when the little bar pops up, you click the orbs to spend your pool points to try to persuade someone to do whatever. A point of edge in speed will mean that instead of spending 3 points to make it easier, you just have to spend 2 points. So it makes it cheaper to do your abilities and end up spending less pool points. Super important. Effort, we got 2 points of effort. So effort means how many points maximum you can spend trying to make a task easier. So with 2 points, with 2 effort, we can use 2 levels of effort. And I forget, I don't know how it is in here, but like in the pen and paper, it costs 3 points of your pool to use 1 level of effort. And then if you want to use 2 levels, it would just be 1 extra point. So it'd be, if you want to use 2 levels of effort, it'd be a total of 4 points from your pool. But if you have edge, it would be, if you had 1 point of edge, it would be 1 point cheaper. So to use 2 points of effort, it would only be 3 points, if you follow me. So yeah, these 2 are really important to use for making your pools last longer. We can get an ability or skill. Let's see. So I can't look at it first. You can choose either a skill or an ability. I know. Oh, wow, I can't. No. Oh, Jesus, I can't back. Can I back? Oh, Jake, thank God. Jesus. Woo! I didn't want to be locked into that because I actually want to start off with increased stats. That's just more important, I think. And I wish I could move this over. I think we seem to be using more intellect than anything else. Intellect and speed. Well, we got 2 points. So, see, what does intellect do for us on here? It represents the character's mental prowess, willpower, and personality. Every 2 points in intellect also increases your willpower by 5%. And I'm not really sure what all willpower will do for us. Our speed represents the character's dexterity and reaction times, and it also increases our evasion by 5%, which is very good, very useful for when we get into combat to not get hit. And the might in this one increases our health by 1. We only have, it shows 3 bars, but it says we got a total of 25 points. And this is the really weird thing with the video game, because the health isn't separate in the pen and paper. All 3 of your pools are your health. When you take damage, you start taking points from your might pool first, then your speed, then your intellect. When all 3 pools are at 0, you're dead. When one of your pools reaches 0, you start taking penalties to things. It'll be harder for you to use your abilities. You have to spend more points. There's a list, I forget exactly what it is, depending on how many of your pools are at 0. But bad things happen when you get that far down. So I think I want to split it up. I'm just going to spend 1 point in speed and 1 point in intellect, and confirm that.
I understand now.
So there we go. We got one little glowy dot saying we've one point into tier 1. Got extra 60 XP towards the next one. And these are our 2 new abilities we picked up for picking up the focus of Breeze Shadows. And they don't have enough points to level up, though they're further along. Allegren actually has 2 points spent in tier 1, so he's 1 step closer towards tier 2 than we are. And Tibber, he's 3 points into it. You see, like, he has 1 point of edge in speed, something like that. If you read that, that explains what I was trying to say, what Edge does for you. That's pretty cool. It shows the gold and the blue for the tides. We're kind of a good aligned character with this. Blue represents wisdom, reason, and enlightenment. They seek information and the preservation of knowledge in all forms. And the gold represents empathy, compassion, and sacrifice. We consider the needs of those they care about to be greater than any other consideration. So yeah, I think though I'm going to cut it off here because I'm really starting to feel drained. The coffee's wearing off and it's almost, what is it, 11:30 here, and I'm planning on going to bed by 2. So we can get back up and be streaming more of this tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Dang it. So yeah, tomorrow at noon we'll be playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I'll probably be streaming it. We'll be playing the Storm King's Thunder campaign I'm a part of. So we won't get back to this until after the D&D. I'll probably stop the stream for the Dungeons and Dragons thing when we end it and pick back up and stream another 4 or 5 hours of this, because I can't go a whole day and not stream this. And then Thursday we'll be back at this fully. So that's it for today's stream. Hope you all enjoyed watching some of Torment Tides of Numenera. I know I'm enjoying it. It's a lot of talking and trying to remember what accent I'm doing for who. Really enjoyed the story. Really enjoyed hanging out with everybody. Hope you all enjoyed it. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Love to see you come and hang out with me for the Dungeons and Dragons thing. Oh my god, my brain is fried. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Hope you all have a great rest of your night, and thanks for watching.
Have a great day, and we hope to see you again soon. Well, I do at least. I hope my third does too.
And I hope you enjoyed the voice acting I've been doing. I noticed there was one guy in here that stayed for a little bit when I was doing the sculptor. And then when I went to the slaver and kind of had the same accent, and when I made the comment about, oh, wow, I kind of screwed up that accent, I didn't really change it that much, they just bloop away. I'm trying to work on my range of accents and voice acting capabilities, but I really only have a small handful that I can do at will.